Honourable Senators, President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order the day number 83. Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment. Reconsideration of Decisions Bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President, and it gives me great, well, I say pleasure, but I'm concerned that we actually even have to have this debate in relation to this piece of legislation, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Reconsideration of Decisions Bill 2024, because this is a problem of this government's own making that this piece of legislation addresses. We shouldn't be needing to have this debate, but we do, because the Minister for Environment took the word of organisations such as the discredited, now discredited, Environmental Defenders Office over that of the Tasmanian Government in relation to a decision on salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. So instead of taking the word of the Tasmanian Government, who in their submission to the Commonwealth in relation to this matter indicated that there had been no substantial change in circumstances that weren't foreseen in relation to salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour, the government went with the environmental groups. And it's a pattern that we have seen in Tasmania for a considerable period of time, unfortunately. And of course, when we're talking about the Environmental Defenders Office, this is an organisation that has recently had a significant finding against it in the courts in relation to other matters where they've been found to have fabricated evidence. And so it's even more disturbing that the government would take the word of an organisation like this over that of the Tasmanian Government. And what that decision did was to set a precedent. To set a precedent that over 11 years after a decision had been made to support salmon farming in Tasmania, that it would not be a controlled action, the government can come back after all of the businesses involved have made all of the investment that they have made and reconsider the decision. I mean, what sort of circumstance is that? I mean, if a council approves you to build a house, and you build a house and 10 or 11 years later they come back and say, oh, hang on a minute, we're not sure about that, we might have another look. In fact, we might make you take your house down. We might make you demolish your house because we don't think we should have approved it in the first place. I mean, what an absurd circumstance. What levels of sovereign risk does that generate? And I have to say, in respect of this amendment to the EPBC Act, we've seen exactly the same attitude. Exactly the same attitude. Every single user of the EPBC Act, those that invest their resources to create jobs in our economy, those that have everything at risk, supported this amendment to the Act. Every single one of them. From a range of different circumstances. Obviously the salmon industry supported it, the Forest Products Association, the renewable energy industry, Tilt Renewables, the Business Council of Australia, Cenex, Santos. Santos obviously the victim of the Environmental Defenders Office with their corrupt evidence to the courts, the Australian Airports Association and the Mineral Council of Australia. These are the organisations that invest tens of thousands, millions of dollars in gaining environmental approvals, and every single one of those supported this very simple amendment to the EPBC Act to provide them with some certainty and to remove the sovereign risk that this government had created. And what does the government do in its majority report? It sides with the EDO. It sides with the Environmental Defenders Office. Sends a message. Now, the government will get up and say, yes, well, we're going to amend the EPBC Act in a broader scale, and there's the nature positive legislation. Well, there's not. I mean, the government even voted against debating that themselves this week. So there is no change on the near horizon from this government, unless they do a deal with the Greens, which, you know, we've seen a fair bit of lately. We've seen a fair bit of that. But they stand up here today against every user of the EPBC Act, those that invest to create jobs in our economy, and that's all that these people are asking for, some certainty that when a government makes a decision, the decision stands. That's what this very simple piece of legislation does. And it doesn't even remove the capacity for reconsideration down the line in the case of genuine change in circumstances. It leaves the Act exactly as it is for 3 years, and then after 3 years, any reconsideration request must come from an appropriate minister in the state government where the development is being developed. Very simple piece of legislation. It should be easy for this government to support. They currently don't have anything on the table with respect to the changes to the current Act, but they're prepared to oppose this simply because the environment groups said so. So let's hear what some of these organisations that submitted to the Senate inquiry, which wasn't allowed to have public hearings, was punted back until after sittings in the last part of last year. I mean, really zero respect for this piece of legislation shown by the government all the way through, which is a bit of a trademark, I suppose. Cenex Energy said, the bill under consideration would provide greater certainty in approval conditions for project proponents. Such certainty is essential for investor confidence, particularly in capital-intensive industries involving multi-decade investments such as the natural gas sector. Now, we know the Greens won't support it because they're the anti-everything brigade, but the government talk about having a future gas strategy being important for our energy future needs. We know we need more gas in the system. That's what this is what a major investor is saying in respect of this piece of legislation. Simple piece of legislation should not be difficult to support. Santos. Challenges in the form of reconsideration contests will continue to cause delays and uncertainties for proponents, investors and the community if deficiencies in the Act are not addressed. Santos supports this bill. Santos supports any reform which will bring clarity and greater investment confidence to the approvals regime. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. But of course, the government reject that. They've gone with the Environmental Defenders Office, the corrupt Environmental Defenders Office. Australian Forest Products Association. The proposed changes in this bill will substantially improve regulatory certainty for investors in projects that require environmental approvals, increase investment overall and directly assist the government's efforts to promote the expansion of investment in the plantation forestry sector. Now, the government have a policy to increase plantations, and here's the forest industry saying this piece of legislation will enhance that. Labor's gone with the corrupt Environmental Defenders Office. The Business Council of Australia. One of the key criticisms of the existing EPBC Act is the lack of certainty provided to proponents in pursuing decisions via the process. When multi-million and multi-billion dollar investments supporting thousands of direct and indirect jobs are being developed and delivered, there must be certainty in process and approvals. Can't get much clearer. Can't get much clearer, and yet the government, again, poignant in the Santos circumstance, are going with the discredited, corrupt Environmental Defenders Office evidence. The recently highlighted ability under the existing Act for third parties to challenge an approval years after it has been given has the potential to undermine investor confidence in any project that may have an interaction with the EPBC Act. Decisions under the Act range from renewable energy projects to mining to housing supply, hello, national housing crisis, and tourism, agriculture and aquaculture. All users of the Act that submitted to this inquiry supported this change. The government has chosen in its report to go with the anti-everything brigade. And the Clean Energy Investor Group. The EPBC Act amendment's clear timeframes for reconsidering decisions will increase investor confidence in clean energy projects. The Clean Energy Investor Group believes the EPBC amendment will improve the predictability and efficiency of environmental approvals. The Clean Energy Investor Group supports the EPBC amendment as it addresses the current uncertainty surrounding approvals under the EPBC Act. Now, here we are with a government with a renewables policy for transition of the Australian economy. This is what the investors into clean energy are saying to the government, and they snub their nose at it. I mean, how absurd. How completely absurd. Tilt Renewables, one of the largest owners and operators of wind and solar generation in Australia, with 1,700 megawatts of renewable energy capacity across a number of projects. The rationale for this is clear, as investors need certainty that a planning approval is final and will not be overturned as they continue to invest in developing and then constructing the project. The bill would be a worthwhile reform and improvement to the current open-ended EPBC appeal process. Deputy President, I went about the process of developing this piece of legislation after a conversation with a state environment minister who had told me about the alarm amongst other environment ministers around the country as to the actions of Minister Plibersek in reopening this over decade-old approval in Tasmania. It wasn't just about the salmon industry, it was about all of these other sectors that I've talked about during my contribution. We'll be accused of running some sort of wedge or something of that nature in relation to salmon farming, but this was a genuine concern that was brought to me by a colleague in another parliament who happened to be Environment Minister, and they were all concerned about the precedent that had now been set that would allow any approval, similar approval, to be reconsidered by the Minister. And not by some sort of substantial submission. 3 environmental groups, anti-everything brigade groups, wrote a letter to the Minister, Minister Plibersek. A letter, not a substantial submission, they wrote a letter. And on the basis of that letter, an approval process that had been in place for over a decade has been thrown into upheaval, and everybody is asking questions, including environment ministers at a state level. This is a simple piece of legislation that can provide certainty for investors. Yes, there's a process that may come to fruition perhaps in the next parliament with respect to the EPBC Act more broadly. But quite frankly, people who are putting up millions, tens of millions of dollars, billions of dollars to invest in projects that support this sector, support industry and jobs around the country, should have the certainty of the decisions that are made by government. It is only reasonable that they do. As I said earlier, if a council approved your house and came back 10 years later and said, sorry, we're going to look at this again, you might have to take the extension down. Or we might make you take the house apart. It's an absurdity. And the government should be supporting this legislation. They should be supporting jobs in Tasmania and across the country.
Senator Grogan.
President, so many things that one could respond to in that contribution. I am just amazed at the scaremongering that's going on here. The legislation as it stands has stood for a very long time. Senator Colbeck trying to frighten people that someone's going to take down their house is beyond absurd. It's offensive, unnecessary, and he probably should be quite ashamed of himself. I do stand here ignoring Senator Colbeck's interjections because I listened to him in silence, out of respect. Be nice if there was a bit more of it. The committee that I chair, the Environment Communications Legislation Committee, conducted an inquiry into this bill. And the report was informed by a range of expert submissions. There were a variety of views, of course. The issue, anything around the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Act brings us a great deal of debate and 2 very strong opposing sides. Those opposite, the coalition, who back business and business only and have no interest in the environment, and our colleagues over in the Greens who fight valiantly to protect the environment and have a lesser concern about business. What we're trying to do here, what we always try and do here, is find the balance that's right for Australia. The balance that respects and encourages investment and business, but keeps the integrity of our environment at the heart of the decision-making. So the committee found through its inquiry that this bill is unnecessary, misguided, counterproductive basically to Australia's environmental governance. And the committee did recommend that the bill not be passed. And as we've heard from Senator Colbeck, it really is a desperate attempt to scare workers in regional Tasmania, and that absurd rant at the end about housing just has no place in this chamber. Labor will always back workers. There is an industry in Tasmania that is and should be and will be, and we will support it to be, a sustainable Tasmanian salmon industry. It is at the centre of such a lot of jobs, and therefore there's a balance to be had as to how you proceed. We know how much Tasmanians love their natural environment, and we also know how important their local economy is. We stand here on the Labor benches not to pick one side or the other, but to support workers, to support business, and to support the environment. And that is a more complex way to go, but it is the right way to go. So, the bill that was introduced by Senator Colbeck is looking to impose arbitrary limitations on the reconsideration of environmental decisions. It basically restricts timeframes within which consideration can occur and limits who can actually request it. So, Senator Colbeck has argued that this will provide greater certainty for industry and investment. But as the committee inquiry heard through its submissions, these proposed changes are unnecessary. There are already very strict conditions on reconsiderations that already exist. And those reconsiderations have been in the bill for a long time. What we don't want to do, and what Senator Colbeck's bill would do, is undermine the fundamental integrity of our environmental protections. The most glaring issue in this bill is that it removes an important safeguard in our environmental decision-making. So under the current bill, the Minister has the ability to reconsider a decision when a new substantial piece of information arises, or when circumstances have changed significantly since the original approval. And I think what you need to be clear on here is the words substantial and significant. It's not, as Senator Colbeck would have you believe, that we're going to go and tell people they have to take their house down. These are fundamental issues that need to be held within our environmental protection laws. The environment is not a static thing. As scientific information evolves, as we learn more, as things change, our environmental monitoring needs to identify those things, and then we need to deal with them. Not in the manner that Senator Colbeck has scaremongered his way through this morning. But these are often new threats and stuff that reveal new issues that need to be considered, not just ignored or not just mowed over for a particular ideological position. There are great dangers in limiting reconsideration to a 3-year window, as has been proposed, because sometimes issues occur decades into the future. Things change. We do not live in a static world. Restricting who can request such a reconsideration is also one of the big challenges with what the Coalition is proposing here. Limiting beyond 3 years and limiting who is highly problematic. You're turning it into an entirely political situation as opposed to a scientific, factual one that respects the community, respects business and respects the perspectives put forward when something changes. So this bill deliberately excludes community groups because, as we know and we hear it all the time, those opposite aren't big fans of community groups who have views on things, particularly when it comes to the environment. It excludes independent experts. It excludes environmental organisations, which we know environmental organisations are public enemy number one for the Coalition, because they can't bear somebody with an opinion and they can't go through a process of respecting people's ideas. The kind of restrictions here about who can request are basically going to significantly reduce any sort of public oversight, any community concerns being recognised. We look at community participation in environmental decision-making as a crucial transparency and accountability measure. Removing this pathway for public engagement is going to erode trust even further than it already has. The system is widely regarded as inadequate. We know that. We've talked about this endlessly in this chamber. Endlessly we have spoken about the problems with the EPBC Act. And this has been going on for decades. But do you think we can get agreement to bring forward a revised bill? No. Those opposite, business only, our Greens colleagues, environment only. Neither of these ways is the way to go. We need to come to a position where everyone gets that business is important and the environment is important, and we need to find the pathway through that. And that's what we've been trying to do with the revisions to the EPBC Act that we've been talking about ever since we got into government. But do you think we can get an agreement? No. Because it's an either or. That's not what we're about. We're about protecting the environment and supporting business. And that takes a much more complex thought process and a much more engaged process than either of our major party colleagues in this chamber or the other are prepared to invest. Now, the EPBC Act, as I've said, already contains strict safeguards to ensure that any reconsideration requests are only entertained with substantial new information that warrants a review, not just for political purposes as proposed by Senator Colbeck. Sustainable investment anywhere in this country, in any industry, be it salmon farming, be it mining, be it housing, doesn't matter. It all relies on robust, reliable environmental governance. Allowing projects to proceed based on outdated or incomplete information creates a long-term financial and a long-term environmental liability. And ultimately that's going to harm business, harm communities and ecosystems alike. So, as I've said, the comprehensive reform of the EPBC Act was informed by Professor Graham Samuel's review. And he identified, as I don't think anyone disagrees, is that, our environmental laws as they stand are broken. Yet, in almost 3 long years, we cannot get our colleagues in this chamber to actually have a proper conversation and agree to compromise maybe. I know that's maybe not quite where people are at, but compromise is a good thing to get a better outcome. And until we get some more engaged and more thoughtful and more intellectual embrace of the reforms that we're trying to get through to the EPBC by our colleagues, then we're going to still be in this situation where we have the same conversation over and over and over again in this chamber because the Coalition and the Greens are so ideologically entrenched. So, if what you are looking for, Senator Colbeck, is a better deal for business, I would suggest you engage with the EPBC reform because the way the laws are now, they're not working for anyone. We know that in the current situation, and we're seeing it, our environment is facing unprecedented challenges. Climate change, habitat destruction and biodiversity loss. We have to ensure that our laws on the environment are robust, responsive and informed by the best available science. This bill moves us completely in the wrong direction and really is just a political stunt that Senator Colbeck has been put up to by his Tasmanian Liberal colleagues. We need an answer, we need a pathway, we need a measure that protects business, protects workers and protects the environment. And with enough thought and a bit less ideology, we can get there. Thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, I rise to contribute to the debate on this bill, but let me say straight up, this bill is a bad bill. It's a political stunt from the Coalition. It says everything about what the Coalition thinks about the environment, and that is they hate it. They hate the environment. They hate any moves to protect the environment. They resist any regulation that protects the environment, and they'll do anything they can to weaken environmental protection. This is one of these issues where the coalition, refusing to listen to the scientists, refusing to listen to independent advice, refusing to listen to the cries and concerns in their local community for the survival of our native species, survival of our ecosystems. They're all too obsessed with digging, drilling and polluting. And in this case, of course, when we look at the salmon industry's devastation of waterways in Tasmania, the coalition just don't give two hoots about the pollution and the damage that the corporate, foreign, I might add, salmon industry is doing to beautiful Tasmania. We are on the cusp of a biodiversity crisis, and we have ecosystems in collapse. We have our beautiful native species after species being acknowledged as being in serious danger of extinction, and in this case, the Maugean skate, facing extinction, an animal that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. The Liberal Party and the National Party don't care about protecting Australia's environment. They don't care about the impact that industry at all costs has on the ecosystems. And, I do wonder just how much money and support is flowing from the big salmon corporations to the Liberal Party because why would you, day after day after day, ignore the very real threats to Tasmania's environment and waterways at the expense of the profits of these foreign salmon corporations? We've been told over and over again that the expansion of the salmon industry in Tasmania will push our native species and our biodiversity to extinction. But the Liberal Party in Tasmania do not care. Do not care. That's what this bill is all about. But of course, it's not just in relation to salmon, the toxic salmon industry in Tasmania. This is emblematic of the coalition under Peter Dutton's rule. It is emblematic of Mr Dutton's attitude to the environment and to nature, full stop. You know who is helping Mr Dutton at this coming election more than anyone else? And that, of course, is Gina Rinehart. Gina Rinehart, who openly denounces the protection of Australia's environment, seems to have total disdain for Australia's unique and beautiful wildlife. I mean, if anyone hasn't seen it, you should look up the crazy, unhinged speech that Gina Rinehart gave last year as part of the Bush Summit. A list of random points that Gina Rinehart was making, but chief among them was that we couldn't possibly have laws that protect Australia's endangered wildlife because, you know what, 27 of them might kill you. That is the kind of logic that this unhinged, power-hungry individual has. And of course, we know where Gina Rinehart is putting her money this election. She is funding the Liberal Party. Hundreds of thousands of dollars being handed over to Mr Dutton to do Gina Rinehart's bidding. And chief among her demands is the trashing of Australia's environmental regulation, the winding back of laws that protect our native species, and all in the name of profit for the big mining corporations and Gina Rinehart herself. Unhinged, un-Australian and damaging to our precious biodiversity. So the Liberal Party are going to run around this election saying, listen to them because they will wind back environmental protection. They will stand in the way of and stare down the advice of scientists and experts about what is best for the sustainability of our natural world. And they will do the bidding of those who want to just keep logging, digging, bulldozing and polluting. And it doesn't matter whether it's the coal companies or the gas corporations or the logging lobby or indeed the big foreign salmon corporations. This position is not in the interests of local communities here in Australia. This is in the interest of the profits of these big corporations at the expense of our environment and the sustainability of jobs in our communities. Because if you pollute our waterways to a point where nothing can survive, well, there's no jobs in that area anyway. If you continue to log our native forests into extinction, well, there's no jobs there anyway. There are no jobs on a dead planet. A very clear, simple fact that is lost day after day after day on the likes of Mr Dutton, the Liberal Party and the National Party. But it seems that if you're rich enough, like Gina Rinehart, if you've got billions of dollars to yourself, then you don't care about what is being left behind for any future generation, and you don't care about the impacts of jobs in local communities or the health and protection of our environment. Let's not forget, Gina Rinehart was praising of the ridiculously low, almost slave labour wages of overseas workers because that's what she thinks. That's what she thinks workers should be paid here. She doesn't care about people's jobs. She only cares about her own money. And she only cares about whether Mr Dutton will be elected so that he can implement what she wants. This bill is a political stunt from the Liberal Party, but it is a dangerous warning sign of what is to come under a Dutton government. The trashing of common sense, the overriding of independent expert advice because they don't like it, it's inconvenient truth, and the bidding of the industries that only make their money and profit because they continue to pollute, to destroy and to bulldoze. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about the interests of the foreign-owned salmon corporations, the foreign-owned logging companies, the foreign-owned mining corporations, the foreign-owned big ag. This is a warning of what is to come from Peter Dutton's government if he was to be elected. Doing the bidding of the big corporations at the expense of Australians, Australian jobs and our environment. And of course, when we stand up and say, well, these corporations should have to pay their fair share of tax, who does the squealing and the bidding and the defending of these big corporations? Oh, of course, it's the Liberal Party and the National Party, the coalition who think their job and our job here in the Parliament is to pave the way for these big corporations to run riot over our environment, over workers' rights, over Australia. But as soon as you say, well, maybe you should pay something for that, the Liberal Party say, oh, no, you don't have to pay anything. You don't have to pay anything. Unless, of course, it comes in the form of a political donation, and then they'll have their hand out. They're happy to take money for themselves as donations, but they don't want money being paid back in tax to the Australian taxpayer. These beautiful waterways and rivers of Tasmania deserve to be protected for everybody, not just for the survival of the Maugean skate, not just for the other fishermen in the area and the sustainable fishing industry. They deserve to be protected in the public interest because nature needs our help and we are part of the environment. So when we come into this place and see pathetic pieces of legislation designed to ignore expert advice, overrule the protection of our endangered species and our environment, you've got to be very wary. Why would the Liberal Party want these rules ignored, want this advice ignored, want this overturned? It's not because they're doing it in the best interests of the Australian people. They are doing it because the corporations who are polluting, who are logging, who are digging and burning want to keep making massive profits. They are doing this. Mr Dutton is doing the bidding of the big corporations because he wants them to be able to keep making profits. He wants to be mates with them, like he is with Gina Rinehart, at the expense of what is good for our communities, at the expense of what is good for our environment, and at the expense of the survival of some of our most unique and oldest living creatures. Australia is a beautiful, beautiful country. We have some of the most unique species in the world. But rather than taking pride in that, rather than having a sense of national pride about how beautiful our country is, the Liberal Party want to sell it for cheap. The Liberal Party want to sell it off to the big corporations at a cheap price with very little regulation and no respect or understanding for expert advice. Who would you believe? The scientists or Peter Dutton's Liberal Party? Do you take your advice from the Tasmanian Liberals or do you take your advice for the environmental scientists and climate experts? I know who I would choose and I know who most Australians would choose. This bill is a bad bill for Australia, a bad bill for our environment, and it should be rejected.
Senator Duniam.
Well, Acting Deputy President, there's a rumour going around at the moment, would you believe, that this could well be the last sitting week before the election. And I tend to think it is, because listening to what both government and their coalition partners, the Australian Greens, had to say, it's all about sandbagging and holding together this little sham difference of opinion long enough for Australians to be distracted and not fooled into some illusion that this crowd over here, the Australian government, are pro-jobs and that the Greens aren't the green tail wagging the Labor dog. Well, the Greens talk about what is to come, and I tell you, this last sitting fortnight is a great representation of what is to come. I've lived through Labor-Green governments before, and I can tell you one thing, they are bad. We hear someone talk about a bad bill that's bad for the environment, bad for the country. I'll tell you what's bad for the country and bad for the environment, bad for jobs, bad for cost of living. It is a Labor-Green government. And if the polls are to be believed, that is what we're going to end up with after this election, which is why it was so interesting to see, of course, the report into the Senate inquiry report into this bill, where both Labor and the Greens lined up together to say, you know what, we aren't going to touch this bill for a range of spurious reasons. They've provided their responses, their arguments around why they wouldn't. None of them stack up, because at the end of the day, there are very few people in this chamber, an exception of a group called the Australian Greens, who believe the laws are broken in the sense that they don't protect the economy, they don't protect jobs, they do not do anything to advance the cause when it comes to addressing the cost of living crisis and keeping jobs in our regional communities. And that is why it is just so ridiculous that instead of working with the coalition on making sure this bill does something productive for a community that has been left on tenterhooks now for more than a year, almost 18 months, 2 Christmases, have families in the community of Strawn, in the electorate of Braddon, wondering whether they will have jobs in the months to come, whether they'll be able to pay their mortgages, whether they should re-enrol their kids in the local school. These concerns are real. And what this bill was about was attempting to address the issues that that community has faced. To suggest that we have in place a good process now where anyone, anywhere in the country, masquerading as a concerned citizen, or indeed, as some might characterise them, scientists, throw up into the air the certainty of an industry which has operated in Macquarie Harbour, in this case, for more than a decade. Almost 13 years now has this salmon farming operation been in existence. But the Bob Brown Foundation, which of course is not a group of scientists, I don't know how many scientists they have on staff or in their membership, but they are not invested in good outcomes for that community. They are a political outfit, green activists who seek to do harm to industries that generate economic outcomes for our community. And it is on that basis that we think we do need to restrain who can make claims of this nature. The fact that more than a decade after these permits were in operation, you can have this happen. We hear these claims that it's all about foreign-owned companies deriving massive, dirty, big profits. Terrible thing, these profits, which of course invest in our communities and employ people, the companies like Huon Aquaculture, Tassal, Petuna. The fact that they employ 5,000 people in our state is something that gets glossed over by those who oppose the industry and those who won't stand up for it. We want to talk about foreign money. Let's talk about the neighbours of fish farming who receive, of course, overseas donations, grants from foreign, opaque, dark, shady entities, like the global salmon farming resistance. Who are they? Where are they from? Do they have our community's interests at heart? No, I don't think they do. Not if they're based out of Argentina and we don't know who they are. Do you think that they want to have Tasmanians employed in the salmon industry? No, I don't think they do. But they're handing over lots of money to, of course, the neighbours of fish farming, and indeed the members of the Global Salmon Farming Resistance, this foreign organisation, have very strong ties with the Bob Brown Foundation and others who are anti-industry, anti-job and indeed anti-good outcomes for our community. So I say, if you're serious about protecting this industry, if you're serious about getting a good outcome, if you're serious about saying you support the salmon workers, then this being the last sitting fortnight that we will have before this election, and I think that is the case, do something before the election to provide certainty for salmon workers. Do something to ensure that, of course, this industry can operate with certainty into the future. You cannot say you support this industry, which, frankly, science has proven is sustainable, is manageable, and will create jobs while protecting the environment, protecting the future of the Maugean skate, Do something. And if you don't want to support this bill in its current form, amend it. Or, I don't know, move a motion to protect this industry. Call on this Environment Minister, who has sat on her hands, has sat on departmental advice now for nearly 18 months, and do something to protect these jobs and this community. It is what any good Tasmanian would do. It's what I am doing, along with Senator Colbeck, Senator Chandler and Senator Askew. So I look forward to seeing how this bill is voted on, because I characterise a vote against this legislation in one way, and that is, frankly, that you think what is happening here is okay, that this green activist opposition to this industry is okay and you're going to let it continue. That's what that means if you vote against this bill. I commend the bill, of course, to the Senate.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, losing the salmon industry from Macquarie Harbour will devastate the West Coast. Strahan and its surrounding towns will never be the same. And if you think I'm being dramatic, don't take it from me. Anyone who's actually spoken to people on the West Coast knows how important the salmon industry is to their survival. The industry has revitalised the West Coast. It's brought back that sense of pride for the community, and our communities need jobs to thrive. And if the salmon industry jobs go with nothing else to replace them, the community implodes. Families have to move away to find new work, and the West Coast of Tassie loses its next generation. It dies another death. The West Coast has taken hit after hit, and it won't survive another. The Prime Minister's made a few visits to the West Coast recently. He said he's open to passing legislation so reviews can't be made against past decisions. The same kind of bill we're voting on this morning from the Coalition. I asked in question time last week if that was the Prime Minister's personal opinion or if it's the official Labor Party policy. The Minister representing the Minister for the Environment wasn't aware of the Prime Minister's comments, and I think that says everything. With an election looming and Braddon as a key seat, Labor and the Liberals are doing everything they can to win over voters in the North West Coast. Comments like this from the Prime Minister gives the community hope. It gives them a light at the end of the tunnel, a resolution finally in sight. But if he doesn't have any intention of following through, it's misleading and cruel to a community on the brink. Macquarie Harbour has been under review almost the entire time Labor has been in government, 3 years. Imagine waking up every day for 3 years not knowing if that's the day your job is going to be ripped out from under you, if it's the day you're going to lose the ability to buy food for your family, pay for the roof over their head. Look, I've visited the workers in Strahan a few times. Each time I was met by worried faces. Workers not concerned with politics or what's going on here in Canberra. People who just want to do their job, provide for their families and be part of the West Coast community. It shouldn't be a big ask. The chaos around Macquarie Harbour has led to a wider debate about salmon farms, and we've taken an all-or-nothing approach to the salmon industry in Tasmania. Either you support salmon and support jobs, or you want to save a fish and damn an industry. This is a major oversimplification of the issue. I think there's a way forward where the industry can thrive and we can look after the environment at the same time. The salmon industry is a major employer. It directly employs thousands of people in Tasmania. Many of these jobs are in regional and remote areas where other employment opportunities just aren't available. But we can't ignore the very real environmental concerns either. Evidence shows salmon farms are contributing to long-term damage in sensitive aquatic habitats. And it's not about compromise. It's about finding solutions and genuinely improve outcomes for both sides. So here's some thoughts on how we could do that. The government can invest in offshore technologies. It'll help take the pressure off vulnerable ecosystems. They should also support research for sustainable food sources. It'll reduce the industry's environmental footprint and wastage. Let's also have more transparent reporting around the industry and bring the community into it. People in Hobart and Lonnie don't have direct contact with salmon farms in the Macquarie Harbour or down in Huon. Let's bring them into the conversation and acknowledge the industry has had its problems and will always be evolving to put them right. People trust that over the usual, nothing to see here. to generally move forward with salmon farming in Tasmania, we need to start looking at how we work together rather than fighting against each other. The Coalition Bill aims to do just that. It's trying to make salmon farming no longer a political football. This bill says that reviews won't be able to be launched willy-nilly into past environmental decisions, but it's not a blanket ban on all reviews. The bill allows anyone to call for a review within 3 years of a decision being made. After 3 years, the call can still be made, but it has to come from the relevant state or territory minister in which the review of the action will happen. It's a reasonable buffer where a decision can be examined, but the case has to be made to an elected minister, not by someone with a beef against the original decision. Businesses investing in our regions don't do it on a whim that can easily change direction when somebody thinks they should. They invest with a view to the long-term future and not on a 3-year election cycle. They have to be viable, they have to pay their workers, they have to make a profit and plan for the future. They take the risk and have to manage that risk. Their opponents know this too. The bill still allows objections to be made, and yeah, hindsight can often help us to look into the future. But it has to be balanced with what's fair and right. Opponents can still make their case to a state or territory minister, but it has to be put in one on its merits, not on who can make the most noise and cause the most trouble. Ministers are accountable and can be challenged, and they know this, especially at a state or territory level. This bill puts the power back in the hands of the local communities where a decision has been made, not in the hands of someone who lives in another state. Any rational person also knows that leaving thousands of workers in limbo for years is a dark place to be. It's not right and it's not fair. When it comes to Macquarie Harbour, I stand with the workers and I stand with the West Coast community. I stand for finally getting a solution for an industry that spent 3 years waiting for the other shoe to drop. That's why I'm supporting this bill.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President, and this is an incredibly important private senator's bill that we are debating here today, introduced by my colleague Senator Richard Colbeck. He's done an incredible amount of work drafting this bill, which will provide the certainty that Tasmanian salmon workers need. And in the interests of them gaining that certainty, I move that the motion be put.
I'm advised that because you've already spoken, your preamble prevents you from moving that motion to put the question.
My apologies, Madam Acting Deputy President. I wasn't aware that that was the case. I would like to seek that the motion be put on this question, but if I must continue contributing on the bill, then that is what I will do. Like I said, Senator Richard Colbeck has done an incredible amount of work on this bill. And it is important to provide the salmon workers of Tasmania the certainty that they need. I have spent many hours over the last few years meeting with Tasmania's salmon workers, talking to them about the concerns that they have of the lack of certainty over their industry. And I think it is incredibly important that we listen to those concerns in this place. As my colleagues who have already spoken on this bill, Senator Dunniam, Senator Colbeck, have shared, Tasmanian salmon workers are hurting right now. They are hurting because this government has a decision sitting over their heads, meaning that they don't know if they are going to see another Christmas, another year working in their local industry. My colleagues, Senator Colbeck and our fellow Senate candidate at the upcoming election, Jackie Martin and I, have spent time on the west coast of Tasmania in Strahan, speaking to salmon workers, listening to their concerns. And I know that this bill that Senator Colbeck has introduced here today is incredibly important to do that. If we are able to bring this bill on for vote today, and I certainly do hope that that is something that we can do, Madam Acting Deputy President, then I think that that will go some way to providing the certainty that this industry needs. because the government has not provided them with that certainty. The government has not listened to Tasmanian salmon workers. It has not listened to the concerns of that industry and what they are seeking to achieve. They just want certainty. They just want certainty. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President.
Senator Cash.
I move that the motion now be put.
So the question is that the motion now be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the Top door's not locked. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. So the ayes are 30 and the noes are 31. So the noes have it. So that means the bill continues. I'm looking for a speaker. I'll just wait till the chamber clears a little. But Senator McKim, I'll call you and, yeah.
Well, thanks very much, President. Well, while global heating is spiralling past 1.5 degrees of global warming, while ecosystems are literally crumbling around us, here we have the Liberal Party engaged in a race to the bottom to undermine our already pathetically weak environment laws in Australia. Let's be very clear about the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. It does not do what it says on the tin. It claims to be around protecting our environment, but what it actually does is facilitate the destruction of nature. It facilitates the undermining of biodiversity. And it does that because it was designed to be a fast track for environmentally destructive approvals. It was never designed to be a piece of legislation that protects our environment. And that's why it was so disappointing when Labor kowtowed to the fossil fuel industry and refused to progress its so-called nature positive laws, which themselves were not anywhere near sufficient to fix our broken environment laws. But Labor wouldn't even progress their weak attempt to fix our weak environment laws because they got their riding orders from the giant fossil fuel corporations who, remember, are making obscene profits and their CEOs making multi-million-dollar salary packages by cooking our planet. And what that means is that they are making obscene profits and their CEOs making multinational salary packages from engaging in action that will actually result in large numbers of people dying, even greater numbers of people being displaced from their homes, will result in famine, will result in war, and will result in a massive civilisational upheaval that humanity will face as we move through the decades of this century. And instead of actually taking action in the public interest, we have Labor kowtowing to the fossil fuel sector and refusing to progress reforms to fix our broken environment laws. And we have the Liberals coming in here today actually moving to undermine our already pathetically weak environment laws. This is a race for the bottom. It is dangerous for humanity. It is absolutely catastrophic for our ecosystems, for that beautiful, complex web of life that actually underpins human survival on this planet. History will view the Labor and Liberal parties very harshly, and rightly so, and history will also laud those of us, for example, in the Greens, who are standing up and fighting against what is happening in here. This collaboration, this collusion between Labor and Liberal to refuse to fix our environment laws and to actually actively undermine them and prevent them from even having an opportunity to do what it claims that they do in the name of the bill, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Bill Act. To prevent them from doing that, it is active collusion and it is against the interests of humanity. And we need to understand this because we need to name it up and we need to call it out. And when you're facing this kind of collusion, this kind of abrogation
Senator
of...
McKim, the time for this debate has expired. You'll be in continuance. Senator Mackenzie.
Seek leave to move a motion relating to the discharge of bills from the notice paper as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name as Leader of the Nationals, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the discharge of bills from the notice paper. Well, as if the car tax that was exposed yesterday wasn't enough, we now have the fresh food tax. And what the Coalition is seeking to do today is to have the farmers' tax removed from the notice paper of the Senate debate to give confidence to the 85,000 farmers across this country that this government will not seek to make them pay for the biosecurity arrangements of importers, their competitors. It is absolutely outrageous and really goes to the heart of the Labor Party's attack on rural and regional Australia. Our farmers are producing the cleanest, greenest product in the world. Our biosecurity arrangements need to be tough, they need to be secure, but you shouldn't be expecting our farmers to be the ones to pay for that. Because guess what? You tax the farmers, they're price takers. You have to pass that tax through. And that means in the middle of a cost of living crisis, fresh food, fresh groceries are going to go through the roof for everyday Australians. You've seen in the UK over this week that farmers right across the UK have taken to the streets of London against their own Labor government, installing taxes and increased impost on the agriculture sector there. And the agriculture sector here in Australia has made it very clear they do not want this biosecurity tax, this fresh food tax being put on from Labor, and thanks to the tough stance that they've taken, it sat on the notice paper for 320 days. We haven't dealt with it. We haven't dealt with it. And thanks to the National Farmers Federation and the President David Joe Henke for being so tough on actually standing up for our primary producers, because what we have seen under Labor is food. At the grocery store, Australians are now seeing that go up by 12% on the cost of living crisis under Labor. So what do? They think, you know what, that's just not high enough. That's not high enough for everyday Australians to pay for their fresh food. Let's put a tax on farmers. But that's not all they've done to our agriculture sector. They've torn up the agriculture visa, making it harder for our farmers to find workforce. They've actually banned the live sheep export trade, putting men and women, shearers, out of work in WA. They've also cut and delayed regional infrastructure and water projects. Their 82% renewable target by 2030 is seeing farmland carpeted with solar panels, wind towers and transmission lines, tearing up private property rights. The deceitful changes to superannuation, which I'm sure will be slammed through this chamber before we break, which will see farmers taxed on unrealised gains, as if they're going to sell the family farm to pay their tax bill. Absolutely appalling. Radical industrial relations law. Signing up to the global methane pledge. Well, thank you very much if you're a beef producer. Potential cultural heritage laws which put private property rights at risk across this country. The onerous Scope 3 compulsory emissions, and I could go on. They talk a big game about supporting rural and regional Australians, the 9 million of us who don't live in capital cities. They say that as they're in front of the cameras, as they're standing up at Merimbula even this morning. But look at people's actions. And this government's action, an attack and assault on rural regional Australians, on what we do. You can't find a doctor in the regions for love nor money. You've torn up projects that were actually supposed to assist us with road safety and productivity gains with freight. You're attacking our farmers. You've instigated a car and ute tax, which will mean rural and regional Australians pay more for the cars we don't just buy because we love them, which we do, but because we actually need them to actually do our work, to travel the hundreds of kilometres to just get to footy training on a Thursday night, let alone earn a living. Labor's assault on the regions has to stop, and we need to discharge this bill.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this suspension, and we'll oppose it because we don't accept that the opposition should be able to rearrange the program every morning, as has become custom in this place.
Senator Rennick.
Chair, I was up before Senator Gallagher. I just want to make sure I get a chance to speak to this.
Government takes precedence. Okay. Senator Rennick, I'll come to you.
Senator Rennick, I won't be taking the full 5 minutes, so. But I'm not going to be lectured by Senator Mackenzie around biosecurity. When we came to government, biosecurity, like other areas of the public service, was underfunded and unable to do the job it needed to do. And that is what happened. That is what happened under the former government.
Order,
so don't
Senator
pretend
Mackenzie.
otherwise. You ignored the risks of biosecurity that have massive economic impact on farmers.
You beat me to it.
Point of order,
Yes.
Acting Deputy President. Senator Mackenzie was heard in silence, and it would be appreciated if she would do Senator Gallagher the same courtesy.
Senator Mackenzie, I will remind you that interjecting during debate is disorderly. Senator Gallagher.
The Coalition had left our biosecurity system underfunded and insecure, and we heard that from farmers right round the country as
Senator
we had
Gallagher, would you resume your seat? Senator Mackenzie, again, I remind you that interjections are disorderly. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you very much. Their shameful legacy on biosecurity was ignoring demands from farmers for sustainable biosecurity funding. They did absolutely nothing to make importers pay their fair share for almost a decade. We have worked on trying to find the balance to find that sustainable biosecurity funding model going forward, but we accept that this bill will not be part of that solution. But we are not going to be lectured by the National Party around biosecurity. They cut it, they didn't invest in it, and they left our farmers vulnerable. And not only did they do that for farmers, they also trashed our international relationships to the point that our biggest trading partner, China, lost our farmers lost all of that business. $20 billion in trade has resumed under this government. That is how much we value farmers. That is how much we value the relationships, and that is how much we will advocate on their behalf. So we won't take lectures from Senator McKenzie on any of that, because they left it in absolute crisis and disarray, and Minister Watt came in and had to fix it, and the ERC had to find resources to actually deliver the security that our farmers deserve and our community deserves. So we will not support this suspension. We do not believe that Senator McKenzie grandstanding in opposition when she was unable to do anything in government. That is the problem here.
Senator Whish-Wilson, and then I'll come round.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Greens support discharging this bill from the notice paper, and I can understand why the Nationals want to have a bit of debate in 1 minute to midnight near the end of the 47th Parliament to actually show that they're doing something for farmers, when most of their focus in this Parliament's been on approving new coal projects and gas projects, fighting culture wars, undermining the path to recognition for our First Nations people. But here we are, having a little bit of a debate, raising points in the Senate to show that you're supporting farmers. Well, I've got a couple of things to say very briefly about this bill, Acting Deputy President. The Greens made it clear to Labor we didn't support this bill in its current form. We did listen to the concerns raised with us by numerous stakeholders, but I want it to be really clear. The funding in this country for biosecurity, which arguably is one of the biggest threats facing our agricultural sector, the funding at the moment, through levies that are paid for by agricultural producers, goes to a stance or a framework around reacting to biosecurity outbreaks. So that funding is there. If we get a biosecurity outbreak, it's there to be spent to actually try and get on top of a biosecurity outbreak. There isn't any funding to try and prevent biosecurity outbreaks. That comes out of general revenue. This bill was designed to add an extra funding stream to help us better future-proof our agricultural sector against enormous biosecurity risks. And I do believe it is something we still need to work on. I wanted to get this on record today. I spoke to the National Farmers Federation and to other agricultural stakeholders, and they made it very clear with me that they were prepared to sit down with the government and find a way forward on this, to find a new funding stream and a structure that worked for them. And in good faith, the Greens said to the government we wouldn't be supporting this, but we do have an expectation that the agricultural sector will work with the government of the day to find a way forward so we can get more funding for biosecurity risks. We've recently just seen it with the avian flu. There's so many risks facing our country, we've got to do better. So I just wanted to get that on record today. We're supporting the discharge of this bill, but we have an expectation that, in good faith, agricultural sector will work with the government to find a solution to this problem.
I have to go across the chamber. I'm going to go to Senator Smith and then Senator Rennick. I'll go back to the crossbench.
Thank you. So bad is this government that even the Australian Greens have decided to distance themselves from the government's legislation. Senator Whish-Wilson has just confirmed that they will support the discharge of the Biosecurity Protection Levy legislation from the notice paper. Congratulations, Senator Wilson, and to the Australian Greens for the wisdom that you have shown in this particular instance. Because there is no group in the Australian community that the Labor government has not sought to target and to undermine. They've undermined the experience of Australian families with a cost of living crisis. They've undermined Australia's mining and resources sector with regulatory uncertainty as a result of duplicative environmental laws, workplace relation laws that stifle workplaces rather than enliven them. And of course, Australia's agricultural sector has been at the forefront of Labor's attempts to undermine and attack the very, very heart and essence of Australia's prosperity. Let's be very, very clear about this. This Bioprotection Levy bill was pushed through the House of Representatives in March 2024, almost a year ago. and has sat on the Senate notice paper for no less than 320 days.
That's it.
320 days. The opposition, in the form of the coalition, opposes it. The Australian Greens now have confirmed that they oppose it. So let's wait to see what the crossbench does. Every crossbench senator is now on notice. Do they support Australia's agricultural sector, or do they want to tax them into oblivion? This fresh food tax, farming tax, whatever you want to call it, is just another attempt by the Labor government to undermine Australia's agricultural sector. What more evidence do Australia's regional communities need to know to confirm in their own hearts and minds that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, Dr Jim Chalmers are not on their side, And no matter what the government might do in the last 24 to 36 hours, rushing out all these new announcements, terminal to the teller, all these fancy slogans, the record of this Labor government in terms of supporting agricultural communities at a time of their greatest need is obvious, and it's bad. Labor has chosen to tear up the agricultural visa. Labor is attempting ill-advised changes to the PALM scheme. Labor is banning the live sheep export, which is sending a shiver through the spines of regional communities in my home state of Western Australia, pushing ahead with water buybacks, signing up to a reckless race to 82% renewables, onerous Scope 3 compulsory emissions reporting arrangements, deceitful changes to superannuation, radical industrial relations laws that stifle farming communities, signing up to the global methane pledge, potential cultural heritage laws that put farming communities at risk, delays to red imported fire ant eradication funding, and a new truck and tax, ute tax. The list goes on and on and on. And today, Wednesday, the 12th of February, this Senate chamber can say to the Australian Labor Party, enough is enough. We're making a stand. The opposition, supported by the Australian Greens, and now the onus is on the crossbench. Will they stand up to support regional communities, or will they let them wither on the vine?
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy Chair. And I rise too to support this bill being removed from the notice paper. I can't understand why we don't put a tax on the people, on the importers themselves. We've now got the US President wanting to start a trade war, so let's call their bluff. Let's make the importers, the people who are actually bringing these containers, on board to pay, because according to agricultural.gov.au website, that taxpayers actually have to pay 44% of this levy, and believe it or not, Australia Post actually have to pay 2% as well. Meanwhile, the importers only pay 48%. And our wheat farmers and our grain producers, they already pay through GST and through beer excise. And that is one of the policies that People First are advocating for, is to actually reduce the beer excise tax from 60 cents per litre of alcohol down to 20 cents. This country was built by the beer drinkers, and it belongs to the beer drinkers, not the wine drinkers. So if wine can get a subsidy, so should the beer drinkers. And the other thing we need to do to help our agricultural producers in this country is allow the farmers to engage in collective bargaining when it comes to dealing with big wholesale buyers. Because what I saw in the supermarket inquiry was that Coles and Woolworths are leaning very heavily on our horticultural growers, and a big shout out to the guys there in Lockyer Valley and around Bundaberg and the many producers up in North Queensland. We need to protect our horticulturalists, and we need to allow them to engage in collective bargaining, and we need much more transparency in the prices that Coles and Woolworths are giving or offering to our farmers. So they're two policies that People First will be proposing. But back to this bill, we strongly believe that the people who import goods into this country should be the ones who pay for the biosecurity levy. It's not right that the consumers here in Australia have to pay for this, because by putting a tax on the taxpayers, it's another cost, impost on the cost of living through food. and I, for the life of me, can't understand why we'd want to be encouraging foreign farmers and foreign producers to sell their goods into Australia when we have a very viable and competitive agricultural sector here in Australia. And I might add that, you know, Australia is one of the very few countries in the world that doesn't protect its agricultural and manufacturing industry. It makes my blood boil. Don't start, Dad, on the amount of pork that gets dumped in this country from the EU and from Canada. And this is the thing, you know, it's all very well saying you believe in free trade, but that doesn't mean to say you destroy your own producers while other producers in other countries get to get enormous subsidies, and the EU's notorious for this, and then dump. They get enormous subsidies in their own country, they overproduce and then dump in this country. So I support that this bill gets disallowed. I think it's an absolute disgrace that we are trying to impose a tax on the Australian consumer. Let the foreign importers pay for this. And I'd also just say that we need to also reduce the excise on beer. It's way out of control. And we need to allow our farmers to engage in collective bargaining with the big Coles and Woolworths, big retailers.
Minister.
That the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Now, the question, Senator, I'm going to put the question. Okay, thank you. The question is that standing orders be suspended. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Shut the doors. Shut the doors. The question is that standing orders be suspended. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell to tell it for the ayes, Senator Ciccone to tell it for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 45, noes 21. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Mackenzie.
I move that a motion relating to the discharge of bills from the notice paper may be moved immediately, have precedence over all other business and be determined without amendment.
The question is put. I'll put the question to the Senate. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. Noes have it. You want to put that again? Because I only heard one voice on that side. I'll put the question again. The motion moved by Senator Mackenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Senator Mackenzie.
I've never got this far on a suspension motion. I don't
You're
quite
not
know
alone.
what to do. I move the motion.
Question. Okay, you moved the motion. Thank you, Minister.
Can I, sorry, thank you, Chair. Can I ask that subsection A and B be put together, so that I'd like those subsections put together and then C separately?
You can.
Oh.
And C after. A and B together, C after. Okay. Have you? This has got us all going, hasn't it? Well, you can have a go at it. Do you want to have a go at it? Nothing else is happening. Does anyone want to speak on anything? Okay. I'm going to put it. Senator Mackenzie.
And then you split the motion.
Yes. You did. She did move the motion. And let's put the motion, all right? We've done. Let's go back to this. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Now, does the Minister want to jump up? Minister, do you want to put it again? Clark. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Hanson-Young was on her feet. I apologise. Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
Could we please ask that the motion number 700 and something, 785,
that narrows it
that
down.
is being brought forward because of Senator Mackenzie's motion was successful, could we please ask that section A and B be put separately?
Yeah, I've got to call the clerk. I'm going to, because the minister had already put one before, and I was just out of procedure, just going back to the minister to clarify that. So what I will do is, Senator Hanson-Young, I will go back to the minister because you put your part. I just want to do it all official because there's enough confusion in the chamber as we speak. So I'd like to give you the opportunity. So, clerk.
General business, notice of motion 785, standing in the name of the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, Senator Mackenzie.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, could I please ask that section A and B be put separately to C?
Yes, you can, and I'll put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I'll say the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Voices. This is, yeah. Yes, A and B separately. Yes, I put that. Again. Did you want me to do it again? Sorry, I'll just get the minister.
If I could help, the request to put the question separately doesn't need to go to a vote, and so I think that's what the confusion has been.
Okay.
I think people were voting thinking we were voting on A and B, but we weren't.
All right, thank you, clerk. Sure. Is anyone seeking the call? No one seeking the call? Well, I'll put the question. A and B. All right. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. Well, the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. On A and B. Shut the doors. Shut the doors. Okay, the question is that general business notice of motion number 785 parts A and B moved by Senator Mackenzie be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint which senator on my right? Senator O'Sullivan to tell it for the ayes and Senator Ciccone to tell it for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 30, noes 35. The question is resolved in the negative. And honourable senators, I'll now deal with the minister's previous motion to keep C separate, I believe. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? The ayes have it. Clerk. Let senators leave the chamber and then I'll give the clerk the call. Thanks, senators. Okay, clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024 in committee.
And senators, I don't have a speakers list, so I'm looking for... Oh, there's so much more that's happened since then. Thank you. All right, it's okay, thank you. All right, the committee is considering the Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024. The question is Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek to move, or I move, the amendment on sheet 3164 in the Coalition's name. Okay.
So the question is that, thank you, that opposition amendment 1 on sheet 3164 moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. Has that been so? Against? No, is that it? Okay. Minister?
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government will be opposing these amendments.
Thank you. All right, I'll now go to... Yep. Senator Shoebridge.
The chamber seems to be in some sort of procedural miasma this morning. My understanding was
the amendment just passed.
Yes.
And then we have on the voices.
Yes.
And then we had the government stand up and say they will be opposing it as though it's something in the future they're going to do. You just nodded, but it's all somewhat confusing for us trying to follow what's going on.
Sorry, I thought. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, Senator Scarr.
So, Acting Deputy President, maybe we should just walk through it again.
Yeah, let's go. You've
for
got
the
the
benefit
call.
of everyone. So I move that the coalition amendments, the opposition amendments on sheet 3164 be accepted.
And I've put that question. Those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. Oh, sorry, Minister. Sorry. Okay. Against, no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Okay. Now I'm going to move to the next amendment. Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move the amendments on Greens sheet 2882 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I move the amendments. We had a discussion yesterday about the institutional unfairness that was inherent in the Coalition's Immigration Assessment Authority process. And we saw some valiant efforts from Senator Scarr to try and hide the fact that some 460 plus determinations of the Immigration Assessment Authority were reviewed by the Federal Court, found to be unlawful, and then referred back to the IAA to be determined in accordance with law. We requested of the government some insight into the countless millions of dollars of Commonwealth money that was spent defending the indefensible in the Federal Court, the extent of the delays that were caused by the grossly, in fact intentionally unfair process that was established by the IAA. But we haven't yet had that information provided, and I understand the Minister's argument that it's not the core issue. The failure of the IAA isn't the actual core issue that he came briefed to deal with today and yesterday. But it remains the fact that the fast-track process was an abusive process, intentionally designed to refuse asylum claims, valid asylum claims. I particularly want to note the unfairness that it visited on the Tamil community. Tamil claims for asylum were rejected at an obscene rate, almost guaranteed to be rejected. The country assessment relied upon by the IAA from DFAT deliberately minimised the ongoing persecution that the Tamil community face, deliberately sought to downplay the ongoing violence, disappearances and exclusions against the Tamil community, and for that reason hundreds of claims from the Tamil community for asylum were unfairly and unreasonably rejected. And I want to note that it's not just the Tamil community. The unfair approach was adopted for claims from those seeking asylum from persecution in Myanmar, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Iran, Sudan, the list goes on. I was particularly moved by the reports of one young woman who is now an incredible contributor to our society, a leading international researcher on trying to understand skin cancers. And I've got to admit I have skin in the game on that one. Extraordinary woman who only found her way through university through grants and scholarships because she was trapped in the fast-track system. As a young, come in here as a child, graduating from high school with all that promise, she was refused HECS and refused support into university. But thankfully, the universities and the broader community worked together with scholarships and grants, and she completed her studies, completed her postgraduate studies, and is now a world-leading researcher and scholar on skin cancers, and is invited repeatedly to international forums to speak about it. But she can't leave the country because she's trapped in the fast-track process. Her asylum claim was rejected by the unfair IAA process. Can't travel, and is caught, like thousands and thousands of others, having been rejected by the IAA, and this government, frustratingly, refusing to provide a safe and viable pathway for permanency. You know, we've heard stories, and if you listen, if the government and the opposition were willing to listen, you'd hear stories such as claimants who put their application in to the IAA, researched sometimes for weeks or months, 5-page covering letter, maximum 5-page covering letter, but then sometimes countless pages of documentation identifying their persecution, identifying their fear of their well-founded fear of persecution in the country from which they'd fled, coming to Australia for safety. And one case sticks in my mind. This young woman who had put together her application, supported by hundreds of pages of document, and finally submitted it at 10 o'clock one night to the IAA. Having submitted it at 10 o'clock that night, she woke up the next morning, and at 10 a.m. the next morning, she got an email saying it had been rejected. So she puts it in at 10 o'clock at night, hundreds of pages of supporting documentation, hugely considered application. It's rejected by the Coalition's unfair IAA at 10 o'clock the following morning. That's only enough time for the assessing officer to literally open it up. Couldn't have pretended to have considered it, couldn't have pretended to look at it. And as a result, she's been caught in 10 years of insecurity, threats of deportation. Surely no government of conscience could let that stand. But instead we have this government saying that they're not going to put in a process to reconsider those unfair rejections in IAA. The only process they have on foot is individual ministerial intervention, literally the feudal lord approach to this, where you have to go and beg the minister for an intervention, and he or she may deign to give a tiny handful of people ministerial intervention. And let's be clear, with 7,000 applications for ministerial intervention, if that was the approach, that would be all the minister did for the next decade, consider those matters. It is a pretend solution, it's a non-solution. So that's why we advance this amendment that is a real solution. This amendment would provide for the reconsideration of those unfair IAA decisions. And it would, instead of placing it in the hands of a feudal lord politician, it would actually take the matter to the Administrative Review Tribunal. It would require the minister to refer to the ART as soon as practical those matters where there was a review by the IAA which rejected the asylum claim, and in circumstances where the person who was the subject of that review has not been granted a protection visa since that original decision was made. The minister, having referred them to the ART, obviously gives a right for those individuals to seek that the matter be withdrawn. But if they don't, then the ART is required to consider the application, treat it as a valid application, and then either affirm or reject the decision to review. And in that process, to allow the person and the department to present whatever additional information is needed, and to do the process fairly, to assess the claims in accordance with law, and to live up to our commitment to provide a credible, honest and genuine pathway for those thousands of people caught on fast track to actually have their claims fairly assessed. This I would urge the government to adopt. We know the Coalition won't, because they specialise in cruelty and they're trying to defend their unfair system. We repealed the IAA because it was unfair. There are now thousands of people, often protesting out the front of the Minister's office and others, just demanding some fair chance to have their claims assessed. This gives them that fair chance. We urge it on the government to step up and do the right thing.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to first thank Senator Shoebridge for his work in this area over many years now, and including his time in the Senate. Also to Senator Scarr, I've seen the way he engages in good faith and methodically on a range of issues, including this, and I may very much disagree with his party's position on elements of amendments and this bill, but I do think he's a genuinely good faith actor when it comes to getting across legislation and ensuring that it is sound. Also wanted to commend the Attorney General and the government for making the Administrative Reviews Tribunal more independent and transparent. This is clearly a crucial and long overdue step towards a fairer system. But fairness and accessibility, two of the tribunal's stated goals, remain out of reach for many, particularly when it comes to migration matters. Fair and accessible should mean just that, and it should mean that for everyone. But under the Migration Act, the tribunal has no discretion to extend appeal deadlines for migration applicants, regardless of their circumstances. If you're currently homeless and don't receive your decision in time, too bad. If you're in hospital with a serious illness and miss the deadline, too bad. If you're fleeing family violence and your decision is sent to your abuser's address, too bad. In these cases, the only option is to go to the federal court, where cases drag on for years, clogging our legal system and dragging out the uncertainty. Migration matters make up 87% of the tribunal's caseload, yet the tribunal is stripped of discretion in these cases. I find the disconnect in this place where we say to these bodies, we trust you, you're experts, the appointment process is sound, we're going to have people on there who can make great decisions, but then we take away discretion. And we've seen it done time and again. We saw it done with the NAC, where we don't leave it up to the experts. We say, you're experts, do your thing, except in these circumstances where the politics comes into play. And I think on this issue, it is very cruel politics that so many Australians want the major parties to do better on. This bill was an opportunity to fix this, and I think it's an opportunity that has been missed. Beyond procedural barriers, the government has failed to address another major injustice: the people who have been left behind by the fast-track process. A process that, while in opposition, Labor pointed out many times, was neither fast nor fair, and has left so many people in our communities in limbo. It was a deeply flawed refugee determination system that was rightly abolished by this government, and yet we have 7,000 people stuck in limbo, denied a fair review of their asylum claims. Many of these people arrived in Australia as children. It wasn't their decision to come here. They came here with their parents or with a parent. They went to school here. They made friends here. They learned our history. They play sport in local teams in their community. And they have dreamed about their futures like any other Australian kid. But for them, that future remains uncertain. These young people, many of them now in their late teens, early 20s, don't even remember their country of origin. For all intents and purposes, they're Australian. They believe they're Australian. They sound like they're Australian. They're committed to Australian values and wanting to contribute. But because of the political race to the bottom on asylum seeker issues, our government still refuses to give them a fair go. How long have we heard leaders say, if you have a go, you'll get a go? What about these young people? They've grown up in a country that treats them as temporary in the only home they've ever known. They've been forced onto temporary bridging visas that keep them in a cycle of precarity, preventing them from planning their lives, accessing higher education, or pursuing long-term employment. Many aren't even allowed to work or study at all because of the conditions on their bridging visas. Imagine finishing high school alongside your classmates. You've got hopes and dreams for the future. You apply to university, you get in. Some young people I've spoken to have won scholarships to universities. They've been the top of their class. They've worked harder than their peers, driven by a desire to make something of the opportunities this country should be giving them. And they go to university and they turn 18 and they get a letter from this government saying, sorry, you can no longer study at this institution. In many cases, you can't work. No study or work rights. This is cruel. This is so, so cruel. When you zoom out, it's cruel, and when you talk to someone in that situation, I do not understand why we do this as a country. We've got young people who've dreamt of working in healthcare or education, areas where we hear so much about the desperate need for more workers in those areas. We see a government trying to get more people to move to Australia, more migration in those areas. And yet we have people here in our communities who want to do that, and we're not allowing them to chase their dreams. They're being shut out of accessing university or even TAFE. This is a moral failure of our country, and it's a moral failure to recognise the contributions of thousands of people who have already given so much to this country, despite being given so little in return. And I would urge colleagues in this place to think about this moral failure. If we truly love this place, we should expect more of this country. We should be constantly challenging ourselves when it comes to these issues that happen for political means but have such a brutal impact on fellow human beings. I support this bill given the government's amendments that remove the provisions that would have caused even greater harm to migration applicants. But let's be clear. The tribunal is still not fair and accessible for the majority of its applicants. And the government must act to fix the impacts of the broken fast-track system that has left 7,000 people in our communities in limbo. And we must do better. Fairness should not depend on who you are, who you know, or where you were born. Minister, can you advise whether it is the government's intention to continue to work to make the ART more fair and accessible for migration applications, considering they make up 87% of the tribunal's caseload?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for that contribution, and also to Senator Shoebridge for moving that amendment. I can confirm that the government will be opposing the amendment as moved by Senator Shoebridge. Matters previously determined by the IAA will not be able to be re-reviewed by the ART. All matters that had been finally determined by the IAA prior to the abolition of the IAA remain finally determined. This is appropriate as it provides finality and certainty as the outcome of protection visa decisions. Individuals whose applications have been considered by the IAA have already had an opportunity to access merits reviews. It is not appropriate to provide an additional right of review. If a person is concerned about a particular IAA decision, the appropriate course of action is to seek judicial review of that decision. Obviously, in terms of the changes the government have made to the ART, we believe that it is a fairer system, and it is one that is operating better than the government, particularly the previous government with the AAT, particularly in regards to dealing with those more complex cases that we've been talking about yesterday as part of this committee process.
Senator Davey. Thank you. I just want to put on record the opposition's position on this amendment on sheet 2882. What we've seen, the ART under this government is experiencing an absolutely unprecedented blowout in its caseload. In the migration and protection space, their load increased by 6,000 cases in just the first 6 weeks. 6,000. When the Coalition was in government, we introduced the fast-track process through the Immigration Assessment Authority to deal with Labor's previous massive backlog of unauthorised maritime arrivals. It was logical, it was sensible, and it was appropriate. It was an appropriate response to Labor's incredible failures on border protection during the Rudd years. The fast-track process that we established through the IAA was able to resolve those cases very quickly, usually in a matter of weeks rather than months. And the overturn rates were in line with other decisions of the tribunal. So essentially what the Greens want to do with this amendment is to reopen every single refugee case that was finally decided by the IAA. This would almost inevitably lead to a massive increase in the burden that already is placed on the tribunal. It will increase costs and increase delays for everyone involved, including the people the Greens say they're trying to help. There is no public benefit in this amendment, and it's not an appropriate measure, and it should be opposed. Senator Shoebridge.
It is remarkable, but not unprecedented, to see how closely the Labor and the Coalition align on this point. And to hear both parties speak about 7,000 people, children, mums, dads, aunts, uncles, and never reference them as people, just to see them only as a political play that they have between them. And I want to thank Senator Pocock for his contribution, talking about these 7,000 people as though they actually matter, talking about the teenagers who right now are going into their HSC year, wondering if politics will ever give them a pathway to go to uni in the only home they've ever known. And I just think we should reflect upon the difference when you do politics talking about people as though they're people, as opposed to the way the Coalition and Labor are doing it here, talking about them as political problems or political pawns or inconveniences to the case management of an administrative tribunal. And we heard the Coalition come up and say they weren't going to provide a just pathway for these 7,000 people, the mums, the dads, the kids, the brothers, the sisters. They weren't going to provide a pathway for those 7,000 people because it's administratively inconvenient to them. Well, that's the nature of their politics, and I understand that's the nature of their politics, but it's politics the Greens fundamentally reject. And when the government stands up and said, well, these people have already had a merits review, and therefore they're not going to open the door to a review of the fast track, I remind the government that we abolished fast track, and we supported a government's bill to abolish fast track because the government acknowledged, as did every informed observer, that it was an unmeritorious review. It was, as many have said, neither fair or fast. It was grossly unfair. And to remind the chamber that the IAA process, the fast track process, did not even pretend to observe minimum procedural fairness standards. Nobody had a right to a hearing. Almost 100% of the claims were decided on the papers because they didn't want to hear from the people who brought the claims. People were only allowed to provide a 5-page written submission. They had no legal support or legal advice support from the government in any case, and they often only had 3 weeks to provide their submission about their entire life. And they were almost always prohibited from providing any fresh information, and were stuck with whatever the department had decided should be before the IAA. That's not a merits-based process. And then for the government to say, oh, by the way, there was judicial review, we know that that's not a merits review. We know that that never went to the substance of the matter. So I again urge the Labor Party, I think it's a lost cause with the coalition here, but I again urge the Labor Party to think about the core principles that are meant to underpin your movement, to think about what your members would want, even if it's politically inconvenient to you in the moment, and to think about these 7,000 people as people.
If there are no more speakers, I'll put the question before the chair. And the question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2882 moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the ayes have it and noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question before the chair is the amendments on sheet 2882, moved by Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. I'll appoint, the ayes should move to the right of the chair. I'll appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic for the noes. The result of the division is 14 ayes and 28 noes. The question is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that the bill as amended be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. So the question now is that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024 and agreed with amendments. Minister.
Move the report of the committee be adopted.
So the question is that the report be adopted. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Move the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with miscellaneous and consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and for other purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, second reading debate.
Calling you, Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Look, this is legislation that has been far too long in the making, given the urgency it should have received. This legislation is in response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide first recommendation in its interim report, which was handed down in August 2022. The recommendation found that the veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislative system is so complicated that it actually adversely affects the mental health of some veterans, both serving and ex-serving ADF members, and can contribute to suicidality. Those words, can contribute to suicidality, should have raised a sense of urgency, and particularly on an issue that essentially has bipartisan support. So work on simplifying and harmonising the system should have been a priority, even as the Royal Commission completed its vital and sensitive investigations. Yet it took almost 2 years for the bill to first be introduced, passing the House of Representatives on the 6th of November last year, after debate originally opened in August. And since then, it has languished on the Senate's notice paper. It was first put on the paper on the 18th of November, and it has been on a veritable roller coaster, being pulled up the notice paper, pushed back the notice paper, up and down, which shows you the level of priority this government has put on securing the health and well-being of our veteran personnel. And we must ask, how many more will be let down and feel abandoned before the changes of this bill finally come about, given they will not come into effect until July 2026, nearly 4 years after the original recommendation was made. We currently have about 300,000 veterans in Australia. We currently have about 57,000 serving personnel. So we have a great many reasons why we need to get this legislation correct, to get it passed and to get it working. The Royal Commission reported that 1,677 veteran suicides had occurred between 1997 and 2021. But it is widely recognised that this figure is probably very shy of the more accurate assessment of upwards of about 3,000. The very, very sad reality is that there is more chance of a veteran dying from suicide than dying while serving our country, and that is tragic. So this legislation combines the 3 separate acts that currently exist for entitlements, compensation and rehabilitation support for veterans into one. The 3 acts being Military Rehabilitation Compensation Act, commonly known as the MRCA, the Defence Related Claims Act, or the DRCA, and the Veterans Entitlements Act. They will be combined into an amended Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, or, as my colleague in the other place, Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, Barnaby Joyce, calls it, the MRCA 2.0. Currently, the 3 acts are over 2,000 pages long and contain 850 legislative instruments and provide different types of compensation, including pensions, lump sums, periodic compensation payments, healthcare cards, rehabilitation. In some cases, veterans have claims under all 3 acts. It is no wonder that our veteran community finds it overly complicated to try and wade through the system. But I want to make this point. It is very important for our veterans community to understand that in streamlining these 3 acts into one, no one who is currently receiving a payment under any of those 3 acts will be worse off. This is an assurance that has been given to us by the government, and it is an assurance we will hold the government to. In some instances, allowances will increase, such as increased funeral allowances, reimbursement of funeral costs, and other service-related deaths. There might be higher reimbursements for travel, for treatment and consolidation of household and attendant care, among other enhancements. And this is all welcome. And while this bill simplifies the veterans' compensation arrangements, the systems remain complex, with veterans and their families eligible for support still under multiple acts. This needs very careful management by Veterans Affairs. And it also requires ongoing consideration and review. And that is why we will be moving a second reading amendment calling for the government to also review the statement of principles and the role of the repatriation medical officers, not to try and slow things down, but to make sure that the statement of principles are fit for purpose, that no one is slipping through the cracks because the statement of principles is being applied too rigidly, and to look at ways to ensure that the RMAs can do their job without hindrance. We also find that despite this complexity and despite the time and the consideration that has gone into drafting this bill to streamline and harmonise compensation for veterans, we also have an 11th hour amendment put forward by the government to establish a new Veterans Commissioner. This is also a recommendation of the Royal Commission. So the intent, the principle of establishing a commissioner is not to be objected to. However, this amendment is being rushed through with a lack of consultation with the very people who have been part of this process all the way along. The very people who participated in the recent Senate inquiry into this bill. This amendment was not part of that inquiry. And those people only read about it last week and have raised quite significant concerns with the way this was drafted. But also the question needs to be raised, why does this amendment have to be rushed through today when the Commission was already in the pipeline? On the 17th of January, Mr Michael Manthorpe was appointed as Interim Commissioner to allow and to deliver the establishment of a legislative body by September. This amendment's being rushed through to establish a body by September, but without allowing consultation and scrutiny. And that is the concern that has been raised with us. The Families of Veterans Guild have written to us specifically requesting the amendment be withdrawn because they say the amendment is a surprise to many within the veteran community who, despite receiving multiple communications about the Vets Bill and a media release about the appointment of the Interim Commissioner, those stakeholders were not advised about this significant amendment. And they fundamentally disagree with rushing this unconsulted amendment through Parliament, and they point out that it could have significant consequences for the system and communities within it. The key issues they raise are the lack of transparency and consultation, that there's only 2 public reports on the status of the implementation of the Royal Commission required by this amendment, and they would like to see further reports. So, while we're not opposing this amendment, we are proposing to put through an amendment of our own requiring that the Commission be reviewed. Effectively, what should have happened is we would have had this amendment at the time of the Senate inquiry, or we'd have this amendment as a standalone bill, and we could have sent it to a Senate inquiry and had a review to ensure it's fit for purpose, to ensure that people can be consulted, and to ensure that the design of the Commission is fit for purpose. We're now having to do that back to front, because the last thing we want to see is the streamlining and harmonisation of the compensation program to be held up in disputes. So we will pass the substantive bill, we will accept the amendment, but we hope that our subsequent amendment calling for a review will also gain support. Because this is a very sensitive and a very complex area. And most Defence Force personnel, they enlist, they serve their time, and most of them transition back to civilian life okay. Most of them go on to make an enormous contribution to civilian life. And a hell of a lot of them work in voluntary services. And I thank them for that, for their continued service to our nation. I want to take this opportunity to mention and thank Disaster Relief Australia, who are an organisation established by veterans and manned for veterans and veteran volunteers. They step up post-disaster, they provide management and logistic support to communities that have been impacted by natural disasters, and I am sure they are up in far north Queensland as we speak, assisting in the recovery and clean-up efforts. And that is an organisation that plays an important role in supporting our veteran community, connecting our veteran members with business holders, with other veterans, and giving them that support network. Because we know through the work of the Royal Commission that those connections to assist veterans, and similarly we've seen the benefits of things like Veterans Wellbeing Centres, those initiatives and organisations like DRA that provide a hub for connection and support can really help veterans post their full-time service. So we will be supporting this bill. As I said at the outset, it's been a long time coming, but it is the right thing to do to streamline it. And I really hope that we continue to watch and monitor and hold the DVA to account. I'm sure they're preparing for the next estimates diligently. But let's hope that we can make our veterans' lives a little bit easier by passing this bill. Thank you.
Senator Davey, would you like to move your motion?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. The Australian Greens do support the policy of harmonising the current veterans' entitlements, the rehabilitation and compensation arrangements from 3 acts into one. And to that extent, we will be supporting this bill, and we'll be navigating our way through a variety of amendments that are being proposed from all around the chamber on the bill. However, there needs to be continuing support and dialogue with veterans and their families to ensure that the intent of the bill is met, and that is that no one is left worse off. And we've had that statement repeatedly from the Minister, and I take him at his word. But I can tell you now that the veteran community, with their advocates and friends in this chamber, will be holding the government to that and ensuring that that fundamental underpinning of this harmonisation legislation is met, that no one is actually worse off. The bill represents what I would call a kind of modest bureaucratic change into how veterans' entitlements are managed in this country. Doesn't pretend to be a response to the final report from the Royal Commission. I mean, for the most obvious reason, that it was tabled before the final report was released. But that matter's been confirmed by DVA in the inquiry we had into the bill and in exchanges in estimates as well. And so this bill won't of itself make any of the essential changes that veterans and their supporters know are needed to address the core recommendations or the spirit of that Royal Commission. That's unfinished work. This bill largely benefits the bureaucracy, and with benefits to veterans, and there will be some as a result of this, are largely incidental to the bureaucratic benefits that are delivered from simplifying 3 schemes into one. What we did see in the inquiry was very clear evidence that the legislation governing veterans' entitlements, their rehabilitation and compensation rights is, extraordinarily complex. It's incredibly difficult for even engaged advocates and lawyers to navigate, and that it harms veterans and it harms their families. And the current approach of veterans being currently covered by the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986, the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act of 1988, the DIRCA, and the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, the MRCA, it's just not fit for purpose. And that was absolutely clear. But the scope of this bill is intentionally limited to not address the kind of fundamental ways in which veterans are dealt with. But as the TPI Federation said in their evidence to the inquiry, the proposed changes to the legislation actually are not intended to alleviate suicidal ideation, but rather to address issues that the government and the bureaucracy has with the legislation. This simplification is for the purpose of administration and not for the benefit of the veterans and families. And from my perspective, having heard that evidence, having sat through the inquiry, having spoken with veterans and their advocates in the organisation, I think what we can say is that simplified administration could, to some modest degree, a very modest degree, empower veterans to better navigate the bureaucracy. And that is a modest win for veterans. But the point is still clear that this bill is not actually intended to address those myriad issues with veteran compensations itself, and it just doesn't. That's unfinished business, urgent unfinished business. What we do know is that the recommendations of the Royal Commission remain overwhelmingly unaddressed, and we need to work across the chamber to ensure that the rights and needs-based entitlements, rehabilitation and compensation rights that veterans should expect after service are actually in place. And we look forward to working with the government. In fact, we look forward to working across the chamber, and I particularly want to commend the work of Senator Lambie. She's been an unfailing advocate, and I acknowledge the bravery she's done in that space, to work across the chamber to implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission. There are some matters that remain unaddressed. One of the strong lines of evidence in the inquiry was about how much of the language is incredibly dated, even in the updated bill. And as the Families of Veterans Guild pointed out in their evidence to the committee, the first thing that needs to be done is to include veteran families and to remove archaic language which perpetuates power dynamics and isn't consistent with contemporary standards. Language like wholly dependent partner, dependence and attendance no longer meets community expectations and devalues the role of veteran families. If the bill were to include amendments to the MRCA to replace this language with words veteran families or families of veterans, then Act 2 would need to define them. But I do note that when that's tested across the broader veteran community, the difficulty has been landing those definitions. Where do veteran families begin and end? What would families of veterans mean? But it shouldn't be a task beyond a competent government and bureaucracy to engage and take the language from the 1950s and turn it into something that genuinely represents that sweep of supports, family and close support that veterans have and need, often because the formal system itself doesn't support them. We do note that there's the introduction of reforms to the presumptive liability provisions, and they do look like, and we tested that in the inquiry, a modest positive step, because there are certain conditions that if veterans develop them after a period of service, the presumption should be, without them having to go through incredibly complex steps, that yes, actually that arose from service. Tragically, there are a series of cancers that veterans who are exposed to chemicals we now know, and indeed a good faith employer would have known at the time for much of their work, are tragically likely to be cancer causing, an array of cancers. And some of that is already covered in existing bureaucratic determinations, But as the evidence becomes clearer, more of those conditions should be included. Tragically, we know that veterans who served in conflict zones, veterans who had extended peacekeeping obligations, when they present with often quite complex PTSD, they shouldn't have to go through a process of proving their PTSD arose from their service. And presumptive liability allows for that compensation to flow at the time they need it, which is when they first present, not a year and a half after their lawyers managed to persuade the department to move. But I do ask, and I'd seek the Minister to address how that actually will work in practice, the new scheme. There doesn't seem to be a clear, transparent process. We had a commitment from the government, all the existing conditions covered by presumptive liability will actually be grandfathered in through an administrative process, and we'd like the government to confirm that. But then there is no clarity about what the process will be to add future presumptive liability claims. And I think the government owes the veterans that transparency, and their families and their communities, and we'd ask for that to be clear. How will the statements of principle regime be applied? We know that there have been, and we've heard this from stakeholders and veterans, concerns, and they were raised in the inquiry, they've been raised historically, over issues of eligibility. And one clear example that has been repeatedly raised with us is the surviving 1965 to 72 national servicemen who served overseas, or personnel who were who were not in a warlike condition as determined by defence, but certainly were exposed to danger. And those NASHOs who, in that period from 1965 to 1972, they were conscripted. They didn't have a choice. If they went overseas and served in Vietnam and were directly exposed in Vietnam, then they had certain set of entitlements. But if, for example, they went to Butterworth in Malaysia and did perimeter patrol around Butterworth in Malaysia, they were found not to be in warlike conditions, even though they were under threat of attack throughout much of that work that they did. And for those NASHOs who spent 6 years here as conscript instead of service overseas, they've been largely rubbed from history. It doesn't seem right to us. And we have amendments to try and remedy that historical injustice to the NASHOs. But I particular note is many veterans who served in peacekeeping actions with the ADF, they served in conditions that put them at incredible personal risk. And indeed, one of the most recent serious injuries suffered by ADF personnel was an attack in a peacekeeping operation in the border between Lebanon and Israel, hit by a missile strike. And the department has a table of peacekeeping missions that are found to qualify for warlike service. But the question is, why have some peacekeeping missions that were incredibly dangerous not been included? And there's a list of these. We have an amendment that we'd urge this chamber to support that seeks a review of those peacekeeping operations and the extent to which peacekeeping operations where people were exposed to incredible risk, have been deemed to not be warlike service. And that would include such things as the United Nations Commission for Indonesia in January of 1949. Some of those veterans are still with us. It was incredibly dangerous deployment. The United Nations Yemen Observation Mission, the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, the Sinai Multinational Force and Observers, and of course those were established by a protocol between Egypt and Israel. And the list could go on. But these are veterans who were exposed to incredible hardship, real and genuine danger, but because the definition of warlike deployment requires some kind of military intent, despite the risks, despite the dangers, they feel like they're treated like second-class veterans. We hope that will end, and we hope that there will be majority support for a review of peacekeeping operations. And I particularly want to note the advocacy from the Australian Peacekeeper and Peacemaker Veterans Association, APPVA, and their submission that said, the APPVA is concerned that a legislative limitation on the definition of a veteran risks creating the historical problems created by differentiating between different classes of veterans, even when those veterans serve side by side on the same operation. If this issue remains unaddressed, the government will simply recreate the policy complexity, inter-veteran tensions, administrative intransigence and poor outcomes that have adversely impacted veterans' support arrangements for decades. And just stopping there, this may seem like some kind of legal argument about what is or isn't warlike conditions, and there's definition there, and if you fall on one side you're recognised, and if you fall on another you don't. When you talk to veterans, this is incredibly important to them, and not just for the compensation benefits they get, but for the status and recognition of their service. I do want to thank the government for working with us on having amends to ensure that there's a statutory review within a year. I think that's important, and that's a good faith amendment. And the Minister's office, I think, has been dealing with complex legislation, navigating their internal stakeholders and external stakeholders as best they can. We do have very real concerns, though, for how the last-minute amendment to implement Recommendation 122 of the Royal Commission has found its way as a small novel attached to the end of this bill. We will support the creation of the commission, but we've heard from the veterans community how surprised they were that it came in this way, how little consultation there was, and we think it's fundamental that there be a parliamentary review of that. And I want to finish by giving special thanks to the TPI Federation of Australia, the Families of Veterans Guild, the Australian Peacekeeper and Peacemaker Veterans Association, the Defence Force Welfare Association and the NASHOs, the National Servicemen, for their engagement with my office. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge the work of my staff, and particularly Sam Brennan, in doing that work and getting us to the position we are. This makes modest changes. We'll back in the modest changes. We hope for improvements by way of amendment. But I can tell you now, there's a bloody lot more work to be done.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'll rise just to make a few remarks on the substantive bill, and then make a couple of remarks regarding the two amendments that I have co-sponsored with my colleague, Senator Davey. This is, trying to think, probably the 6th or 7th inquiry that I have been involved with during my time as a senator. Having come from a defence background, the welfare of our veterans is important, and it has come before the Parliament on multiple occasions. And what this bill seeks to do is something that a number of stakeholders for many years have called for, in terms of simplifying the system so that we can put into effect what the Chief of Army, current Chief of Army, said in his opening remarks at the Land Forces Conference last year, is that this is a once-in-generation opportunity to reduce suicide and suicidality, and that we can and must do more to ensure that we do not leave our mates behind, fallen on their own personal battlefield, end quote from the Chief of Army. The challenge we have is that this bill, the 8 schedules that were originally part of it and were subject to the inquiry by the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, and I see the Secretary of that committee sitting here in the chamber, so thank you for your work and your team in helping to facilitate that, as well as colleagues have highlighted, the surprise 9th schedule that has come in regarding the Commission. And that does a lot to rectify some of the structural changes that are required and to bring about some reform that will hopefully make the process easier. But it's important to remember that this process is dealing with people, individuals. And I notice that the Royal Commission highlighted in their report that the risk and protective factors interacts in complex and unpredictable ways in people's lives. And similarly, exposure to known risk factors for suicide and suicidality does not affect everyone in the same way, end quote from the Royal Commission. And what that means is that whilst I applaud and welcome a number of measures to make three complex bills somewhat more aligned and simple in one measure, that we have to remember that no structure in and of itself, particularly if there are rigid definitions, will achieve what the Chief of Army has talked about, which is making sure we don't leave any of our mates behind. While things like the Statement of Principles, which are going to be embedded into the new system, have proven to be effective in simplifying some decision making, and I would accept the evidence that in many cases it has accelerated the decision making, it has also had the perverse effect of arbitrarily excluding some veterans who perhaps have unique or unusual circumstances or things that weren't envisaged by the people who had put the Statement of Principles together. And if we are to achieve the Chief of Army's vision of not leaving anyone, any of our mates behind, we need to make sure that not only do we refine the process, not only do we put in place good measures. I welcome, for example, the fact that we have now gone from causality. Under Merker, we're now looking at a temporal connection. So the government and defence have essentially accepted the fact that you don't need to prove that your deployment, for example, to Afghanistan, is the direct cause with medical records to show it, but if you were there at the appropriate time on the kind of actions that have caused that, then that temporal causality will actually establish the fact that the Commonwealth has an obligation to look after you. You know, that's been a long time coming, and it builds on things like non-liability healthcare, where we have basically said if you're in the ADF, we will look after you. You know, that took a long time to come in. But it's those kinds of changes that meet the real human need, which are things that we have to have. So I'll leave my comments on the substantive bill there and just address a couple of brief remarks regarding the two amendments. As two other colleagues have indicated, there was significant surprise amongst the veterans community and ex-service organisations about the very last-minute inclusion of an amendment from the government to establish the Commission. And whilst we accept it's a recommendation of the Royal Commission, this is actually, if you read through the amendment, this is a body which is given quite remarkable powers. People will go to jail if they don't cooperate and work with the Commissioner. And yet there's very little transparency in terms of the appointment and oversight, costings, all the subordinate rules, regulations as to how it will run. And most importantly, it was not co-designed with the people who it is intended to benefit, nor those who have lived experience in the whole veterans and DVA system. And if there is one thing that governments of both persuasions have often talked about, it's the importance of stakeholder engagement and the principle of working with people who are going to be affected, and to put something in at the last minute with no ability for the Senate to scrutinise that, I think is very poor. Now, as Senator Davey said, we are not going to stand in the way of the passage of this bill because, as groups like the RSL and others have highlighted, we've waited too long for this, we should get this through. But we note that the Commission is due to come in September of this year. And the second reading amendment that the Coalition is putting forward is intended to provide the impetus to commence a review that provides the opportunity for the consultation that should have occurred before this amendment was actually brought before the Parliament. And so I would encourage people on the crossbench and in the government to support this coalition position, because what it's providing is an opportunity, even once the Parliament is prorogued, for stakeholders to say, yes, there is an inquiry coming. What comment would we like to make on this commission? What do we think it needs to be able to do, so that when a new government is formed after the election, and even during the caretaker period, while the department is designing and working around what the commission would look like, that we start building the evidence base for a co-design process, so in those months leading up to the commencement in September this year, at least there is an opportunity, which currently there has not been, for stakeholders to have a voice. And I recognise Senator Lambie has put her own amendment forward, which is welcome in terms of you've given thought to perhaps some changes that should occur, who appoints, etc. But I still believe there needs to be that broader consultation, and this amendment is intended to say, let's have a co-design process with the affected stakeholders, so before it becomes operational in September, we give veterans, their families, their support groups the opportunity to have some input into this commission. And sorry, that is actually the substantive amendment that's going in. The second reading amendment goes to this issue of how do we pick up the individual, picking up on that word from the Royal Commission that highlights that every person responds differently. And I come to the Statement of Principles, where they provide a framework which some groups, and I'm going to refer here to an article which was actually written in the Examiner newspapers by Mel D back in December last year, because it's actually a very useful, succinct summary of some case studies and some of the issues at play. And so as I read some of these quotes, if you like, that's where it's coming from. But I've chosen this because it is quite a succinct summary of some of the concerns that various stakeholders have raised. So I've talked about the statements of principles and the fact that there's broad support by many within the community because they have expedited decisions for many people. But it's the interaction between the Repatriation Medical Authority, the RMA, and the Statement of Principles that is of some concern, because there appears to be a reluctance to consider, in fact DVA have come out and very specifically said that they do not want to make individual decisions unless the RMA approves a change to the SOP overall. But if we take what the Royal Commission said as fact, if we hear what psychologists and others tell us, individuals do respond differently. And so my view is that like we are having non-liability healthcare and presumptive liability and temporal connections as opposed to causal relationships, we should also say if a veteran has a couple of well-credentialed medical experts who say, we think this person is suffering this effect because of their defence service and here is our evidence, that we should have a system that is flexible enough to go, the presumption is on the strength of these two people, these two medical experts, this veteran should be supported by the Commonwealth. And if a subsequent review finds out that this is not actually something that is worth putting into the broader SOP, then that's fine. But the time frame, which the Royal Commission found in some cases exceeded 12 months for reviews of particular circumstances or SOPs, that affects the broader framework and system. It doesn't increase the suicidality of the individual. Now, I'm recognising that departments and governments hate the concept of unbounded liability, but I think we can put enough checks and balances in to make sure that we do avoid the situation where people go doctor shopping to find someone who's known to be supportive. I think there's a way we can do that, but we can provide the flexibility that we pick up those individual differences. We have a presumption of support. We keep that person out of that death, that dark spiral that they can so easily fall into by providing the support that the Chief of Army talked about. Leave none of our mates behind, and then we take the review over a longer period to look to see if we should change the system. So that's a second reading amendment. We recognise that's not going to get done by September this year. It's a complex issue, and so the recommendation is that within 6 months there should be feedback coming back around that particular issue. And so I would encourage members on the government benches and the crossbench to support those two amendments, both the second reading amendment about looking into the RMA and the SOPs, to make sure they are fit for purpose and make sure that every individual receives just and timely support from the Commonwealth whom they have served, as well as the substantive amendment which puts in place the opportunity for stakeholders to have their voice heard around the design and function of this commission. And I understand that that will still be overlapping with the work that others will be doing to stand up the commission, but the best possible outcome would be if the next government, and I trust it will be a coalition government, but even if it's a Labor or Labor Greens alliance, whoever is in power, to seek the commitment that they will use this as an opportunity for co-design to make sure that what is actually implemented in September is fit for purpose and meets the desires and expectation and needs of the veteran community, including their families.
Senator Thorpe, I just warn you we have 5 minutes before 12:15. So.
Thank you, Deputy President. I support this bill and I support veterans. Today I want to speak about a World War I veteran who is very close to my heart. My pop, Corporate Harry Thorpe, a Brabulang man of the Gunai Nation. Blackfellas were originally not allowed to serve under the Defence Act 1903, but as enlistment numbers dwindled and the cost of horrific war grew, the government quietly shifted its stance, allowing First Nations people to serve. Only when it suited the government, only when their sacrifice became necessary, but never with the full rights or recognition of those they fought beside. Harry Thorpe was one of those men. He left his home on Lake Tyers Mission, where my family was displaced to fight alongside thousands of men and women who hoped to do their part to fight for justice. When Pop left his humpy behind. Out of respect, the locals left his old humpy untouched, waiting for his return. But like so many others, he never returned. My Pop, or Lance Corporal Thorpe, was awarded the Military Medal and promoted to Corporal for his courage and the leadership he showed during operations in Belgium on the night of 4th and 5th of October in 1917. On 9th of August 1918 in France, a stretcher bearer found him shot in the stomach. He died shortly afterwards and now is buried in the Heath Cemetery, Arbonnières, France, with his mate William Rawlings, another First Nations Military Medal winner who was killed on the same day. Because Harry had been such a big part of the community when he did not return, the lane where his humpty was left behind was named in his honour. Now it's called Thorpe's Lane. Thorpe's Lane is now the site of the Lakes Entrance Tip, right opposite a big mansion overlooking the ocean. This is a difference between how black and white soldiers are commemorated. So today I want to honour my Pop and all the other First Nations men and women who fought in World War I and II. Their names, their sacrifices, their final resting places, too often forgotten, too often ignored. Uncle Joe Flick, the grandson of Michael Flick, another black soldier, is changing that. His project, Bringing Their Spirits Home, is about truth, recognition and justice. He has spent years searching for the graves of First Nations soldiers buried overseas in France, Belgium, Egypt, Gallipoli, marking their names, tracing their stories, bringing them back to their families, to their country. It's work that should have been done long, long ago. We also have to reckon with what happened when our soldiers did return. White veterans were honoured, respected, celebrated and granted the land of First Peoples through the Soldier Settlement Scheme. They say, leave no mate behind. However, many First Nations veterans were given nothing, no land, no recognition, no mention. The very land they fought for was handed to others, while they were pushed aside, their service erased. So I'm here today refusing to let that history be buried. Through Uncle Joe Flick's work, through our voices, we are bringing the spirits home. not just in name, but in the respect and honour they always deserved, and for their families to know where the final resting place of their ancestors are. We have all lost so many to violence. Wars have never brought justice, only more stolen land, more bloodshed, and more broken promises. True honour lies not in conquest, but in peace, in returning what was taken, and in refusing to fight wars that were never ours to begin with.
Senator Lambie, you have about 3 minutes, so my apologies.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the second reading amendments, amendment sheet 3032, revised standing in my name. Veterans, their families, their kids and their mates fought for decades to get a Royal Commission's... Sorry?
That's okay. There's already been a second reading amendment, but you can foreshadow what you're going to move.
Their kids and their mates fought for decades to get a Royal Commission in Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs. Since the Commission's handed down their recommendations, my office has continually been working and getting feedback from the veteran community, and most importantly, looking at amendments that will make the government's response to the Royal Commission's recommendations work for our veterans. Recommendation 122 of the Royal Commission seeks to establish a new statutory entity headed up by a commissioner to oversee reform across the whole of the defence system. I had an amendment that would give the Defence and Veteran Services Commissioner the powers of a Royal Commissioner, the power to provide independent oversight, the power to hold public hearings and drive reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members. Unless that National Commissioner has these powers, then things won't change, and our veterans will continue to take their lives in record numbers. I understand that we do not have, and I have not got a magic wand to stop all suicides. But if we get this right, by hell, we can reduce those numbers. The government loved this amendment so much that they've copied it themselves. They wanted the win, and that's okay. I don't care who gets the credit, as long as our veterans and their families get the benefits. We must extend the coverage of our liability to situations where members of the Australian Defence Force sustain injuries or fatalities during physical exercise or whilst on shore leave. The way it is now, the liability falls way short, especially in cases of injury or death occurring outside the narrowly defined scope of on-duty service. Delays in accepting liability, delays in claims being ticked off massively impacts on our veterans and their families. There has to be a time limit. My amendment means that claims for permanent impairment will be resolved within 120 days and incapacity in 90 days. This amendment includes safeguards to stop the clock to account for reasonable delays, like medical advice.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I reluctantly have to interrupt you. You'll be in continuance. I shall now proceed to Senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times agreed by the whips. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, for too long in this building, women's health hasn't received the attention, the solutions or the funding that it has deserved. And I doubt, actually I know, there's not a single woman in Australia who stands without a story about how our health system has let her down or let someone she loves down. A woman's health journey is simply and categorically different to a man's, not just because our bodies tick differently, but because there's a stigma that surrounds everything from our first periods to our last. And that stigma has not just a personal impact on women and their health journey, it has a policy impact in the way we fund and deliver services. This stigma has stopped the right conversations happening about women's health, and therefore it has impeded policy solutions which will make a difference in women's lives. I am deeply proud of the work of two recent Senate inquiries into women's health that have taken place through the Community Affairs Committee this term. One into the impacts of menopause and perimenopause, and the other on women's sexual, reproductive and maternal health. And I want to thank and acknowledge the work of the members of that committee, Senators Pratt, Orman-Payne, Kovacic, Hughes, Askew, and most of all, Senator Waters, who herself is an incredible advocate on these issues. Our inquiries deliberately harnessed the great big spotlight we have available to us through this chamber, through our committee system. We shone that spotlight brightly on an area of public policy that has been shrouded in stigma, that has been ignored for too long. And our work confirmed what I have long been raising the alarm on. Because we know that when it comes to women's health, you simply don't need to look very hard at all to see where women's pain or symptoms are too often ignored or minimised, but also where they're just outright dismissed, where women walk into their doctor's surgery and they aren't believed for the pain they feel. And women are sick to death of it. They're sick to death of going unheard. They're sick of having their pain minimised by someone who has never felt it. They are sick of feeling like the only part of their health journey that matters is the one that takes place between puberty and childbirth. Like nothing of consequence will happen in a woman's life, like she is nothing of consequence beyond the moment she becomes a mother, that when she enters midlife, she stops mattering. Over 600 women and organisations shared their stories with our Senate inquiries. These women shared intimate, personal stories of trauma and of pain. They fought through the stigma they felt, they fought through their fear to share what had happened to them and what needed to change. They told us their stories of being let down by their GPs, of walking into a doctor's clinic, a doctor who they've had a relationship with for years, who dismissed their symptoms, dismissed their pain, and who wasn't equipped with the information they needed to help them. They told us of the crappy and misinformed advice, which wasn't at all up to date with modern research, which wasn't at all informed by the availability of modern medicines, and which stopped them getting the care they needed. Of having to go online, of scrolling through Instagram, desperate for answers, desperate for solutions, because they couldn't get that from their GP. Shopping around, 1 GP, 2 GPs, up to 6 GPs. Women in regional areas travelling hundreds of kilometres to find a GP who would listen to them, to find a GP who had time for them, to find a GP which would be able to help them with their symptoms in a way which was empathetic, well-informed and effective. They told us of their difficulties getting support at work, of being too scared to ask for climate control, of being too scared to ask for a breathable uniform, of not being able to manage the morning train because their symptoms were so overwhelming, travelling to work in peak hour was enough to stop them going to work that day. They told us of their difficulties accessing HRT, of not being able to afford the HRT which mattered to them, which helped them. They told us of the stigma. They told us of the information deficit which was stopping them getting helped. They told us how they'd been dismissed, denied, not believed. We heard these women, we heard them in every city around Australia, hundreds of women who shared their pain and their fear in the hope that they would see change. And as a committee, we heard them. And now as a government, we have heard them, and change is here. On Sunday, I stood with the Health Minister and the Assistant Minister for Health, Jed Carney, and our Minister for Women, Katie Gallagher, as we announced a $500 million investment in women's health. And I can barely express my relief as women around the country went, thank God, about time, you're hearing us. When you get public policy right, you can change lives for the better, and this announcement will change women's lives. It is a massive step forward in ensuring they get the care, support and treatment that they need. And it shows them that they have been heard, that they are believed, that we take their pain seriously, we take their experience seriously, and that women in midlife matter, just as much as every other woman or every other person in our community, that their health matters too. We had over 285 submissions, 7 hearings. The message was resoundingly clear. When it comes to women's experience of menopause, they felt fundamentally let down in 2 ways. First, when they walked into their doctor's clinic, when they walked in to get care from a clinician, they were unheard, they were dismissed. They didn't get good quality information. And it's not all on the doctors. The doctors themselves told us they wanted to help. But in their whole medical educational journey, of the years and years and years we put our medical students through university and through their placements, they received 1 hour of training in menopause and perimenopause, something which is not an optional part of any woman's life. It's not an optional part of ageing. Any woman lucky enough to reach midlife will go through menopause. Yet our doctors are getting as little as 1 hour training to help them. And I don't think it's an unreasonable ask that 51% of the population should feel like when they go to see their GP, that GP knows what they are talking about, that GP understands about the modern medicines that can support those women. And that's what GPs want too. And women also told us the stigma that I've spoken about that surrounds these issues is stopping a conversation in their workplaces about flexibility and the support that some women may need if their symptoms are troubling. And I'll emphasise some women because many, many women will go through this period of life with no impact on their work. This is women at their peak and their prime of their lives. But if there's a single woman in Australia, and we know there are some, for whom their symptoms mean they're turning down a promotion, they're missing an opportunity, they're giving up something they love, whether it's in study or in sport or at their workplace, then that's a problem. When there are simple and small changes which could make an impact and keep those women at work, those women thriving. We don't want to miss a single woman at the peak and prime of her life from achieving everything she is capable of achieving. Our package will make a transformational difference. We're funding an extended Medicare health consult. So when a woman walks into a GP clinic, she can spend a decent amount of time talking through her symptoms, talking through the solutions, talking through what options might be appropriate and suitable for her. We're expanding endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, and we're expanding their remit to include menopause and perimenopause, so women can actually access specialist centres of excellence to get support. We're furthering the training and upskilling of GPs so they're better equipped to support women. We're funding a public education campaign because the work to overcome the stigma that surrounds these issues needs to continue, and women should be empowered with good information, which means better quality healthcare when they walk into their GP clinic. For the first time in 2 decades, we're putting new medicines on the PBS, new hormonal therapies. A lot has changed in medicine in 20 years, and it's time that women are able to access more choice and therefore ease the pressures on supply when it comes to these therapies. These are massive measures, part of a women's health package which will make a difference in a woman's life from young adulthood to later in her life. Women have been heard. For too long, women's health has been shrouded in stigma, and that has left women in pain, feeling dismissed, unheard. And it's not acceptable for it to continue any longer. A $500 million investment isn't just about good policy, it's about showing these women that they are heard, that they matter. It's not an optional part of ageing. Now, good quality healthcare for these women won't be optional either.
Senator Napachimpa-Price.
Thank you, Acting President. Today I rise to speak about the domestic violence and related deaths in the Northern Territory, as well as the government's inaction and failure to address these issues at their core. Reports in The Australian yesterday highlighted this pressing issue that demands attention from the Australian government. Yesterday, The Australian reported on the alleged murder of a mother of 4 from Alice Springs at the hands of her partner. This alleged perpetrator had appeared in court 54 times over the last decade. He had an extensive history of criminal activity, including breaches of intervention orders, aggravated assault, fighting in a public place and breaching court orders. I don't know how many more times any of these incidents are needed before the Albanese Labor government takes this issue seriously. But in case they need reminding, I'd like to highlight some of the incidents that have occurred in the Northern Territory over the last few months. In September 2024, a man who cut his partner's Achilles tendon had a history of 3 decades of assaulting and perpetrating violence against women. In October 2024, a man who fatally stabbed his wife had a violent history including kicking his wife in the face and using a traditional hunting stick to fracture her legs. In January this year, a man killed his wife after a session of drinking hand sanitiser. He had previously breached the good behaviour bond for aggravated assault. There's been ample time and opportunity for the Albanese government to show they are willing to do whatever it takes to combat the rates of family and domestic violence in Indigenous communities. But time is running out, and President, that's why I'm standing here today, because this government has failed. They've failed to take definitive action. They've failed to partner in a meaningful way with the Northern Territory government to fight this scourge. The Territory government has called on the Labor government to back them in and support them in measures that only the Commonwealth can bring about. The Prime Minister was, of course, in Alice Springs. He pops in and pops out quite regularly, but only pop in, never to speak to those people on the ground, grassroots people, individuals, not heads of organisations, but people. He still refused to commit to implementing the request of the Territory government. But all he wants to do is announce millions of dollars to blind people from the lack of action he and his government are taking. He's not interested in practical solutions, in calling out what is really causing problems in communities like alcohol and drug abuse, cultural acceptance of violence. Yes, let me say that again for those who feel it hard to listen to those words: cultural acceptance of violence and low expectations of Indigenous leaders. And that last point is critical. Too many Indigenous community leaders who are Labor aligned, of course, are failing our women by refusing to acknowledge that there is a problem or exhibiting behaviour that is any better. In fact, we have a striking example of this newly appointed chair of the Central Land Council, Mr. Warren Williams, who has publicly said that he doesn't agree with me and that is all very well. He is entitled to his own opinion, of course, but he also said that he is sick of my continued attacks on land councils and other organisations. Well, maybe if they didn't have chairmen who had a history of domestic violence, I wouldn't stop calling them out. Maybe if they had removed these people or knew of their backgrounds before putting in these places of leadership. To be clear, I don't attack these organisations just for the sake of it. I call out this behaviour because it falls well below what we should accept in this country, but for some reason we accept it for Indigenous Australians, lower expectations. I call it out because these organisations need to do better. We just had Closing the Gap. We've seen the results of Closing the Gap yet again, and we sit back and we wonder why we can't close the gap and why we can't reduce violence or sexual abuse of Indigenous children. Let's not forget that the Central Land Council is an organisation that has a key role in implementing policy to combat Indigenous disadvantage in Central Australia. Organisations like the CLC have so much opportunity, and yet, in the case of Mr. Williams, the chair of that organisation has a criminal history himself and has been convicted of violent behaviour and breaches of intervention orders. I will continue to call out the racism of low expectations that we apply to Indigenous people, especially those in leadership positions. Anyone in a position of leadership in this country must be held to the same standards of behaviour, no matter race, heritage or background. I call this out because we need to end the patterns of violence and violent offending in communities, and I refuse to hold Indigenous Australians to a lower standard than anyone else in this country. And I call upon the Albanese government to do the same, to have the courage of conviction to stand up for our marginalised and not be afraid to take meaningful action. Mr. Williams, I know, has lamented the fact that he was called out by me over his previous history. His response was of effect that everyone else has a similar history, that previous chairman, well, isn't that an indication of a bloody systemic problem that we have? if other chairmen have had histories of violence. That is why I've been calling out for an inquiry into land councils and statutory authorities, and yet the government, in bed with the Greens, have refused every time. I have stood at land council meetings and seen my own grandmother punched in the face and nothing being done at that meeting, while men swell around and then determined to make the decisions on behalf of everyone and take those decisions out of the hands of women. We talk about the rights of women in this country, but we're not serious about the rights of Indigenous women in this country. Heads, leaders of organisations saying that I conflate this issue. Nonsense. Perhaps look in your own backyards. Maybe there's a perpetrator amongst your own that you haven't dealt with. Maybe that's the problem. Indigenous women have not had our feminist movement. And where are our feminist sisterhood to back us up? Crickets, they're nowhere to be seen. Mr. Williams is not the only one. Of course, I've called out the chair of NAJA, Hugh Woodbury, who had a very recent history of domestic violence. The organisation tried to back him up and say, no, he's all right, he's changed his ways. No, it's no good in a leadership position, especially in an organisation that's supposed to serve victims of violence. I've called out Mr. Benedict Stevens as another man, of the chair of the Liratupa Board of Directors. And then there's the Tangentyere board, who also had a perpetrator on the board, Mr. Philip Miller. And I will continue to call out these perpetrators because it's my responsibility to do so, because I've fought all my life as a survivor of domestic violence. This is what I will do. And I don't care if it makes people uncomfortable. But I won't accept from Mr. Williams a statement trying to suggest that he is the right person for the role of chair of the Central Land Council and try to liken his circumstances to my own, because I've revealed those publicly lately about my challenges overcoming drugs affecting my life. My circumstances came about because I was a victim to domestic and family violence. I was hospitalised by a perpetrator. Unfortunately for Mr. Williams, he was a perpetrator. So he cannot compare his circumstances to my own, and I will continue to call for him to stand down if he thinks he is the honourable man that he suggests he is now, one who claims to now support those trying to reduce violence in Indigenous communities. Well, if that's what you're doing, continue down that path. Step down from this position. Let someone who doesn't have a history such as your own, let a woman be the chair of the Central Land Council instead, perhaps. Step down. Show you're honourable by doing that, and call out sexual abuse of our children in our communities, which is also rife in this country. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay, and you can all be confronted with this.
Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy President. There's obviously an election looming, and I want to take this opportunity to share a few thoughts with Australians who are thinking about how they might vote in this election. I have to say, it's getting harder and harder to tell the Labor Party and the Liberal National parties apart. They are in absolute lockstep on approving new coal and gas projects. They are in absolute lockstep on destroying nature, and in particular destroying our native forests. They are in absolute lockstep in refusing to make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share of tax so we can actually offer meaningful support to Australians, for example, by wiping student debt, for example, by allowing every Australian to visit their GP with no out-of-pocket costs, for example, by putting dental health into Medicare, which is critical because last time I looked, your mouth was part of your body and you should be able to get your teeth fixed under the same public health framework that you can use for the rest of your bodies. And on that basis, we should also put mental health properly into Medicare. Labor and Liberals are in absolute lockstep. Absolute lockstep. And I say to people, if you think the system that we're living under today, the system that has been created by decades of Labor and Liberal governments, if you think things are going just fine, then by all means keep voting for the Labor and Liberal parties. But if you want change, if you think we need stronger climate action, if you think we need to do more to protect nature, if you think we need to make big corporations pay their fair share of tax, if you think we need to make billionaires pay their fair share of tax so we can do things like allow every Australian to visit a GP with no out-of-pocket costs, like putting dental and mental health into Medicare, if you want that change, then you have to vote for it. Change is possible. It is possible. But people are going to have to vote for change. I want to talk a little bit about the billionaires. Australia's billionaires are making off like bandits. Collectively, the 150 Australians who own each over $1 billion have doubled their wealth in the last 6 years. And collectively now, that 150 people, those 150 billionaires in Australia, have hoarded an eye-watering $585 billion in wealth. Now, if we said they had to pay just 10% of that in tax every year, that would raise enough revenue to allow every Australian to visit a GP whenever they wanted with no out-of-pocket costs. That's the costings that we've had double-checked by the Parliamentary Budget Office. Those revenue measures, those expenditure measures are rock solid. We know how we would raise the money and we know how it could be spent. Taxing billionaires 10% of their wealth every year would allow every Australian to visit a GP with no out-of-pocket costs. Since Labor came to office, Gina Rinehart has pocketed another $10 billion, which brings her fortune to $40 billion. And yet millions of Australians cannot afford to see a GP. That tells you everything you need to know about the priorities of the Labor and Liberal parties. And a Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, who I remind folks, said we should judge society by how it looks after the vulnerable, not how it looks after billionaires. Well, under his government, the billionaires are getting richer while millions of Australians cannot afford to see their GP. This is the system built by the Labor and Liberal parties that is now being protected by the Labor and Liberal parties. Let's be very clear about one thing. Billionaires don't create wealth, they accumulate it and they hoard it. They've either inherited fortunes or they've profited from industries wrecking the planet. They dodge tax at industrial scale while public services are crumbling in this country and millions of Australians cannot afford to see a doctor, cannot afford to see a dentist and cannot afford to pay the rent or put food on the table. We should tax billionaire wealth so we can do more to help everyday Australians who are struggling. Now, foreign policy is another area where Labor and Liberal are in lockstep. The slide into fascism in the US continues. President Trump has recently unveiled his dystopian, nightmarish vision for Gaza. He supports a genocide. He wants to ethnically cleanse Gaza and other parts of illegally occupied territories, and he wants to turn Gaza into some kind of resort, some kind of Riviera. Well, they really are saying the quiet things out loud now in the United States, aren't they? And this has to be resisted. It has to be fought, and we have to stand up and resist and fight with everything we've got, because if we don't fight it now, tomorrow may be too late. And hear the Labor Party. They should be fighting Mr Dutton and Mr Trump with everything they've got. But Labor has refused to stand up to Israel. They have engaged in hand-wringing, they've engaged in complicity, and they've engaged in excuses. And while countries like Spain and Ireland are taking a stand, Australia is falling in line behind the US and refusing to call it what it is. This is not the policy of a sovereign nation. It is the policy of a lackey nation in thrall to the United States. Well, we should have in Australia a strong, independent foreign policy that prioritises our national interest over the national interests of the United States and anywhere else. And that means an arms embargo on the genocidal government of Israel. It means sanctions on the genocidal war criminals leading the Israeli government, and it means full self-determination for the people of Palestine, including recognising Palestine. I want to end by talking about forests in Tasmania. Logging native forests is turbocharging the breakdown of the planet's climate. It is an absolute calamity, a catastrophe for biodiversity. It is sending species like that beautiful little bird, the swift parrot, into extinction. It's a mendicant industry that costs the Australian taxpayers many tens and potentially hundreds of millions of dollars a year that should be spent on things like building more homes for people and fixing up our health system. There is every good reason to end native forest logging, but here's another one. Here's another one. Logging our native forests makes it more likely that we will suffer catastrophic bushfires. Logging our native forests makes them more flammable than old forests. Logging our native forests exposes our communities to greater fire risk. Logging native forests means more bushfires with a greater impact. If we want to keep our communities safe, we need to stop logging our native forests. If we want to protect nature, we need to stop logging our native forests. If we want to end the breakdown of the planet's climate, we need to stop logging native forests. If we want to save tens of millions of dollars a year, we need to stop logging native forests. The time to end native forest logging is right now, and the Greens have a plan to do that. The Greens have a plan to do that. For the sake of nature, for the sake of humanity, we have to stop destroying our precious native forests.
Senator Smith.
Western Australia's prosperity is every bit as critical to the nation as it is to those in the West. But it is under attack on multiple fronts from Anthony Albanese and his Labor government. The government isn't merely overlooking matters of concern in my home state, it is pursuing policies that are actively damaging key industries and the jobs and communities they support. And, as I've said, this impacts all of us. Under this Labor government, the resources sector and the agricultural sector, among others, are being strangled by red and green tape, burdened by uncertainty. Vital projects are stalled, investment confidence is down, and WA's global competitiveness is in jeopardy. I'll start with the nature positive laws, by any measure a policy that is bad for Western Australia and all the things that we need to be doing there. This policy has been on and off the Albanese government's legislative agenda, and while it has again dropped off the program for the time being, do not think for a moment that we have seen the end of it. Nature positive threatens the viability of not just mining, but housing, agriculture and infrastructure projects across Western Australia. Labor claims these reforms will deliver net positive environmental outcomes. But let's be clear what they really involve. Bureaucratic interference that forces businesses to offset any environmental disturbance, even if it's unavoidable. A report commissioned by WA business and mining industry groups has revealed how damaging these laws would be to Western Australia. WA's wholesale electricity prices could surge by 38%. Energy capacity could fall by 2.6%, and coal-fired power generation could increase by 244%, completely contradicting Labor's stated and supported environmental goals. Indeed, residential land prices in Perth's northern suburbs could rise by up to 10.6% due to additional red tape, further exacerbating the housing crisis amongst West Australians and their families. And WA Labor Premier Roger Cook knows it better than most. He has warned that these changes will disproportionately impact West Australians and has said that nature-positive laws, the laws of the Albanese government, should not be progressed. His message to those federal Labor parliamentarians who support it has been clear. Do not for a moment think that we will stand idly and allow you to damage our economy. The Labor Premier talking about the damaging effect of the Labor Prime Minister's nature-positive laws. Industry leaders have joined the chorus, from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Western Australia to the Chamber of Minerals and Energy. They've made their positions equally clear. These are bad laws for Western Australia. The legislation is bad for business and bad for Western Australia. Major mining projects are now at risk. The property sector is facing delays. Even clean energy projects could get caught up in Labor's environmental mess. The Albanese government has refused to release the full report detailing these impacts, raising serious questions about the transparency and what else they might be hiding from West Australian businesses and families. If these laws are as beneficial as Labor claims, why is Labor hiding the truth? Recent analysis has pointed to yet another disturbing reality. While Labor's regulatory burdens increase, the toll is evident in lost opportunities. Reports have confirmed that despite WA's strong economic potential, investment is stagnating under this government's leadership. Rather than capitalising on WA's natural strengths, Labor is focused on ideology-driven policies that deter investors and stifle economic growth. The cost is not just measured in dollars and percentages. It is measured in lost jobs, closed businesses and opportunities wasted. Labor's own Resources and Energy Major Projects report for 2024 reveals that 81 major resource projects worth $119 billion are now stalled or at risk. That's 47,000 jobs in doubt. 47,000 workers left in limbo because this government's incompetence. It's a simple equation. When investment dries up, so do jobs. When projects stall, so do wages. And when businesses are buried in regulation, they start to look elsewhere. WA competes on a global stage and investors don't have to put their money here. Under Anthony Albanese and Labor, increasingly they are turning away from Australia and from Western Australia in particular. These misguided policies have a compounding effect. So the timing of Labor's Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits Bill, which passed the Senate on Monday night, is particularly unwelcome. The bill lacks essential details on how credits will be measured, distributed or enforced. The lack of clarity surrounding the community benefit principles component poses the greatest risk, something clearly identified in the Senate Economics Inquiry into the bill. It's the Treasurer who will make the rules based on these principles, rules we are yet to see, but which will determine if a company is eligible for the tax credits or whether it's to be penalised in the form of reduced credits for alleged non-compliance. They may include forcing mining companies into compulsory union agreements and duplicative consultation on Indigenous and environmental matters. On behalf of the Coalition, I introduced an amendment aimed at giving industry some certainty around these community benefit principles. Labor and the Greens voted against it. The Minerals Council of Australia has warned that Labor's tax credit conditions could duplicate existing regulatory burdens, increasing costs and slowing down projects. The Chamber of Minerals and Energy in Western Australia has raised concern that these so-called benefits provide no actual value while adding additional hurdles. As with nature positive, ongoing regulatory uncertainty, rising project costs and a less competitive WA economy under Anthony Albanese and Labor make Labor a big risk for Western Australia. The Albanese government has taken an equally damaging, equally ill-informed approach to WA's agricultural sector, something close to my heart and to those of my colleagues in this place. The disastrous decision to shut down the live sheep export trade by 2028 is not just an attack on farmers, it is an attack on entire rural communities across all of Western Australia. The impact is already being felt. WA's sheep flock declined by 25% last year alone. 2 major abattoirs have already closed. Wool production is at its lowest level since the 1920s, and shearers are reporting business losses of up to 30% in the past year. Labor has ignored the sector's superb advocacy, led by the Keep the Sheep campaign, and is forcing WA farmers into economic ruin while offering them a measly $139 million in a measly expired transition package. The WA government itself has said the real cost will at least be $1.2 billion. The Prime Minister had an opportunity to meet farmers in Canberra and to listen to their concerns. He declined. His declining sums up this government's approach to our state, our Western Australia's, its refusal to consult, refusal to consider the implications of their policy leaves Western Australia the poorer for it. Again, it's the compounding effect of these policies that make them so damaging, which brings me to Labor's $150 million biosecurity protection level, another direct hit on Australian farmers. This proposed new tax on farmers is fundamentally unfair, charging Australian farmers for the biosecurity costs of importers. Let's put this in the simplest of terms. The government taxing their own farmers to pay for foreigners to bring their products into Australia is absurd. It makes no sense. And of course, the impact would have been felt widely if the Senate today did not successfully discharge the bill from the notice paper. The Coalition, acting decisively this morning, has given some relief to Australian agricultural producers, some relief from Labor's bad policies. It is important to stress, of course, that the Federal Coalition absolutely recognises the importance of a strong and robust biosecurity system in protecting Australia against pests and diseases. Western Australia's biosecurity is guarded with particular care and for good reason. We support a sustainable funding model for biosecurity, but of course that tax would have hurt WA farmers. Western Australia is a state that has given so much to our national economy. It deserves better from Labor. We need a government that supports investment rather than discourages it, a government that reduces red tape and green tape rather than wrapping businesses in layers and layers of bureaucracy.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Deputy President. As we approach the next election and I near the end of my term in the Senate, I'm incredibly proud of what the Albanese government has achieved in just 3 years. Looking back, I see the firm foundation of our legacy and indeed where we are headed. It has been rewarding to engage with voters, communicate these accomplishments, but most importantly, to have their input. Serving on the government benches, there are moments when you make your own contribution on key issues and other times when you provide support for the excellent work of others. And I must say, this reflects the strength of our political party and movement. Whether it is in the party room, the parliament, the shop floor, the boardroom, the classroom, within community groups, together we listen and together we take action. So Australian voters can be sure of what Labor and an Albanese government stand for. first and foremost, good jobs that pay well, and through our tax system, a tax system that allows people to keep more of what they earn. We made tax cuts fair, ensuring that every Australian wage earner who pays tax gets a tax cut, not just those at the top. We passed the Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill, fixing our workplace relations system to get wages moving again. And what did the opposition promise? To repeal protections for vulnerable workers. Repeal them in the middle of a post-COVID cost of living crisis. While we want to lift people up, they want to tear people down. But since coming to office, the Albanese government's created more than 500,000 new jobs, almost actually the most for any new government on record. We've criminalised wage theft, secured pay rises for millions of Australians on the minimum wage, which contrasts starkly with the previous Liberal National Government, which deliberately designed low wage growth into its economic framework. And just this week, we saw the coalition vote against tax incentives for critical minerals processing. And with over 40 such projects in Western Australia competing for international investment, I'm appalled that the coalition still clings to its dig and ship mentality. Far from keeping the sheep, they want to send the sheep offshore on boats rather than, like the other 90% of sheep in Australia, have them processed onshore, creating new jobs. They failed to recognise the skilled, well-paid long-term jobs the critical minerals industry could bring to WA by adding value to our resources. And instead, to the town of Collie, which is just one place that wants these projects as part of its transition in its local economy, to Collie they want to bring not critical minerals, but a nuclear power plant. On healthcare, we know that Australians know that Labor's committed to strengthening Medicare, tripling bulk billing, urgent care clinics where I had the privilege of opening the one in Bunbury, and this week initiatives to make birth control cheaper, more accessible, with better and more affordable support for menopause. So as a government, we've been taking action and listening to women. And it's been great to participate in Senate committee inquiries on reproductive health and menopause, both of which I've been part of, that have made big contributions to the nature of the policy commitments that we've delivered. As a committee member, I've also contributed to the fact that the government's raised care standards and accountability in the national aged care system, including providing meal standards. So while there are so many things to reflect on in what we've achieved, Gonski, education funding, paid parental leave, and so many more, I want to, in closing, say I'm confident that Ellie Whittaker joining Senator Ghosh on the WA Labor Senate ticket for the next election, this good work will continue. Thank you.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Australia's immigration system is broken. It no longer works in the interest of the Australian people. Immigration policy from both parties of government, Labor and the Coalition, does not reflect the views of the Australian people. Yeah. It's driven by big business and used to prop up an economy brought low by poor government decisions. Poll after poll after poll shows most Australians think immigration is too high or should be lowered. A staggering 1.4 million people have been brought to Australia since Labor won power in 2022. That's more than the entire population of Adelaide, our fifth largest city. There has never been such a massive increase in our population in all our history. Last year, I called for a national plebiscite on immigration to determine the views of the Australian people once and for all. Labor, the Coalition, the Greens blocked it. This showed they do not care about the Australian people's views on immigration. It showed they do not care about the increasing numbers of Australians struggling to find secure accommodation, struggling to afford increasing rents, or trying to survive on the streets. It showed they don't care about the inflation caused by high immigration or its overwhelming impact on services and infrastructure. I care because I'm an Australian fighting for a decent standard of living for myself, my family, and the Australians relying on me to fight for them. One Nation listens to the Australian people on immigration, and we develop our policies accordingly. Late last year, the Department of Home Affairs revealed more than 75,000 visa holders were in Australia illegally. Under our policy, all of them would be deported immediately. Yeah. Under our policy, they would not be able to appeal their deportation to the Australian Review Tribunal. During the previous 2 financial years, just over 1.4 million people came to Australia courtesy of the Albanese Labor government, an average of 700,000 per year. These numbers are obscene. One Nation will cap arrivals at 130,000 per year, a drop of 570,000 per year from Labor's record numbers. This will allow Australia to catch its breath, catch up with housing, and catch up with services and infrastructure. One Nation's policies introduces a minimum 8-year waiting period for immigrants before they can apply for Australian citizenship and the privileges that come with it. Over this 8-year period, immigrants will be required to consistently demonstrate they are fit to become Australians. We want to reinforce the principle that Australian citizenship is a privilege to be earned, not an entitlement to be given away. Foreign students will be included in our 130,000-year cap. Australian universities must be broken to the addiction to foreign students and forced to prioritise the tertiary education of Australian students. With modern communications technology, there is no compelling reason why most of these students can't do Australian courses at home, unless, of course, you factor in the amount of money they send back home from Australia. In 2023, this figure was $10 billion. Not million, billion, 10 billion. It's a scam to take jobs and wealth from Australians, and we're going to put a stop to it. One Nation's policy will also stop those on student visas from using the system as a backdoor to permanent residency, and will prevent students from bringing family members here. Our policy also demands the reinstatement of temporary protection visas and Australia's withdrawal from the UN Refugee Convention. TPVs are a proven means of deterring people smuggling, stopping the boats and those arriving by plane. Labor is keeping things quiet, but it's well known that people smugglers are constantly testing our borders, and more boats have made it to the mainland in recent months. Under our policy, immigration from nations known as to foster extremism will be prohibited. The major party's failure to scream out extremists at the border is directly responsible for the unrest and violence we've seen on our streets and in our suburbs. One Nation is the only party with a strong immigration policy that reflects the will of the Australian people. That's because we're the only party that puts Australia and Australians first.
Senator Green.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, this week the Albanese Labor government made a game-changing announcement on women's health, an announcement that will impact women of all ages and will really change the game for women's health by providing more choice, lower cost and bringing healthcare closer to home. The Albanese Labor government is investing $573 million to provide better access, lower costs, more choices for women across the country. For the first time in 30 years, the new oral contraceptive pills will be listed on the PBS, saving around 50,000 women hundreds of dollars a year. Long-term contraceptives like IUDs and implants will also be more affordable, with bigger Medicare payments and expanded bulk billing, cutting costs up to $400 for 300,000 Australian women. Menopause care is also getting a much-needed boost, with the new Medicare rebates, better training for doctors and the first ever clinical guidelines. I can't believe we haven't had those until now, but here we are, the first clinical guidelines for menopause ever. Plus, new hormone therapies will be listed on the PBS, making treatment cheaper for around 150,000 women. We're also expanding specialist clinics for endometriosis and pelvic pain, bringing the total up to 33. And I'm really pleased to say that one of the current clinics that we rolled out after the last election is in Far North Queensland, and it is making an incredible difference to the people that go there. Funded by the Albanese Labor government, the True Clinic provides vital support for women dealing with endometriosis and pelvic pain. And I've even had the privilege of visiting many times to see the incredible work that they do firsthand. And in a huge win for regional areas, women will be able to get contraception and treatment for uncomplicated UTIs directly from pharmacies, with trials covering 250,000 concession card holders. This package was shaped by extensive consultation with women, health experts and advocacy groups, ensuring real impact where it's needed the most. Women in my home of Far North Queensland deserve the same quality healthcare as those in big cities. With this investment, we're making sure distance and costs aren't barriers to essential care. With this investment, we are making sure that essential care for things like contraception, menopause, IUDs and pelvic pain are not treated as taboo or unserious. From our first periods as young girls to the time of menopause as we get older, women's health is often shrouded in shame and stigma, but none of this is a choice. We don't choose to get older, but we need the health care that we need to be provided. Women are being asked the government to take their healthcare seriously, and we have listened. There are changes that could save women and their families thousands of dollars across their lifetimes. On top of this, we are strengthening Medicare, tripling the bulk billing incentive, making medicines cheaper, and opening free Medicare urgent care clinics across the country. We've had 17,000 presentations at the urgent care clinic in Cairns South alone. That's 17,000 patients that didn't need to go to our local hospital. Urgent care clinics are taking the pressure off our hospitals and taking the pressure off the family budgets. But we know that all of this is under threat from Mr. Peter Dutton and the Liberal National Party, because they will make cuts. They will make cuts. They just won't tell you where. And the last time that Mr. Dutton was in control of our healthcare system, well, he ripped $50 billion from hospitals and tried to end bulk billing forever. We know that our healthcare system is precious. Labor built Medicare and will always protect it. But under Mr. Peter Dutton, Medicare is at risk. That is why it's so important at the next election, when it comes to urgent care clinics, cheaper medicines, or tripling the bulk billing incentive, getting access to more GPs, or this amazing women's health system, that we talk to people about what is at risk if Peter Dutton is elected Prime Minister. Women particularly, after we've announced this women's health policy, know that they will be worse off under Mr. Peter Dutton. And that's because they will make cuts. They just won't tell you where. And they've promised before not to make cuts to things that are important to Australians. But we know what happened last time they were in government. You'll be worse off under Peter Dutton because he will cut Medicare.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Millions of Australians standing at the checkout feel the pain of our cost of living crisis. Yesterday, new research revealed that 1 in 3 Australians aren't confident they will be able to afford their housing costs over the next 12 months. Living day in and day out, stressed and afraid about how you're going to pay your bill, your next bill is not the life in the lucky country Australians have come to expect. Canberrans are far from immune from this. Here in the ACT, we have the lowest bulk billing rate in the country. Over half of 17 to 18-year-olds have to fork out the full amount to see a doctor. It's unsurprising, but also a source of shame, that a growing number of people here in Canberra are turning to Google when they're sick because they can't afford to see a GP. We also have the nation's highest childcare fees and the highest rate of persistent homelessness in the country. The cost of living crisis has become one of the hallmarks of our time and will be a defining issue at the forthcoming election. I acknowledge the efforts of the Treasurer the Finance Minister and this government to address this, and especially to bring down inflation. There have been steps in the right direction, and especially when we here on the crossbench have given them a gentle and at times not so gentle nudge in the right direction. But the magnitude of the crisis demands a Parliament willing to be much bolder. The Household Electrification Accelerator projects the crossbench agreed with Minister Bowen are an important step forward, but we need to roll that out at scale. Rather than offering short-term, one-off energy bill relief, we should be ensuring that every Australian household can fully electrify and be saving thousands of dollars every year into the future. Be they renters, apartment owners, social public housing tenants, everyone should have the opportunity to benefit from the savings that electrification can bring to Australians. Rather than a $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, we need a $20 or $30 or even $40 billion half. We need to be getting our priorities straight. When we're faced with challenges such as national security, we see both major parties commit to hundreds of billions of dollars on submarines sometime in the future. And yet when we have Australians struggling to have a roof over their head, we see nowhere near the magnitude of urgency and spending and bipartisanship. We make students pay tens of thousands of dollars for their degrees now, charging them interest for money that they have already repaid. The fact that we haven't changed the date of indexation during this Parliament is disgraceful. There are almost 1 million Australians living below the poverty line because our so-called safety net payments are so vastly inadequate. And until we start fairly taxing our gas and other natural resources, I simply do not want to hear that we can't afford to do this. Norway has a $2.8 trillion sovereign wealth fund. Imagine if we had the political courage to have done that, or to do that here. If our major parties weren't so completely and utterly captured by the fossil fuel industry. We could have. And I think Australians would have wanted us to, but it's not too late. We can do that now as a country. There are deep structural problems we need to fix, especially when it comes to competition. We can't keep talking about cost of living crisis and not talk about addressing competition in this country. When interest rates come down, we need to see the supermarkets and the banks pass that on. I'm deeply worried in our system of duopolies, of the big four, we won't. CommBank just announced a $5 billion half-yearly profit. Pretty good in a cost of living crisis. We know that in our current system, any savings will be banked because there's no competition. Without a strong Parliament putting people first, and why would we expect that when we have another duopoly? Rather than dealing with more competition and trying to improve and reconnect with the people that they should be representing, they're stitching up a deal to lock out competition. The duopoly acting in the interests of the duopoly. This is a last gasp attempt in a country where people have had a gutful with the lack of choice in our economy and in politics of entrenching your power, and it's shameful. And I hope people see it for what it is. The duopoly that's overseen duopolies wants to entrench the duopoly.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, my kids are the men they are today because of great early childcare educators. I'm so lucky to have had wonderful educators in my kids' lives when they were little. As a young mum, I returned to work pretty soon after having both of my kids. You got to keep paying the bills somehow. It's something I know so many parents out there can relate to. So I put my kids into childcare in Olvie, and I'm glad I did. Those educators shaped who my boys are. And I want every child to have these experiences. The playtime with other kids, the chance to laugh and play and squeal with joy. It shouldn't matter where they live, what their parents do, or how much money their parents make. Every child should have the same opportunity to learn. The current system doesn't allow that. There's this little thing called the activity test in place. It was designed to link subsidised childcare to the number of hours parents work, study or volunteer. It means the more hours you work, the more hours of subsidised care that you have access to. Except it's actually locking families out of childcare. It's punishing parents with insecure jobs, people looking for work, and carers who contribute to their communities in other ways. And it hits families on low or unpredictable incomes the most. It means people get stuck in a vicious cycle. They can't get a job because they can't get care for their child. But they can't get subsidised care for their child because they can't get a job. What are these parents supposed to do? That's why I support getting rid of this test. It's not working the way it's supposed to. This change will help an estimated 126,000 Australian children access more affordable care and giving them a better start to life. But removing the activity test alone isn't enough to solve the tangled web of problems with the childcare system. If we want every child to have access to childcare, we have to have somewhere to put them. Tassie has been labelled as a childcare desert. There's less childcare places available than water in the Sahara Desert. Parents can be stuck on waiting lists for months. Some of them are signing up for places as soon as they're finding out that they're pregnant. If there's not enough places now, there's definitely not going to be enough when universal childcare is implemented. So the government's got to start getting a little bit creative. And Tassie is already leading the way with a solution. Some family daycare centres in Tassie are at risk of shutting down. It's because there are 2 daycares running out of the same building. The Tassie bureaucrats say this isn't allowed. The Tasmanian Education Minister, Jo Palmer, she has the power to keep them open, but she refuses to do it. Shutting down amazing childcare centres, doing their job doesn't make any sense. It'll put 100 families at risk, with no other childcare options available in the area. Last year, the Productivity Commission said that dual educator models in childcare centres could help with the childcare crisis. The federal government should have them in rural and regional areas where there aren't a lot of options available. The 2 centres currently under threat in Latrobe are the perfect example of this. They're filling a gap and doing it well. The federal government should use these centres as an example of how dual educator family daycares could be rolled out across the country. But to roll out new centres, you need staff to fill them. Early childcare educators are underpaid and overworked. Centres are struggling to retain staff, and educators are heading off to work at Woolies because the pay is better. Labor tried to fix that with their recent pay rise for childcare workers, but hasn't been executed at all well. The government won't say how many centres have successfully applied for the wage boost so far because it isn't rolling out as well as they'd hoped. Educators aren't getting pay rises fast enough because the wage boost rollout is a bureaucratic, confusing application process. Some providers are on their 4th attempt to get paperwork approved so their staff can receive their wage increase. I absolutely support a pay rise for early childcare educators. But if the process is so hard that no one can get the pay rise, then the system's stuffed. The federal government needs to work with the sector to make this process as easy as possible. Without addressing these issues, we risk creating a system where families are eligible for care but no places exist for them. Universal childcare and removing the activity test are steps in the right direction, but make sure there are spaces available for our kids where they're needed, and don't close down what we already have.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I will introduce the Constitution Alteration Right to Free Speech Bill 2025. The purpose of my bill is to enshrine freedom of speech, obviously within the Australian Constitution. This bill is urgently needed and will provide protection of a right that many Australians assume that they already have. This assumption, though, is increasingly dangerous. While freedom of speech in this country is generally assumed, it is not guaranteed. Indeed, it is always under threat. Over the past decade, the right of Australians to say what they think has been increasingly infringed upon. And while Australian parliaments have made no efforts at all to protect speech, they have, however, passed laws at state and federal level to restrict freedom of speech. We are now at a point where it is dangerous to openly say things that most people privately believe. It's a brave person, for example, who opines that men cannot become women. Is that really the kind of country that we want to live in? A country in which stating a simple truth puts a person in danger of being dragged before a tribunal to be interrogated for their words. It is time to provide a constitutional right for all Australians to say what they truly think. The Western world became prosperous by allowing rather than by censoring debate. Free speech is not a thing to be feared. It is a thing which should be embraced. Free speech is something that protects people. It's something that needs to be encouraged. The Enlightenment was built on the ability of people to say what they honestly thought, even if it went against established norms. Indeed, it was the ability to challenge norms that made progress possible in the first place. But now we risk going backwards into a new dark age of restricted speech where certain ideas held sacrosanct by those in power are beyond challenging. This bodes well for nobody. Without speech, there is no expression of thought. It is no exaggeration to say that if people are not able to speak freely, then they are not able to think clearly. And that here is the key issue. Freedom of thought supposes freedom of speech. The two are linked. What good are all the other freedoms if people are not free to think independently of the state and to express those thoughts? Australia, at a national level, we lack entrenched protections for freedom of speech. Our role as elected members should be to provide and sustain that right. This bill will give the Australian people the power to vote in a referendum and determine just how important freedom of speech is to them. I believe that people, if given the chance, will vote overwhelmingly in favour of free speech because Australians, while we may disagree on many issues, we believe in a fair go. We believe in the right of everyone to voice their opinion without fear or favour. My proposed alteration to the Constitution will protect freedom of expression along similar lines to the First Amendment in the United States Constitution, which provides that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. My bill would put the brakes on efforts to suppress speech that are shockingly becoming more and more common all around the Western world, especially here in Australia. Now, there shouldn't be a single senator in this chamber who would say that they were against freedom of speech. There shouldn't be a single senator in this chamber who would say to their constituents, I want to make it more difficult for you and your family to express your opinions. It's crazy. We came to Canberra not to oppress our constituents, but to defend and to ensure their freedoms forever. And this bill does just that. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In 2022, I set up an inquiry into concussions and repeated head trauma in contact sports due to the shocking accounts from people who approached my office, concerned by the lack of action from the major sporting codes and the government, despite decades of attempts to bring this into the public light. The Senate inquiry and increased media reporting have raised awareness over the last 2 years on this important issue, and there has been some movement in the concussion space since the inquiry handed down its report in August last year. Firstly, some sporting codes have undergone rule modification to decrease injury rates, as prevention is the most effective way to address the issue. The government also tabled its response to the Senate inquiry report, which is what I want to address here today. I appreciate the development of an updated concussion and brain health position statement released in February last year, which partly addressed Recommendation 8 of the inquiry report. The position statement provides updated information on concussion, including the Australian Concussion Guidelines for community and youth sport. It advances a more precautionary approach than previously seen, including guidance for flexible return to play protocols with a more cautious approach, particularly for children and those with previous concussions. The position statement is an improvement on the previous versions and brings concussion advice in line with the UK and New Zealand. However, its development failed to fully take into account some of the existing research in this country and could have gone further in its guidance. The response to some of the other recommendations has unfortunately been less satisfying. Recommendations 3 to 6 of the report spoke to the need for greater investment in research around concussion and repeated head trauma, including CTE. The government responded by reiterating already existing research funding, which scientists called out as insufficient, particularly for CTE. The existing medical research future funding of $50 million for a 10-year period is very little for a complex research area and does not include CTE. CTE is a neurodegenerative disorder which has been linked to repeated head trauma and gets worse over time. It can sadly lead to mood and behaviour changes and progressive disorders of thinking and memory. It can lead to death. During the inquiry, we have heard from affected players and families, some of whom have tragically lost loved ones, and their accounts have been heart-wrenching. Failing to acknowledge the significance of CTE and to invest in better research and support for those affected is the government failing in its duty of care. The government's response also fails to address the need for more independent research on the issue. The Australian Research Council is conflicted with its close associations with sports like the AFL and NRL, who have vested interests to not support research into CTE. This was a matter raised in the inquiry, but which the committee report failed to properly call out. It is time funding is provided to independent research rather than the same cohort of suspects deeply connected with the sports, such as internationally discredited Paul McCrory. Recommendation 7 around improving public awareness and education on concussion and repeated head trauma was fully endorsed by the government. It came as a surprise, though, that in response it committed $12.5 million to Dementia Australia in this year's budget to support populations at risk of dementia, including those with suspected CTE. While I value Dementia Australia's work, it has, until recently, never worked in the CTE space, while others with decades of experience and high credentials in the field, such as the Australian Sports Brain Bank, have repeatedly missed out on funding. As someone who has suffered from concussion and its long-term impacts, I'm glad that the issue...
Sorry, Senator Thorpe, the time for debate has expired. I presume you want to seek leave to continue your remarks?
I seek leave to continue.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. We'll now go to 2-minute statements. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Too often, women's health is just not taken seriously. But we're changing that with a historic investment of over $500 million into women's health. And we know that it'll deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. And we make up half of the population. It's a pretty significant proportion of the population, so it's great to see this investment from the Albanese Labor government. Women have asked and asked governments to take their health seriously, and we have listened on this side of the chamber. We're making big changes to make oral contraceptives and IUDs more accessible and affordable, including the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills for the first time in 30 years. Yaz and Yasmin will be listed, saving 50,000 women hundreds of dollars a year. And there is work underway to list more contraceptive pills. We're also opening even more endo and pelvic pain clinics across the country. We'll open 11 new clinics and ensure all 33 clinics are staffed to provide specialist support for menopause. And there's a whole bunch of improvements for women experiencing menopause, including a new Medicare rebate of around $110 for menopause health assessments. This will help around 150,000 women each year, saving hundreds of dollars every year. And again, this is not a small proportion of women. Women make up over 50% of the population, and we all go through menopause. And all of the changes that are announced are going to save women hundreds of dollars every year. And in a cost of living crisis, it will mean women are more easily able to prioritise their own healthcare needs. This is a government that will always take women's health seriously.
Your time has expired. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Tomorrow is the 17th anniversary of the National Apology to Stolen Generations, delivered by former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd in 2008, a significant milestone for healing for First Nations people who have suffered some of the most unspeakable crimes in past government policies of forced child removal and assimilation. As a nation, the importance of commemorating and acknowledging the wrongs of the past remain as open wounds. Truths of this era must be put into our school curriculum, our civics and citizenship education. This is the unfinished business of this nation. Stolen generation survivors are some of the most vulnerable people and have kept their stories and experience secret for many years, even decades. I am a child of the generation following the end of the era of removals. My family were in the missions and on the reserves for 5 generations, and we are still working our way through the intergenerational trauma. I am extremely grateful for the opportunities I have to work every day to heal from this and recognising that this is not everybody's story. And I want to respectfully acknowledge the many people who have been taken or lost along the way. Sharing these experiences are critical, and our future collective path should be forged through respect, through understanding for our survival and our resilience. We are still here and we are not going anywhere. Woola.
Senator Cox. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak of some deceptive, dishonest, unethical advertisements that have been calling for the end of the native forest industry in this country, based on the fact that 90% of timber used in our economy today is out of plantation. And this is not the reason to end native forestry. If in fact we look at the real values that most people in our community are looking for in relation to management of our environment, you will actually promote a native forest-based regime for your forestry system. And I know that people in my community really value those important values. If you look at the native forest regime in compared to a plantation forest regime, a native forest regime is better for biodiversity. It will store more carbon. In fact, a managed forest will store more carbon over time than a forest that is left to just fallow. It's better for water quality. It uses no chemicals. Some people might call it organic forestry. And as a carpenter, someone who's worked with timber since I was young, a carpenter, joiner, I know that native forest timbers will provide you with the best quality timbers. They're all around us today here in this chamber. You won't make a piece of furniture that will become an antique one day out of plantation timber. You won't have high quality veneers. You won't make exquisite musical instruments, and you won't make the type of boats that we celebrated at the Australian Wooden Boat Festival in Hobart last week. We need a balanced regime of forestry, one that looks after our environment, but also one that retains all of the values from both native and plantation regimes.
Senator Polly.
Thank you. I had the privilege this week to be introduced to a young woman who has a very rare cancer. It was an event from Rare Cancer Australia. This young woman living in regional Australia, 33-year-old, got the terrible news that she has a terminal cancer and very rare. What she had to make a choice about when she finally got diagnosis was whether she lived or died depended on her access to superannuation. You know, beautiful young woman, got a whole life ahead of her, very lucky that the treatment that she's under at the moment is working, but it is like $8,000 every time. So that's not what it's about. We actually provide Medicare and support for all Australians, which leads me to the meeting I had with rural GPs today in my office. Coming from Tasmania, we're a rural and regional state. We know what it's like not to be able to have access to specialists when we need them. The demand on GPs is so great. So a shout out to Rare Cancer Australia for all the work that they do about raising awareness. But we want equality in this country, so the threat of a Liberal government under Mr Dutton, if he ever became Prime Minister, we know his record of cutting and using the health budget and the aged care budget as an ATM machine is in stark contrast to the work that Minister Mark Butler has done in the almost 3 years that we have been in government. There is stark contrast. You cannot afford to risk the Liberals introducing another GP tax because for a decade they did nothing about giving any incentives for GPs to allow longer consultations or to get more GPs trained so that we have them in rural and regional Australia. Every Australian living in regional or rural areas is equal to any living in a city in this country.
Seat, Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, One Nation's plan to put more money in Australians' pockets has a focus on strengthening Medicare. Well, we'll begin by targeting fraud. As we learned from the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance released by the Health Minister in April 2023, the system has been rorted by up to $3 billion a year. There have been many examples of people using other people's Medicare cards or doctors claiming rebates for patients they did not see. There are other examples of Medicare-funded appointments being used to obtain cheap prescriptions sold at obscene profits both here and overseas. Much of this can be prevented by simply requiring photo ID on Medicare cards. One Nation's policy will increase bulk billing rates, which have fallen under Labor. According to the 2025 report on government services released this month, in 23-24, bulk billing rates declined from 51.7% to 47.7%, despite significant funding injections by Labor. In the same year, average out-of-pocket costs for a patient to see a GP was $45, and 9% of patients either delayed appointments or simply didn't go because of the cost. One Nation's policy will also look at increasing the Medicare rebate to better support bulk billing. GPs facing huge cost increases, rent, rates, insurance, energy, need to be better remunerated if bulk billing rates are to improve and to prevent the exit of GPs from the system. Medicare must be made sustainable if we want Australians to continue to have access to affordable Medicare. Let's put photo ID in the Medicare card so that we stop this fraud and stop people coming in from overseas, taking up friends and families' Medicare cards, using our services, go and get their scripts, taking back the medicines. So fraud, we know, is up to $3 billion a year.
Hanson, your time has expired. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Mr Chairman. Sorry about that, Chair. Don't take that the wrong way. Look, I just want to call out the Labor Party on this absolute cop-out of a decision yesterday where they have rolled over to the big banks yet again, like they did in 1985 when they lifted capital controls, like they did in 1992 when they privatised the Commonwealth Bank, and they've effectively got an agreement from the four major banks that they're going to keep their branches open until 2027. What a cop-out. That is an absolute insult to the hard-working people out in regional and metropolitan Australia who need to access banking services. You know, Ben Chiefeley would be rolling in his grave if he saw the modern Labor Party today, and I know you agree with me, Acting Deputy Chair, you're an old Chiefeley man yourself, coming from the working class. Okay, what has happened to the Labor Party? Stop selling out to the big banks. We need more branches in the regions. We need a proper public bank, not this postal bank rubbish whereby little post office franchises are being screwed by the major banks. Yeah, it's all very well they sign an agreement now, but what happened is the last time the agreement was sold, the banks went and closed a whole heap more branches, which of course meant that these post offices got more work and the post office itself couldn't actually engage in these transactions at a profit. So the banks are just merely shifting costs through bank at post. The only party that has a solution, a proper solution, is the People First Party that wants a public bank using the RBA payment systems that already exist, and I know that because I've actually managed the payment systems in an Australian-listed bank. We'd need a government insurance office brought back, all under the same roof. That would also include a government superannuation fund, and we would save billions of dollars and return it into the pockets of Australian people.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australia's economy is in trouble and working people are the ones paying the price. Rents have never been higher, every trip to the grocery store feels like daylight robbery, and while Aussie families struggle to keep up with soaring mortgage repayments, the big banks, like Senator Rennick said, are raking in billions of the very interest rate hikes that are crushing households. So let's cut through the noise. This isn't just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's parents who are already budgeting down to the last dollar, skipping meals to keep a roof over their heads. It's young couples who worked hard to buy their first home, watching their Australian dream turn into a financial nightmare as their mortgage repayments go up by hundreds or even thousands of dollars a month. It's retirees dusting off resumes and forced back into work because their savings aren't keeping up. For most Australians, this isn't just economic theory, it's reality. And yet, what do we get from the two major parties? A blame game. Labor points the finger at the Liberals for a decade of economic mismanagement, and the Liberals fire back about reckless spending. But here's the truth. Both sides have spent years dodging the hard work of fixing this mess. We know the RBA only has one blunt instrument to address inflation, and it won't hold up as the sole firefighter in this crisis. We need real solutions like strengthen renters' rights so landlords can't hike rents at will, invest in affordable housing instead of leaving it to profit-hungry developers, tackle corporate price gouging so families aren't paying through the nose for essentials, and let's get one thing straight, tackling inflation should not mean punishing households, because right now the only thing trickling down is stress, and Australians have had enough.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to just some of the litany of issues that plague the social security system in this country. Firstly, I want to talk about the punitive partner income test for the disability support pension, a test that traps disabled people in abusive relationships by forcing them into a situation of financial dependency where they can lose access to their own income. A test that also prevents members of the community from getting married out of fear of losing their disability support pension. I hear time and time again from participants and constituents who are exhausted dealing with a social security system that punishes instead of uplifts. Participants should not be punished for pursuing relationships. It's regressive and it undermines marriage equality. This is on top of the already dismal rate of income support that we have in this country. Today, there are more than 3 million Australians living in poverty, including 1 in 6 children. Despite being one of the wealthiest countries on earth, successive Labor and coalition governments have made deliberate policy choices that keep people in poverty. I urge the government to get their priorities in order. Tax breaks for property investors, giving hundreds of billions of dollars to billionaires and big corporations and fossil fuel corporations, doesn't help the average Australian get through this cost of living crisis, and it certainly does absolutely nothing for the millions of people struggling to survive on Centrelink poverty payments. Poverty is a policy choice, and the Greens are fighting for a strong social safety net and a livable wage that would raise all Centrelink payments above the poverty line.
Thank you, Senator Allman-Payne. Senator Babbitt.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Now, the so-called battle between Labor and Liberal is an illusion. Both parties push the same agenda, differing only in presentation. The two-party system is designed to give voters the illusion of choice while ensuring that nothing truly changes. Now, for years, both major parties have supported globalist-led policies that erode national sovereignty and undermine personal freedoms. Labor and Liberal are both committed to the Paris Climate Accord, which won't change the weather but will devastate our economy and our quality of life. Digital ID, censorship laws, so-called hate speech laws, restricting social media for minors, all bipartisan initiatives. The same goes for big pharmaceutical companies, indemnity that they were given during the pandemic, and gaslighting victims of their products afterwards. Both parties bow to unelected globalist organisations like the UN, WHO, WEF, while running up national debt, destroying the value of our dollar, undermining Australian culture and implementing mass immigration policies that weaken sovereignty. Their policies are dictated not by the people, in my opinion, but by faceless bureaucrats who remain in power, regardless of who sits in the Prime Minister's office. Unlike the United States, where the President can bring in fresh personnel, Australia's deeply entrenched bureaucracy influences policy from the shadows, ensuring continuity of the globalist agenda. If Australians believe that voting for Mr Dutton will fix the mess created by Prime Minister Albanese, they are mistaken. These men are two sides of the same coin, the only difference being the colour of their ties. Now, the only way forward really is this: reject the two-party system and vote for a true disruptor, leaders who challenge the establishment, fight globalist overreach, and most importantly, put Australia first. Thank you.
Senator Babet. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I would just like to briefly say thanks to the many Australians who have fought hard to save their banks in their country town. I should recognise your efforts as well, Mr Acting Deputy President. A few years ago, and I think Senator Rennick might have spoken about this earlier, that he pushed for a Senate inquiry into regional bank closures, and ourselves on that committee, on the Rural Affairs Committee, along with many Australians, everyday Australians got involved, fought hard to keep banks in our country towns. Our first act as a committee was to write to all the banks and ask them to not close branches while our inquiry occurred, and 3 of the 4 major banks agreed with us and did that, and as a consequence 12 bank branches that were slated for closure were not closed at that time. It has been one of the more fruitful Senate committee experiences that I've been involved in, conducted in a bipartisan, now tripartisan type of way, and we actually delivered real results for people on the ground. I want to thank everybody who got involved. I remember our first hearing down in Sale in Victoria, organised with just weeks' notice. The town hall was packed to the rafters, and that public reaction clearly helped force the hands of the banks to do something here and stop the ripping out of financial services from our country towns. So yesterday I do welcome the announcement that banks will now extend that moratorium till mid-27. That's fantastic. They've also all banks signed up to provide provide their banking services through Australia Post branches. That's great, but more needs to be done too. Our committee did also recommend that a small levy be introduced on our major banks so that we could fund the expansion of new services. So we don't just get declining services, we get growth in financial services in the bush, and I hope the government can take that recommendation up as well.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Apparently there's been a couple of rumours getting about where I stand with a better targeted superannuation bill in the last couple of weeks. So I'm here to set the record straight. I don't support the bill. Labor says their bill targets the top end of town. Their plan is that people with $3 million or more in their superannuation need to pay more tax. In theory, it sounds okay. Most of us would say $3 million is a fair chunk of change, but that amount won't be indexed. So as we move forward 10 years, 20 years, suddenly what seemed like a lot of money now won't be a lot of money then. It means more and more Australians will be caught up in this tax. But the real secret assassin of this bill is the unrealised gains. Think of a Tassie farmer who owns an agricultural property that's been in their family for generations. Maybe that land is worth a few $1 million now. It's classed as one of their assets. This bill would ask farmers to pay tax on that land, pay tax on something they haven't sold, something they don't have the cash in the bank for. It makes absolutely no sense at all. So suddenly this bill, which Labor says only targets millionaires, is targeting average, everyday working people that's not giving people a fair crack. I agree that super needs to be taxed in a way that's fairer and more sustainable. The administration of superannuation is needlessly complex and it adds costs to everyone who uses the system. Super tax concessions are expensive and will require eventual windback, but it's got to be done in a way that reduces complexity, gives certainty and improves sustainability. Labor's best targeted super concession bill isn't the right way to do it, and that's why I don't support it. So, rumour dispensed.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Thorpe.
President, are you waiting for us to die? These words reflect the testimony of survivors of the stolen generation who continue to wait for the implementation of the 1997 National Inquiry into the Stolen Generation, known as the Bringing Them Home report, which my mum was a co-commissioner of. It delivered 54 recommendations to address the impacts of the removal policies and provide a pathway forward for healing. A report released by the Healing Foundation today demonstrates that only 6% of these recommendations have been implemented. The stolen generations continue. Last year, almost 1 in 15 First Nations children were forcibly removed from their families, and the numbers continue to rise. Victoria has the worst rate, with nearly 1 in 8 of our children forcibly stolen. In the Northern Territory, we're seeing a calculated reversal of progress, with the government moving to dismantle the Aboriginal child placement principle, which ensures our children stay connected to family, kin, culture and country. It's a return to the genocidal policy of assimilation. Each day my office supports constituents who are desperately fighting to have their children returned or not removed, or who are still grappling with the intergenerational trauma caused by being stolen. The federal governments pretend that responsibility rests solely with states and territories, but we know that with leadership they can develop a national intergenerational healing strategy and a national legislative framework to stop stealing our children.
Your time has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, recently I had the pleasure of joining over 300 proud supporters of the National Party's candidate for the federal seat of Bendigo, Andrew Lethlean. What an event. People from all walks of life throughout the community standing proudly with Andrew, a born and bred local who's run pubs in Bendigo for many, many decades, also a local tennis champion and footballer, proudly raised his kids locally as well, has put his hand up to get Bendigo a better deal than they're currently getting from the Labor.
Resume your seat. Point of order, Senator.
Chair, whether this new Liberal and National Party memo to talk directly to the camera was consistent with the standing orders about directing comments through the chair.
Thank you. Point taken, but I don't see a point of order. Senator Mackenzie, you have 1 minute and 17 seconds left.
Well, the Labor Party might try and shut the National Party down here in the Australian Senate, but they won't shut the National Party down in the seat of Bendigo. We have a local champion who's prepared to stand up for his community against Labor slashing infrastructure locally, refusing to invest in projects, and Lisa Chesters is just a failed local member, can't even make it onto Albanese's front bench. We see in the latest round of regional grant funding—
Senator, order. I'm going to have to remind you that I hear it so many times from your side of the chamber. When you were referring to those in the other House, you refer to them as their title.
I did. Is her name not
You know
Lisa
exactly
Chesters?
what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying, Senator
correct.
Mackenzie.
It's time that Bendigo got a better deal than they are getting from their local member Lisa Chesters, the failed Premier. We wonder how long she will hold that post, Jacinta Allen, and indeed the Labor Party here in Canberra. Concerningly, we've seen the Regional Grants Program ignore significant investment in the seat of Bendigo, and Andrew Lethlean and the Nationals won't take a backward step in standing up for that community and making sure they get their fair share of federal funding, united behind one flag, one people. We know that Bendigo spoke out loudly about the voice, and Andrew will back Bendigo all the way.
Senator Mackenzie, your time has expired. Resume your seat. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President, and I do want to change the tone in the Senate just for a moment. As you'd be aware, the AFL season is less than a month away, and I certainly cannot wait. But today I want to draw attention to the Collingwood Football Club's inspiring work away from the footy field. And I was pleased to have recently received over the summer break the club's Community Foundation Impact Report, where people doing it tough are given an opportunity to connect and belong. There are two pillars in the foundation: Barawan and A Nest for All. Barawan, which means magpie, oversees activities in support of First Nations people through cultural awareness and education, while A Nest for All ensures that everyone has a place to belong through the Magpie Nest Cafe, the Magpie Nest Housing, the Collingwood Foundation football team, and wheelchair football. These programs support those who are experiencing homelessness, mental illness, disability, substance abuse, domestic violence, or social and economic hardship. The Foundation also has a formidable partnership with the Salvation Army's Project 614, which offers housing and meals to those in need. For example, the Magpie Nest Cafe is operated by the Salvation Army with the help of the Foundation, providing over 10,000 free meals each month. So I'm proud to see my club kicking goals away from the footy field, delivering programs that have a profound impact on the community. So well done to everyone at the Foundation, including the board, and Kerry Brewer, the Executive General Manager, and her team for fostering social and cultural change through football. Keep up the great work and go Pies, and I look forward to the 2025 footy season.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Antic, you've got less than a minute.
Thank you, Madam President. The ABS, Australian Bureau of Statistics, no longer provides official estimates as to the rates of excess mortality in our community, but we know that they are alarmingly high, and we know that because they've been alarmingly high ever since the COVID period. In fact, since those figures were switched off in 2022, we knew that the excess mortality rate was recorded at 11.7% over the rate of normal mortality in this country. My question is, why is this issue still
Senator
not
Antic.
being investigated?
2-minute statements have... Call Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Today, Australians witnessed utterly vile footage of two nurses at Bankstown Hospital making despicable anti-Semitic death threats against Israeli patients, with one boasting, "You have no idea how many Israeli people come to this hospital. I send them to Jahannam. Jahannam is Arabic for hell." The other nurse declared that she wouldn't treat Israeli patients, saying, "I'll kill them." What has the Prime Minister done to ensure the safety of Jewish and Israeli patients across Australia, given the threats on their lives which have been made?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, this video is disgusting. The footage is sickening and it is shameful, and the comments to which the Senator refers are vile. The anti-Semitism has no place in this country. It has no place in our health system, and it is inconsistent. The comments are inconsistent with who we are, fly in the face of all that we are as a country which is welcoming of and respectful of people of all faiths and all cultural backgrounds. I am advised that these individuals have been stood down by New South Wales authorities, as they should have been. And they have been, I'm also advised they have been referred to the New South Wales Police for criminal investigation, as they should have been. And individuals found to have committed criminal anti-Semitic acts should face the full force of the law.
Minister Wong. Senator Cash.
It is a point of order on relevance. The question was in relation to what has the Prime Minister done to ensure the safety of Jewish and Israeli patients across Australia.
Senator Cash, the Minister is being directly relevant to your question.
On this, I would have hoped that response to this issue is above politics. That's certainly how we are approaching it. And the Prime Minister has made very clear statements. This matter has been dealt with in accordance with accordance with the appropriate procedures, which is they have been stood down by the New South Wales authorities, as they should have been.
Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. And I ask the Minister, has the Prime Minister called a National Cabinet on ensuring the safety of Jewish and Israeli patients across Australia?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
The Prime Minister has previously engaged with states and has regularly engaged with states and territories about the issue of anti-Semitism. We know that anti-Semitism is on the has been on the rise in this country. We know that Jewish Australians have been targeted. I've said in this place many times, people in this country have a right not only to be safe but also to feel safe. And we all have a role, as Mr Dreyfus so eloquently put it in the other place, to work together to stand up against hatred, against anti-Semitism, and for the values that are central to who we are.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Again, it's a point of order on relevance. The question went directly to, has the Prime Minister called a National Cabinet?
Thank you, Senator Cash. I will draw the Minister back to your question.
My recollection, as I said, is that the Prime Minister has previously and continues to engage with the states on these issues. I refer the Minister to the Prime Minister's public statements today and to the previous discussion about national cabinet.
The time for responding has expired. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And given that there has been a wave of anti-Semitic hate in Australia since October 2023, with these vile threats being the latest horrific example, how does the Prime Minister propose to lead a nationally coordinated approach to ensure Jewish and Israeli patients can have confidence in our healthcare system?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Can I just provide some information which I have now located in relation to some matters in the federal jurisdiction? There is a national. It's in response to the primary question. There is a national scheme for regulating safety and quality of health practitioners, including nurses. In the case of New South Wales, the relevant authority is the Healthcare Complaints Commission. Any adverse finding by that body will automatically flow through the National Registration Scheme. I can inform the Senate that the Secretary of New South Wales Royal Health has referred this matter to both the HCCC and informed
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
And again, it is a point of order in relation to relevance. All three questions directly went to the actions of the Prime Minister of Australia.
I believe the Minister is being relevant. I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister.
To provide the Senator with information about her first answer, her first question, which I didn't have in front of me when I answered it. And what I'd say to Senator Cash is I am willing to work with anyone to stand up against anti-Semitism. I hope that is the case across the chamber.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. And my question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Today in Merimbula, the Prime Minister announced the Albanese Labor government will work with the administrators of regional express Holdings, or REX as it's commonly known, as part of an upcoming competitive sale process to ensure crucial regional aviation services continue beyond the 30th of June 2025. As the duty senator for most of New South Wales, I'm delighted that the government will back regional aviation, just like we back regional telecommunications, because we know our great country towns deserve quality services and connectivity just like our cities. Can the minister please provide further details of today's important and I'm sure much welcomed announcement?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator O'Neill for the question, and it was an important announcement today. Again, the Labor government standing up for regional communities, making sure that regional transport, including aviation services, are not reduced under this government. We believe in regional and remote communities and the fact that they deserve reliable, affordable and accessible air travel. Today we did announce, the Prime Minister, that we will support bidders in a second sale process for REX Airlines to maximise the prospect of a successful sale. We have been clear that the Commonwealth is not a bidder in this process and want to see a successful market-led outcome, but this is an important signal to the market. We've been clear if there is no sale, we'll look at contingency options, including Commonwealth acquisitions. But because regional Australians deserve to know that we have their backs. And this announcement today, of course, builds on the announcement yesterday about ensuring regional services like banking are maintained in communities, and important announcements by the Minister for Infrastructure today about the upgrade of regional airports. Again, infrastructure that is essential not only for day-to-day air travel, and transport, but also in times of emergencies. And we know those communities, Senator O'Neill, where you are the relevant senator, rely so much on being able to, at short notice, ship in supplies and support at times of national emergency. So we are very pleased to make these investments. Certainly the investments in airports are long overdue, and we believe, in terms of REX, we need to send a very strong commitment to regional communities that we will maintain your air services despite REX Airlines going through a difficult time.
Order across the chamber.
Go on.
Order. Senator Watt and Senator McKenzie. Order. Senator McKenzie, I particularly just called you to order. Point of order.
I would like Senator Watt to withdraw calling me his remarks about me. I've crossed the chamber over the last 2 minutes of exchange.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. I'm more than happy to do that. But I also expect that when I personally call you to order, that I call your name, that you come to order. Senator Watt, please withdraw. Thank you. Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. And recently I was in Griffith, the home of REX Airlines, and the community is very proud of that. But what support has been provided by the Albanese Labor government to date to support REX, and why is the government support for REX so important, particularly for regional Australia?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator O'Neill for the question. The announcement today comes on top of the Albanese government providing a loan of up to $80 million to keep REX's vital regional routes operating until the 30th of June 2025, and also acquiring $50 million of debt from REX's largest creditor. And we've done that earlier this year to ensure that the airlines could continue to operate. These actions make it clear that the government's ongoing commitment to maintaining access to aviation services for regional and remote communities, and recognises the critical role of the REX network to local communities. And there does, President, seem to be a bit of a disagreement between the Liberals and the National Party about the approach to REX Airlines. We have Mr Littleproud saying all options should be on the table, and we have members of the Liberal Party, Senator Hume and Ms Lee, saying that it's that government shouldn't own.
Order. Order. Particularly Senators Watt and McKenzie. If you can't sit in this chamber and show me respect, particularly when I name you, then please leave. Minister Gallagher. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that fulsome response and putting on the record Ms Lee's response. How will Australians benefit from securing this important regional transport infrastructure, and how would remote and regional communities be impacted if REX services were no longer available to the communities that absolutely rely on them?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. Rex Airlines provides a vital service to regional Australia, a service that hundreds of thousands of regional Australians depend on. And I must say, listening to the media comments this morning from those opposite, we had Mr Littleproud saying he believes that everything needs to be on the table, and it seems that we had other members of the Liberal Party saying that we should never own an airline and criticising the investments that we've made to date to keep the airline flying. And so it does seem that there's a bit of a divide over there, in fact a significant division between the Liberal Party and the National Party. And who pays the price for that division? It's people in regional communities that depend on these airlines to ensure that they can travel around the country. We believe we're making the right decisions for REX, and we look forward to participating in the second sale process.
I'm going to remind all senators today, my apologies in advance to senators who haven't called out, but particularly those that I've named, of Standing Order 203. I am serious. If I call order, I expect you to come to order. I should not have to name you individually. Senator Bragg.
Thanks, President. I think we'll try again. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Now, yesterday, during question time, you'll recall that you said that 13,700 houses were, quote, in the pipeline under round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund. How many homes, I think you should listen to what the President just said, how many homes have been completed, under the Housing Australia Future Fund agenda?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. Well, President, through you, I'd say to Senator Bragg two things. The first is I'd refer to my answer yesterday. And secondly, I was waiting for that. Secondly, Senator, can I just point out to you that probably if we had had the opportunity to have the Housing Australia Future Fund earlier, we would have seen a lot more progress, and that you were amongst the many people over there who did not want to progress that, and you still don't. So what I can say to you, Senator, is there are absolutely more houses to be built and being built by this government than would be if Mr Dutton were in power.
Nothing. Senator, I'll wait for order. Sorry, Senator Bragg. Order. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Well, given we couldn't get any more information on houses completed, how many homes in the pipeline, another one of your quotes from yesterday, have actually been completed?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, as I said yesterday, the government's committed $32 billion in new housing initiatives, including $6 billion in the most recent budget. I'm advised that more 24,000 homes are in the pipeline through direct Commonwealth investment, including 13,700 under round one of the HAF.
Sorry, Senator Bragg. Senator Cash.
Point of order in relation to relevance. I'm going to assume the minister doesn't know the difference between completed and pipeline.
Cash, just get to
People
the point of order.
can't live in a pipeline house.
Order. 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 Senator Cash, that would be defined really as a debating point, not a point of order. I'm going to ask the minister if she wishes to add further to her answer. Otherwise, I'll call Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
President. Minister, will you now admit that the Housing Australia Future Fund is nothing but a pipe dream? And why won't the Prime Minister apologise? Why won't the Prime Minister apologise for his failure to deliver a solution that will provide more homes for Australians, as he promised.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Well, Labor will never apologise for investing in housing. Yeah, and unlike you, we actually believe government has a role in housing. You believe that the Commonwealth has no role in housing. So we have 24,000 homes in the pipeline, 13,700 under round one of the half, and those opposite complaining because they have a government that is investing in housing. You don't want, Senator Bragg, at least have the honesty to stand up and say the federal government should not invest in housing, because that is your policy. At least have the honesty to say to Australians, we don't believe that the federal government should help fund housing. That's your policy. Zero. You come in here and complain. Your policy is zero houses from the federal government. That is your policy, Senator Bragg. At least have the honesty to say to Australians, Peter Dutton's housing policy is no houses by a federal government.
Order. It is not a competition to see which senators can yell more loudly than the person providing the answer. You either listen in silence or you leave the chamber. The disorder in this place is quite frankly disrespectful, and it's particularly disrespectful to me when I am calling you to order. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister McAllister, representing the Minister for the Environment. Australia has committed to achieving net zero by 2050, but it has no 2035 climate target. We are not on track due to our emissions, which has increased under this Labor government. Australia has been ravaged by floods, fire and extreme heat, at the same time destroying irreplaceable tangible and intangible cultural heritage, all in the name of the bottom line for projects like Woodside's North West Shelf project. Labor has approved 30 new climate-wrecking coal and gas projects, 30 in fact, and there is an impending World Heritage application for Murujuga on the Burrup Peninsula. Why is this government speaking out of both sides of its mouth on protecting the environment and allowing emissions at the Woodside gas plant to accelerate and destroy the precious rock art at Murujuga?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Cox, for a wide-ranging question, which I think, in fact, ranges across issues that are covered by Minister Bowen as well as by Minister Plibersek. I think you asked me that question in my capacity as the Minister representing Minister Plibersek, and I'll do my best to provide answers to that extent, and also anything I have relevant to Mr Bowen's portfolio. Perhaps we can start with the questions you put about proposals before the Minister in relation to Murujuga. As I think your question implies, you're aware that there are decisions before Minister Plibersek at this time. It's not possible to comment on the specifics of those proposed projects prior to that decision being made, and it is not wise to do so. I note that Ms Plibersek is the legal decision-maker in relation to those, and she also is the legal decision-maker for a Section 10 application that's been made under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act. More generally, the government is strongly committed to protecting the Murujuga cultural landscape. I think you know, Senator, that it's a place of immense cultural and spiritual significance. It embodies thousands of years of continuous culture and practice, and the petroglyph collection there holds stories and traditions that span for more than 50,000 years. The government was proud to nominate the Murujuga cultural landscape for inclusion on the World Heritage List in partnership with the West Australian Government and the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation. World Heritage listing can provide the highest global protection of this landscape, but it requires strong agreements in place to ensure the ongoing conservation of this precious place. And the Commonwealth provided $2 million to the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation to develop and manage.
Senator Cox, first supplementary.
This Labor government has signed on the 29th of February 2024 a statement of intent for Murujuga, and just last week released your own department's First Nations strategy. I want to acknowledge the traditional owners that are here today from Murujuga, from Nararunga, and to ask why the minister has not replied to them. In 3 years, that application for Section 10 has been sitting on her desk that was lodged by First Nations women, asking them, begging them to protect their cultural places. Why won't the minister answer?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. And Senator Cox, thank you for drawing my attention to the visitors in the chamber. You are most welcome. It's very good to see you here today. I will seek any information that I can find from Minister Plibersek about the question you raised, Senator Cox. But I can say to you that the government is deeply aware of the significance of Murujuga to traditional owners and more generally to the Australian public, because, as I indicated in my answer to your primary question, this is a place with immense cultural and spiritual significance. It's why we're pursuing World Heritage listing. It's why we are partnering with the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation to develop a new management agreement with all levels of government and with industry who are operating in that area. The government will continue to take these issues seriously and to deal with them in a sensible way.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
With the gas prices and a cost of living crisis going up, particularly in Western Australia, and 80% of Woodside's gas going overseas for export, not for domestic use, to help bring the relief to particularly to Western Australians, will the Labor government listen to the traditional owners and other Australians who have asked the minister to reject the 50-year extension of Woodside's North West Shelf project, break your state capture, protect the precious rock art that is there and surrounding Noora and its connection to the oldest continuing living culture in the world? The time to act is now.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, I indicated in my answer to the primary question that I'm not in a position to provide comment about specific matters that are before the minister at this point in time. She is the legal decision maker. It is not wise or sensible to make comment about those decisions or the specifics of those decisions in advance of them. I do make the point, Senator Cox, that this government is deeply committed to both climate action and addressing some of the unattended issues in relation to cultural heritage, both policy areas that were essentially ignored in the previous decade of coalition government. We have placed our climate change commitments in law. We have made a series of very important decisions in relation to protecting our natural environment, and we are determined to work with First Nations people to protect their cultural heritage.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The people of our home state of South Australia, who have suffered from a wasted decade on housing under the former Liberal government. Thank you for your introduction, Senator Ruston. I know that it's quite problematic listening to the realities of what lack of housing policy you had for 10 years has done to this country. But my question to Senator Wong, is how is the Albanese Labor government making it easier for young Australians with a student debt to buy their home sooner?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Grogan for her question, and she knows so well, from not only being a senator but from her professional history, how important housing is and how tough it is, particularly for young people, to enter the housing market. We know that because of the failures of the Liberal and Nationals during their time in government, it has been so difficult for young Australians to get into the housing market. And before today, one of the barriers they've faced, especially for those with help debts, is the reluctance of banks to give them a mortgage. And I'm very pleased to update the Senate on common sense arrangements, changes the the Albanese government has announced today that would help even more Australians buy a home sooner. I hope, Senator Henderson, you might listen, because surely you would want more Australians to buy a home sooner. The government has been engaging with regulators and banks, and financial regulators have agreed to update their guidance to make it easier for students, Australians with a student debt, to responsibly take out a mortgage and buy a home. Now, you would have thought those opposite would think this is a good thing. More people buying homes, helping more people into homes may not be Peter Dutton's priority, but it is one of the Albanese government's highest priorities. We have also asked APRA to update and clarify its regulatory guidance to help unlock the construction of more units. Now, housing is one of our priorities, which is why we have a Homes for Australian plan, which includes the biggest home building program of any government in history, delivering 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. Now, Mr Dutton's cut to housing would mean fewer homes, when what Australians actually need is more homes. Australians know they can't trust the same people who created the housing crisis to fix it. Australians will be worse off under Mr Dutton.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. We know that one of the most important factors in housing affordability is the supply of housing. Can you step through for us how the Albanese government is boosting housing supply now and ensuring Australia has the workforce to continue to building homes into the future?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. You're right that after a wasted decade, we do need to urgently boost housing supply, which is why we are building more homes more quickly in more parts of the country. That is why we are training more tradies, funding more apprenticeships, growing the construction workforce. This is why we are kickstarting construction by cutting red tape and providing incentives to state governments to get homes built faster. And we are delivering the largest investment in social housing in more than a decade to help reduce homelessness. Getting over 1 million homes built by the end of the decade won't happen overnight, but it will not happen at all if the Liberals are let back in charge. The reality is Mr Dutton and those opposite would rather fund bosses' long lunches than build homes for young Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan will ask her second supplementary in silence. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. That's really great to hear all of those excellent policies, Minister. There have been reckless calls, however, to allow Australians to raid their superannuation for a housing deposit, which would only make homes more expensive and reduce retirement incomes. Why is the Albanese government—
Please resume your seat. I'm not sure which part of she will ask her question in silence senators on my left particularly didn't understand. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. Minister, why is the Albanese government focused on an ambitious housing agenda, and why has the government taken this approach?
Minister Wong.
We have an ambitious housing agenda through you, President, because we want to fix the Liberal-made housing shortage. The Liberal-made housing shortage. And in addition to building 1.2 million new homes and the announcement we have made today, we are supporting first home buyers with the first home guarantee, the regional first home buyer guarantee and the family home guarantee. And we've introduced the Help to Buy scheme to help 40,000 low and middle income households purchase a home of their own. We've strengthened renters' rights across Australia, we've increased rent assistance and we're building more social and affordable rental homes. And we have clear plans, credible plans, costed and coherent plans to build a better future for the country. Now, the only policy those opposite seem to have for first home buyers is to say raise your super, which will drive up prices, does nothing for supply, drives up prices and leaves people worse in the long run. You want people to sacrifice retirement savings. We want people to buy a home and save for the future.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration, Senator Watt. Minister, the Department of Home Affairs has confirmed that over 75,000 unlawful non-citizens remain in Australia, undermining national security, driving down wages and adding pressure to housing and public services. Why has the Albanese Labor government failed to deport them and enforce our immigration laws?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Hanson. I'm not sure what the source of that information is, but every day the Department of Home Affairs takes action to remove from Australia people who have overstayed their visas. Of course, this government has made significant efforts to tackle the large immigration that we have seen into Australia since COVID. We attempted last year to pass legislation to limit the number of international students in our universities, but of course that legislation was voted against by the Coalition and I think I'm right in saying by One Nation. So when we have made attempts to limit immigration in a way that the Australian community is seeking, that's been blocked or opposed by the very parties who are now asking questions about these issues. Of course, as Senator Ayres has flagged, there is someone seeking election to the highest office in the land while also making secret promises behind closed doors to bring back visas for billionaires from overseas, and his name is Mr Peter Dutton. Mr Peter Dutton likes to go around pretending that he's tough on immigration while also boasting, as he recently did, of having allowed more people into Australia than any other immigration minister in Australia's history. Let's take it a lot in perspective when it comes to what different parties are saying around migration.
Order.
Some like to complain and miss the opportunity to vote for legislation designed to put some reasonable limits around immigration. Perhaps next time the government seeks to do something around immigration levels, Senator Hanson and her friends in the Coalition might decide to support what we're doing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Minister, under your party, you've brought in 1.4 million visa holders into Australia. These visa loopholes, under Labor, visa loopholes are being exploited. Foreign workers are taking Australian jobs for lower wages and benefits, and deportations are being stalled by endless legal appeals. When will your government stop bending over backwards to accommodate migrant workers and activists, lawyers, and start standing up for Australian jobs and wages?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Senator Hanson, thank you very much, Senator Hanson. Well, I wish I had more than 58 seconds to respond. So, first of all, as I've already said, our government, as has occurred under both sides of politics, takes action every day to remove people from Australia who are not entitled to stay here. Also, our government has attempted to put limits around migration, which you voted against. You voted against only last year, which Senator Hanson and Senator Roberts voted against only last year when they had an opportunity to work with us to put those limits around migration. You ask about wages? Seriously? Ever since Senator Hanson entered this parliament around the same time as me, she has voted against every move the Labor Party has taken to lift wages in this country. And you have the hide to come into this chamber and ask what we're doing about wages. This goes back well before we were in government. When we were trying to change the law in opposition, you voted with Senator Cash and the Liberal Party to stop coal miners getting the pay that they were entitled to. When we tried to fix the same job, same pay laws,
thank you, Minister
did it in
Watt.
opposition and you've done it since we've been in government.
Has expired.
Seriously.
Senator Watt, I do remind you to direct your answers to me. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Minister, it's been reported in The Australian the Prime Minister recently attended a private dinner in Toorak where he dined alongside a wealthy international education operator whose college was shut down for significant non-compliance.
Why is Prime Minister... please resume your seat. Order. Senator Whish-Wilson, order. Senator Whish-Wilson and Senator Thorpe, I remind both of you of 203. Senator Thorpe, I will draw to your attention the Standing Order 203, particularly those parts about senators refusing to confirm to the orders and disregarding the authority of the chair. Senator Thorpe, come to order. Senator Hanson, I am going to
invite you to put your question again. I think you had only just started it. If you wouldn't mind, we'll reset the clock and if you put the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, it's been reported in The Australian the Prime Minister recently attended private dinner in Toorak where he dined alongside a wealthy international education operator whose college was shut down for significant non-compliance. Why is Prime Minister Albanese rubbing shoulders with individuals from the scandal-ridden student visa sector instead of taking real action to crack down on scam visa mills and rorts that are flooding Australia with cheap labour and fake students?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Hanson, and it's great to see you back in Australia, having had lunch yourself with your donor, Gina Reinhardt, in Thailand. You know, various people choose various people to hang out with, whether it be here in Australia or overseas.
Order.
Now, Senator Hanson, your own question is answered by what you've asked. The report referred to a function that the Prime Minister attended that turned out to be a function with a group that we are actually taking enforcement action against. So there can be no suggestion that the Prime Minister or anyone else in our government has gone soft on anyone. No government has done more to crack down on dodgy international education providers than the Albanese government has done. I think the person who's got some explaining to do is Mr Dutton. Mr Dutton's got some explaining to do about why he's saying he wants to bring back the golden ticket visa that was discredited and got rid of because it was prone to fraud. It was open to bringing in spies and criminals. Maybe you should talk to your friend Mr Dutton, Senator Hanson.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health. Minister, the GP bulk billing rate was 86% in December 2019 before the COVID-19 pandemic. What is the bulk billing rate now?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Gallagher. Oh, no,
Minister
sorry.
McCarthy.
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Ruston. Good to see the interest in health, and certainly interested to know more about your position with Medicare. But there is certainly no higher priority, President, for this government in the health portfolio than strengthening Medicare and rebuilding general practice. After 9 years of cuts and neglect by the former government, primary care was in the worst shape it has been in 40 years, and bulk billing rates were in free fall. The former government froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, ripping billions of dollars out of primary care and causing
Minister,
gap
please resume your
fees
seat. Senator Ruston.
President, point of order on relevance. My question was very, very tight. It was in relation to what the bulk billing rate is today. I'd ask you if you could bring the minister's attention back to my question.
The first part of your question went to bulk billing rates before COVID. I believe the minister is being relevant. I will continue listening carefully. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, President. In the 2024-25 budget and 2024-25 MyEFO, the government provided $34.8 million over 2 years for the General
Minister
Practice
McCarthy,
Incentive
please
Fund.
resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Yeah, sorry, President, and it is a point of order on relevance. A little like the housing question, our questions are drafted quite specifically.
Senator
We're
Cash,
asking
you need to
for
just get to the point of order.
figures. The question says the bulk billing rate, what is it now?
Yes, Senator Cash, and as I just explained to Senator Ruston, it also included, it made reference to rates before COVID. Minister Wong.
Thank you. President, I'd also submit to you that policy which is relevant, which is about addressing bulk billing rates, is entirely relevant to the answer. I know that the coalition may not like the fact that we are actually working to lift bulk billing, but the minister is going directly to policies that is about bulk billing.
Minister Wong. As I said to Senator Ruston, Senator Cash, on the same point of order, the minister is being relevant. I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister.
Well, thank you, President. Well, we've tripled the investment, Senator Ruston. We've seen a turnaround in bulk billing, a national increase, if you'd let me finish, a national increase of 1.9 percentage points in the 14 months.
Minister McAllister,
75
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. I have Senator Wong on her feet.
Ask if the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate could come to order.
I would like everyone in the chamber to come to order, particularly those on my left. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
Well, as I was saying, I mean, we have tripled the investment and it's 77.5%, President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
I thank the senator for eventually answering the question. So, yes, there's the bulk billing rate that was announced.
Senator Ruston, please resume your seat. Order. Order on my right. Order and left. Senator Cash. Order. Order. Senator Cash, come to order. Order. Senator Ayres. Order. Senator Ruston has the right to have her question asked. Senators, in silence. I expect there to be silence as Senator Ruston continues with her question. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Well, correct. The minister yesterday announced that the GP bulk billing rate had increased to 77.5%. Can you confirm that the bulk billing rate in March was actually 77.7%?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And this from a shadow opposition health who didn't want and didn't believe that Medicare was sustainable, President. I'm not too sure, but what I can confirm to the Senate was 6 months before the last election, the financial viability of general practice was in serious trouble after the Coalition's 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates that started when Peter Dutton was Health Minister.
Order. Order. Senator Ruston for second supplementary.
And just for the record, in the time frame the minister was referring, the bulk billing rate was 88% to the time she was referring to. But right now, Australians...
Senator Ruston, please resume your seat. Order. Order. I have requested of this chamber at least 3 times today that senators will ask their question in silence. I don't want to have to keep saying that. Senator Ruston, please continue.
Australians are paying ever-increasing out-of-pocket costs when they visit their doctor. Can you confirm that the average out-of-pocket cost when you see your doctor today is now $44.89?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I can confirm to the Senate that this side of the Senate is very much interested in pushing for further GPs across the country, improving Medicare, unlike those opposite who had nothing to do with it but wanting to freeze it and don't care about the health of Australians in spite of the numbers that they wish to put forward here today.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health. Is that Gallagher or McCarthy?
It's Senator McCarthy.
Thank you. At a recent community visit and public hearing, the PFAS Select Committee heard about the devastating impacts of PFAS chemicals on health, country and the loss of culture. Wreck Bay, a First Nations community on the New South Wales south coast, is experiencing a cancer cluster and people are dying prematurely at the highest rates in this country. They have no routine health or cancer screening and they are still drinking PFAS-contaminated water. The government has provided absolutely no health support to the community so far. Will you commit to provide regular, free health checks, including cancer screening, for the Wreck Bay community?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Thorpe for the question and the work that she is doing in terms of the Senate inquiry. I'm advised that these latest reports are certainly very concerning in regards to the reports that we're seeing, not just with Wreck Bay, with where the inquiry's gone, but also in places like where I reside, up in the Northern Territory as well. Can I just say, Senator Thorpe, that in terms of the Minister for Health, the NHMRC is currently conducting an independent review of the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, and at the government's request, the NHMRC has agreed to expedite the review and will finalise it in early this year. A Senate Select Committee, as you've already identified, is already out there. Australian drinking water is regularly monitored for the presence of chemicals, including PFAS, to ensure those are within the limits assessed as safe by Australian regulators. I'm advised too that the NHMRC is currently conducting that review, and the independent review will consider recent guidance and reviews from international and national jurisdictions and determine whether they're suitable to adopt or adapt for Australia.
Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. I visited this community, Minister, and met a 12-year-old who had half her breast cut off. My question is, will you provide cancer screening for the Wreck Bay community before any more children die from cancer relating to PFAS?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Well, I can certainly say, Senator, that in terms of cancer care more broadly across Australia, and in particular for First Nations Australians, we do have a very strong cancer care program. So for those families in Wreck Bay, they are very much able to
Minister,
access...
please resume your seat.
Sorry.
Senator Thorpe.
Relevance. Will the Wreck Bay community have cancer screening before any more people die?
The Minister is being relevant to your question, and I'll invite her to continue.
Yeah. Look, President, can I just say, Senator Thorpe, and I realise you're speaking specifically about individual cases, but I will say to all Australians and First Nations people that there is a very strong cancer support program, especially through First Nations, and I'm more than happy to provide that information to your office.
Senator Thorpe.
It doesn't matter whether it's Wreck Bay or anyone else, any First Nations person who is suffering from cancer, we have invested a significant amount, and I'm more than happy to provide that information.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Disappointing. Will your government commit to provide at least free PFAS blood testing to only the Wreck Bay community?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Senator Thorpe, I'm advised that the Department of Health and Aged Care does not recommend blood testing. This is because results cannot be used to determine whether any medical condition is attributable to exposure to PFAS in terms of Defence offering blood testing for communities impacted by PFAS. Yep.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Polley.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations, Minister Watt. Today marks 1 year since the second tranche of the Albanese Labor government's closing loopholes legislation passed the Parliament. These reforms built on the same job, same pay legislation and contain stronger protections for gig workers, ends unpaid overtime with a right to disconnect and provides more job security for casual workers. Minister, why is closing loopholes in our workplace relations system so important? And how are the Albanese Labor government's policies helping Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Polley. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Polley. And I know Senator Polley was very happy to join a whole heap of workers, along with many other colleagues this morning, to acknowledge and celebrate the 1 year anniversary of the second closing loopholes bill being passed through this parliament. And of course, that piece of legislation passed by the Albanese government has given workers better work-life balance, more job security and improved workplace conditions. The second tranche of our closing loopholes legislation, which is now 1 year old, introduced a right to disconnect for eligible workers when they are not working or being paid, setting new minimum pay and other standards for workers in the gig economy and the road transport industry, and also provided a fairer definition of casual employees, enabling more casual workers to convert to permanent employment. And in fact, Senator O'Neill and I were talking with one of the workers this morning who not only has been able to convert to permanency, but that has enabled him and other colleagues to be able to go to the bank and get a home loan for the first time. That's the kind of difference it's making to people. But of course, these reforms are now at risk from Mr Dutton and the Coalition, because of course they voted against them, just as they voted against every single one of our workplace law changes that are delivering higher wages and better jobs for Australians, while also voting against every measure we've taken to provide cost of living relief. And now, as we approach the next election, they've already confirmed that they will repeal the right to disconnect and our protections for casual workers. And they've flagged further attacks to workers and wages and conditions by promising a targeted set of repeals of our workplace laws. And we know they will follow through in doing that, because every time they've ever been in government, the coalition has gone out of its way to cut workers' wages, to cut their conditions, to serve their big business mates. And as I say, not only did they do that last time they were in government, when they boasted about keeping wages deliberately low, but they voted against every change we've made to try and turn wages around for Australian workers.
Has expired. Senator Polley, first supplementary.
This morning I met Martin Nabin, a teacher and gig worker, to celebrate the passage of the Closing the Loopholes legislation. Martin and Nabin told me they were worried about the possibility of Mr Dutton and the coalition tearing away protections in the Closing the Loophole legislation. Minister, why is it so important to protect the rights the Closing the Loopholes legislation has given Australian workers?
Thank you, Senator Polley. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Polley. The fact is that Australian workers, like those you met this morning, a teacher named Martin and a gig worker named Nabin, will be worse off under Peter Dutton, and they actually made that point this morning when we met with them. And whether it's teachers like Martin being paid for the actual workers he works through the right to disconnect, which this lot want to get rid of, or gig workers like Nabin being able to access minimum rates of pay, which this lot voted against, our changes are putting more money into the pockets of working people at a time that they need that help. And while we're changing the law to lift Australians' wages, the coalition are focused on finding things to cut. Of course, so they can pay for hot dogs for top dogs, long lunches for bosses, taxpayer-funded lunches. That's what you lot are about, not about helping pay wages for Australians. Just last night we had the member for Petrie on Sky boasting about their plan to cut free TAFE, making training more expensive and students worse off. And I guess they've got to find that money from somewhere to pay $10 billion for taxpayer-funded long lunch for your big business mates.
Senator Polley, second supplementary.
I note that Mr Dutton and the Liberals have proudly stated that we will always stand with employers of Australia and have promised a package of targeted repeals at the next election. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government standing with Australian workers to make sure that more money is in their pockets, and what are the key challenges to helping more Australians into well-paid and secure jobs, which is what they need?
Thank you, Senator Polley. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Polley. I'll take some of the interjections from Senator Hume and Senator McGrath while you were asking your question, Senator Polley, because they were trying to make the argument that if you go after employers, you don't have jobs. Well, the problem is, with their argument, is that not only has our government lifted wages, but more jobs have been created in this parliamentary term than in Australian history. And 4 out of 5 of those jobs have been in the private sector. So your problem is that your whole argument is not backed up by a single fact. Under the Albanese government, because of the changes we've made, wages are up, jobs are up, inflation is down, industrial action is down, and productivity is going up. Now, that's what a Labor government has done through our workplace laws, and you want to rip that all away because you want workers' wages to go backwards, you want unemployment to rise because you don't care about working people. None of you come and ever meet with workers like Martin and Nabin and Rosemary, a retail worker, and hear about the difference those wages are making to their lives. You want to look after big business, we're looking after workers.
Senator Rennick.
My question is to the Minister representing the Attorney-General, Senator Watt. The Minister for Sport has thrown her support behind Sam Kerr, the captain of the Matildas, even though body cam footage presented as evidence in court showed Kerr calling a British police officer stupid and white. Why does the Labor Party support people who use racial speech in that manner? And would Sam Kerr be jailed under the hate speech mandatory sentencing laws if she was to behave that way in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Rennick. Well, of course, I did notice that overnight Sam Kerr was actually cleared of the charges against her. So I'm not going to stand in the way of a British court and a British jury making a decision that she was not guilty of the criminal offence that she was charged with. You asked the broader question about hate speech, and our government is proud of the fact that we've taken serious action to restrict hate speech at a time in Australia where we are seeing too much division in the community, and we are seeing anti-Semitic attacks take place, we are seeing Islamophobic attacks take place, and we are seeing a range of other racial slurs meted out against members of our community, and that should not happen. Now, I'm surprised that the opposition I'm surprised that the opposition wants to contest the fact that we've taken this action, because only last week they voted with us to pass that legislation. Now, the reality is that in Australia's laws, we have always had a number of restrictions on freedom of speech within Australia. We've got defamation laws, which prevent people from going out there and saying defamatory things about people. We've got laws around the contempt of court, which also restrict people's...
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Rennick.
So, thanks, Chair. So would that particular comment be considered hate speech under the crime laws?
Sorry, Senator, was it a point of order? Okay, so the minister is being... Thank you. The minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Rennick. Obviously, I'm not going to be offering a legal opinion on whether the actions of an individual person breach Australian laws. What we're here to do is to set those laws and to let the courts then interpret them. But as I was saying, there have always been restrictions on freedom of speech in our country: defamation, contempt of court, and of course a really important one that's been there for quite a long time is Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act. And it wasn't that long ago that people like Senator Patterson and Senator Cash were trying to abolish Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act because they wanted to open the floodgates to racial vilification and all sorts of other hate speech, and it was the Labor Party who stood against that, just as it's been the Labor Party in government that has passed further laws about hate speech. So we will protect people from unlawful behaviour like that into the future.
Time for answering has expired. Senator Rennick, first supplementary.
Throughout the COVID management, thousands of Australians injured by the vaccine were vilified and gaslighted by politicians, the media, medical professionals and employers as anti-vaxxers. Many of those injured by the COVID vaccine were even forced to get additional shots, causing more harm. Would people who mandate the use of vaccines on people who are clearly allergic to them be arrested under the hate crime laws for inciting violence?
Senator Rennick, I am advised that parts of that question don't adhere to the standing orders because you can't ask ministers for legal opinions, but I'll invite the minister to answer the pieces of the question that are relevant. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Rennick. Again, I'm not going to offer a legal opinion on whether someone's behaviour breaches the laws that this parliament has passed. But I guess the point I've been making is that, you know, we live in a democracy, we do value freedom of speech, but we also recognise that there are limits around what people should be able to say out of consideration for other members of the community. The robust expression of diverse opinions is an important feature of our democracy, and the bill that we passed last week on hate crimes respected the need for vibrant public debate. The offences in that bill were carefully crafted to target only the most serious forms of harmful hate speech, namely the promotion or threat of violent conduct. The offences are not intended to criminalise mere expressions of belief or opinion, however unpleasant they may be. The offences in the bill apply only where a person's communication or other conduct could result in violence or force against groups or members of such groups.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Rennick, second supplementary.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure if this is going to breach standing orders as well, but I'll ask it and see how we go. Will the Labor Party consider the comments made by the two nurses in the recently video today be considered in contravention of federal hate crime laws or just state laws? And if New South Wales doesn't press charges, would the Labor government recommend or consider that the hate crime laws would apply in this case?
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Rennick. Again, I'm not going to offer an opinion on that specific case, but I'll reinforce the comments that the Prime Minister has made, the Senate Leader has made, that the The statements of those individuals are absolutely disgusting. They deserve to be called out, and I'm really pleased to see that that has occurred from a variety of political leaders on all sides of the aisle. That's what deserved to happen, and the disciplinary action that's being taken against those individuals is thoroughly deserved as well. Again, not going to comment on whether their behaviour challenges the law or goes against the law. I am advised, in addition, that the Prime Minister has spoken with the AFP Commissioner about this incident and that the AFP have made clear they're available to provide their full support to the New South Wales Police. Of course, that's now a matter for the police to investigate, so probably the less I say about it, the better.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Yes.
I'll set up that. Yeah.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Ruston.
I move to take note of answers to all questions asked by the opposition today. Well, today we saw, in response to a question that I asked of the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator McCarthy tell the chamber that under Labor, bulk billing rates are lower and out-of-pocket costs under Labor are higher. It has literally never been more expensive or more difficult to see a doctor than it is right now. But at the same time this is happening, the Labor Party is reheating their disgraced Medicare campaign in an attempt to distract from their health failures. Let's be clear, Labor is outright telling factually incorrect information to Australians. In fact, today an ABC article published made that very, very clear. The ABC article has actually called out the Australian Labor Party for misleading and editing a video of the Leader of the Opposition which perpetuates their shameful scare campaign. The Coalition has been crystal clear, and I'll say it again here. A Dutton coalition government will guarantee the growing funding of Medicare. We support Australians having access to bulk billing services, and that includes through urgent care clinics. We're focused on ensuring all Australians have affordable and timely access to a GP. But Labor doesn't seem to care about the truth, and it seems that they're quite happy to continue their focus on efforts of providing misleading information to the Australian public. On the other hand, the Coalition is focused on tackling Labor's primary care crisis. So let's set the record straight, shall we? As I said, Peter Dutton has committed the Coalition will guarantee the growing funding of Medicare. And this is actually consistent with our record when we were in government. The former Coalition government increased Medicare funding every single year, and in our last budget in government included a $7.3 billion increase in Medicare funding. We increased hospital funding and we oversaw record-high bulk billing rates. And it doesn't matter what the other side says, the facts of the matter are when we left government, bulk billing rates were in excess of 88%, and in the space of less than 2 years, the government opposite has actually dropped it by more than 11%. And as we stand here today, the bulk billing rate is 11% lower than when they came to government. When we took the reins of government in 2013, and during our period, we saw a rise in bulk billing by 6%. They have seen a fall of 11%. So right now, as we're sitting here, under Labor, the bulk billing rate is 77.5%. 77.5% is significantly lower than 88.8%, which is what the bulk billing rate was under us when it was at its highest. So at best, we have seen a stagnation of the bulk billing rate since the government is now claiming that they've seen some sort of increase in bulk billing. The facts don't lie. The bulk billing rate has dropped by 11%. But what makes things even worse is that Australians are now paying 45% more to see a doctor on average under Labor in comparison to under the former coalition government. The cold, hard facts are that the out-of-pocket costs to see your GP are the highest they have been since records started. But the really, really concerning fact, if those facts aren't concerning enough, is that last year over 1.5 million Australians avoided seeing their doctor because they said they simply couldn't afford to do so. That's a 25% increase just on the year before. So that means that our hospitals are now seeing patients who are much sicker because they haven't had access at the primary care level. They are becoming sicker and they're presenting at our hospitals. So Labor's primary care crisis is now exacerbating the crisis that we have in our hospitals. So I would say to Anthony Albanese, who had said to Australians that he was not going to leave anyone behind, you have left sick Australians behind. Their out-of-pocket costs are higher, they can't get to see a bulk bill doctor, they're sicker before they are able to interact with the healthcare system because they can't afford to see a GP. So hard-working Australians who can't access bulk billing have become Anthony Albanese's forgotten patients. This crisis, the healthcare crisis, is just another crisis of the making of your cost of living crisis.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I think we need to correct some of that, beautifully spoken and designed to create a sense of belief that the Liberal National Party actually have ever done anything innovative and determined to make sure Australians actually get proper access to health, because that is a myth. Australians, while they've been living their lives, don't see everything that goes on in this place, but they are entitled to the truth. And the truth is, the party that established Medicare is Labor. Every chance that the people in this parliament and their forebears had, every time the Liberal National Party got into government, they did every single thing they could to wreck the health system, to make you as an Australian pay more, to try and get rid of your Medicare card. And when they came to government under Tony Abbott in 2013, I was actually paying attention. Other people getting on in with their lives across this great nation. But I went across this country in regional, rural, remote and city geolocations to document what they did. And let's be clear, there was $52 billion that was a 10-year national partnership health agreement that it was supposed to proceed. Mr Abbott and the team that is now Mr Dutton's, they ripped up that agreement, and in doing so they pulled apart, completely dismantled across this country the opportunity for our state governments to deliver the primary care. Now, we heard Senator Ruston talking about primary health, primary health. I can tell you what happened. The last time they got a go at government under Mr Abbott, they ripped up that agreement, and that meant every single bit of preventative care, community health care, fell away. States kept their tertiary institutions, their hospitals open. That's what they had to do. People who were getting looked after no longer got health care. And in addition to that, because they think they know something about businesses, they decided to have a crack at the businesses that were being run by our GPs. They wanted to put a $7 tax on, and they went in and implemented a freeze on the Medicare rebate that basically kicked the legs out from underneath the business model of Australian GPs. And that is why we have a crisis. We ended up with a massive crisis of people being able to try and get to their GPs. And people saw it, because they couldn't go to a GP. They ended up in our emergency hospital centres. Now, we've got a few doctors in the Labor Party and they know exactly what it is that is being faced by Australians who seek health care. And amongst them is a very good friend of mine from the beautiful Central Coast, Dr Gordon Reid, who continues to this day for no fee to offer his services to support emergency care on the Central Coast. And he's joined by Dr Mike Freelander, who continues to provide support at Campbelltown Hospital for people who need care. They know a thing or two about the health system. They are the GPs and the specialists who've been at the front line. They tell the truth, and they saw the system decay before their very eyes. Now, Dr Gordon Reid, very, very wisely, pushed forward and was accepted by the Labor Party the urgent care clinic model. Now, across this country, every seat in the country is begging for an urgent care centre because the need is so great. There were no Medicare cards for any Australian before Labor brought them in. There were no mental health services or headspace before Labor brought them in. There were no urgent care centres for this country till Labor brought them in. There's a pattern there. There's a pattern there. And the biggest threat to your community and the threat that will take away urgent care centres is an election of a Peter Dutton government. They have absolutely no commitment to the innovation, the policy innovation that gives Australians access to the health care they need through urgent care centres across this country. The biggest threat to your health is a Dutton-led government. Give Labor your vote, hang on to Medicare, hang on to Headspace and hang on to our urgent care centres.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. That was a lovely speech by Senator O'Neill, and I always admire Senator O'Neill's rhetoric. But let's look at the facts. Let's look at the facts. And the facts are these. When the coalition government left office, the bulk billing rate was 88%. 88% when the coalition left government. The bulk billing rate now has fallen to 77%. It has actually fallen. It's gone down from 88% to 77%. So it's fallen 11%. Fact. Another fact. Over 1.5 million Australians, just reflect on this, over 1.5 million Australians didn't go to a GP in 2023-24 because of concerns about costs. In the Albanese Labor government's cost of living crisis, over 1.5 million Australians in 2023-24 chose not to go to a GP because of costs. That's the impact of the Albanese Labor government. People aren't going to see their GP because they're concerned about the cost. So that's another fact. And I want to talk to you about the results of a survey in relation to the region where my senator office is located, in the Greater Ipswich region. The bulk billing rate in the Greater Ipswich region, where my Senate office is, outer suburban area in South East Queensland, in 2022-23, the bulk billing rate, that's the number of clinics with available slots for new patients, the bulk billing rate under the coalition, when the coalition left office, was 59.5%. 22-23, 59.5%. 2023-24, it had fallen to 37.8%. 37.8%. Only 17 out of 45 clinics with available spaces were providing bulk billing. That was 2023-2024. We now find, with the latest statistics released by Clean Bill, that that figure has fallen further. It is now at 30%. 30%. So it was 59.5% bulk billing in the Greater Ipswich region, 2022-23, shortly after the coalition government. 2024-25, fast forward a few years, it's gone from 59.5% to 30%. 30%. And that is why 1.5 million Australians in the last year were so concerned about costs, they didn't go and see their GP. 1.5 million Australians. And that is the result, the direct result of the Albanese Labor government's cost of living crisis. Only 15 out of 50 clinics in the Ipswich region and Somerset region, where my office is located in the greater Ipswich region, only 15 out of 50 clinics provide bulk billing. What a devastating figure. And I can tell you in our region, there's a lot of people doing it tough. There's a lot of people doing it tough. The most recent analysis undertaken by the University of New South Wales for the Four Corners program that aired recently, looking at financial stress across the whole of Australia in terms of households, found that over 3 out of 4 households in the greater Ipswich region are under financial stress, about over 77% in financial distress. And that means those households are barely covering the necessities of life: housing, clothing and food. And that is why you have 1.5 million Australians not going to see their GP because they're concerned about the costs. So you'll hear from the other side, Deputy President, a lot of rhetoric about the money that's been spent, we've done this, we've done that, but when you look at the raw figures, the figures don't lie. And this survey, the Clean Bill survey, was conducted by an independent organisation that contacted 6,925 GP clinics across Australia, and it found the bulk billing rate in the Ipswich region and Somerset region had fallen from 59.5% a few years ago down to 30%. So the figures don't lie. The bulk billing rates under Labor are falling.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, again, in question time today, the opposition's questions and in their response in the debate now, we see just a political agenda, but somewhat surprisingly going into an election, no policy agenda at all. From Medicare, housing to anti-Semitism, quick on the attack, accompanied by selective hearing and selective facts. So let's turn first quickly to housing. The last government absolutely abandoned social housing and any kind of national housing initiatives through the Commonwealth. You turned your back. The opposition, when in government, turned its back on the needs of remote Indigenous communities in dire housing need, in areas where the Commonwealth had had a long history of sharing the load of building and maintaining houses in those communities. And I believe a Dutton government would do exactly the same. Equally, under the Rudd government, we saw a massive uplift in housing, in social housing, and places like St Pat's, which I've been pleased to visit, which houses people at otherwise extreme risk of homelessness, was funded during that period. And now we have a substantial agenda to deliver through the Housing Australia Future Fund hundreds of thousands of more houses for our nation. On the question of Medicare, what a joke to hear that critique from those opposite. So just to outline, when the opposition says, oh, the facts don't lie, well, they have pretty selective facts, let me tell you. When the opposition says bulk billing has fallen by 11%, what they're actually comparing it to is all of the COVID bulk billed injections that were done by the Commonwealth government, where people walked through the door, got their jab, That's what they have counted as 100% bulk billed, which is why today's bulk billing rates, they're actually pretty close to what they were under the last government. But we don't think that's good enough. We want to see that lifted, which is why we are investing in the bulk billing incentive. It's why we have opened 87 Medicare urgent clinics that are demonstrably diverting patients away from busy hospitals and emergency departments. And finally, the last topic that Senator Cash started with in question time today, trying to score political points off these appalling anti-Semitic comments taking place in New South Wales, the Bankstown Hospital. I looked up this particular incident on the internet, and it is indeed appalling. The holding of such views, as Senator Wong pointed out, is actually a contravention of federal law under APRA, which is the accreditation and standards body that coordinates health bodies. And I dare say those comments will also be an offence under the hate speech laws that we have just passed. But Senator Cash, rather than focusing on what was happening, what was being done to hold these workers to account, to stop it from happening in the future, Senator Cash wanted to invent some kind of idea that the Prime Minister should have done something other than what he did. Did Senator Cash want the Prime Minister to march into the hospital and sack them himself?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Set the clocks for 3 minutes. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. Well, in rising to take note of the answers today, I think the main point is that the government has been very good at building bureaucracies, but very bad at building houses. And the government made, as its central pitch for election, that it would build more houses. And we heard today in the pre-prepared answer today from the Minister in response to a Dorothy Dixer question that the government had built more houses. Now that is factually incorrect. And all you need to do is ask the Parliamentary Library, like I have done, what is the average number of houses built under the last government and how many were built under this government? And the answer is, on average, about 190,000 each year under the last government, the coalition, and under this government, and it's fallen to 170,000. Now, I believe the central reason for this is linked to the faith in this Housing Australia Future Fund agenda, which is a federal government bureaucracy. Now, Minister Wong says it's not reasonable for us to ask questions about this because we voted against it. Now, we did vote against it. We voted against it because it's a bad idea that bureaucracies in Canberra can build houses in all parts of Australia. Nonetheless, that legislation passed a year and a half ago. I would have thought that in a year and a half, the government's central housing scheme, Housing Australia boondoggle, would have been able to sign a few contracts, dig a few holes and build a few houses. What it has done is announcements. In September, the Prime Minister does an announcement with the new Housing Minister, Ms O'Neill, saying that they will build 13,000 houses. Minister Wong referred to this yesterday and today, 13,000 houses in the pipeline. Now, we find out, it's in the estimates at the end of last year, when asking Housing Australia how they're going in building those 13,000 new houses, their answer was they had signed one contract. Since then, they've signed another 11 contracts. Now they have 12 signed contracts. Contracts are fantastic, and it's great to have pieces of paper, and we have lots of paper here in this building. But what actually matters is shovels and the assembly of bricks and mortar. That is what counts. And that is why we've made the point that it does appear that Housing Australia Future Fund is on a duck. It's on a duck. Deputy President, it's on a duck. It's built no houses, and that is because the government's put all its faith in bureaucracies when they should have been backing the market. They should have been backing builders and developers to build us out of this housing crisis Labor has created.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Set the clocks for 2 minutes. Senator Hanson.
Very much. Well, I have to respond to Senator Watt's comment today on my questioning him about the 75,400 illegals that are in the country on these visas, and nothing's been done about it. He couldn't even respond to it. He didn't even know the numbers. He said, I don't know where you got your numbers from. That tells me he's not across it. He doesn't know what he's talking about. When you have 75,400 illegal visa holders in the nation, then you have to question, because this is an impact on our housing, on everything that happens, our facilities, our doctors, everything like that, and yet we do not address the illegals in the country. To question me about voting for Labor's policies, when you put up decent policies that will make a difference to this country and high immigration numbers, then you will get my support. I am the biggest advocate in this whole chamber for people pushing for Australia's way of life. And what is happening with the high immigration under this government, 1.4 million people coming into this country, that is why we have a housing crisis, an infrastructure crisis, road crisis, everything. Seeing doctors, health, everything. So you're to blame for this. Put up decent policies and I will back it. And what happened with the debacle with those detainees being left out of the detention centres, that was your problem as well, your fault. Everything that you've touched and done with the people in this country, your student is over the top. The number of students you've allowed in the country, as I said, for the students here, they're allowed to work by all means. But to allow $10 billion, they're supposed to be here working, or they're actually supposed to be here studying, yet they're doing plenty of work to actually make $10 billion to send back to the respective countries. There is a lot of questions here. You've failed to answer them on behalf of the Australian people, and this is why I will keep questioning you. You don't like it, you can't answer it, you can't answer the Australian people. That's why I will keep asking on behalf of the Australian people, why are we run over with illegal visa holders? One Nation will get rid of them.
Senator Hanson, I take it you seek to move a motion to take note of Senator Watts' answer to your question, and I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Deputy President, I rise to take note of answers in relation to Senator Cox's question to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment around Murujuga. Deputy President, I grew up as a boy around Karratha and remember very fondly the rocks around Murujuga where my family and I used to go for picnics. Such a special, truly special part of our country, in fact globally, culturally significant. The answer that Senator McAllister gave to Senator Cox was that the government's taking steps to look at a World Heritage listing of the area, and absolutely this should be listed as National and World Heritage, but it's not going to stop the acid rain from emissions from heavy industry in the area, destroying this irreplaceable and absolutely priceless First Nations cultural heritage and art. Some of the art at Murujuga includes depictions, carvings of thylacines, Tasmanian tigers, which used to exist tens of thousands of years ago up in the northwest of Western Australia. I mean, this is known around the world as the world's largest art site. And the science very clearly tells us, and nobody disagrees with this, that the emissions from the Burrup fertiliser plant and from Woodside's gas processing plant, the emissions are destroying the desert glass that makes these carvings so unique. The desert glass that has allowed these carvings to survive intact over tens of thousands of years of normal weather in the northwest of Western Australia. But now the desert glass is disappearing because the acid from heavy industry emissions is making it vanish. And what a tragedy that would be, not just for First Nations communities who are linked to this area, but for all of us and for all of humanity. So the question Senator Cox asked is, will the government stop further development at Murujuga on the Burrup hub? And right now we know that the Minister Plibersek, has on her desk before her a decision on whether to extend the Burrup hub Northwest Shelf project, which would require the opening up of the Browse Basin, the drilling of Scott Reef, Australia's largest oceanic reef system off the coast of Western Australia. So right now in history, we're looking at opening one of the biggest carbon bombs this nation has seen in its history. That goes directly to the heart of the damage being done to a priceless cultural treasure on the Burrup with Murujuga. We'll continue to ask questions about this Deputy President. I know there are a lot of people in the building today, not just the First Nations mob from this very special area, but also environmentalists and people who are campaigning to have this area protected. And I'd urge senators to look at the facts. I chaired a Senate inquiry into this exact issue 9 years ago, and we're still having the same arguments and the same debates and having questions unanswered. When will we put a stop to heavy industrial development at this extremely sensitive, culturally significant site? And we couldn't get an answer out of the government on that today. And Senator Cox is right to raise the impacts that climate change are having on her communities right around this country. We are living in an age where we are witnessing the climate breaking down before our very eyes. And we know that it's decisions made in places like this that are allowing this to happen. And as I mentioned in my German speech last night, we know it's not just the big donors to the Labor and Liberal parties that are facilitating the lack of climate action, in fact, tearing up climate action in this place. But it's also the global networks and their decades-long campaign to control our institutions in this parliament. They certainly have control of the Liberal Party. I don't know about the Labor Party, but they don't have control of the Greens, Deputy President. Every day we will come in here and fight for First Nations communities, fight for climate action and fight for what is right.
Put the question. Those to the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notice of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. On behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I give notice of my intention at the giving of notices on the next day of sitting to withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 for 13 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the National Land Road Transport Parking Rules 2024 made under the National Land Road Transport Ordinance 2014.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? There being none, we now move to the condolence motion. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 28th of November 2024 of the Honourable Thomas Eyre Forrest Hughes, AOKC, a former Minister and Member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Parks and Berowra, New South Wales from 1963 to 1972. And before I call the Leader of the Government, I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence with us today of the former Prime Minister, the Honourable Malcolm Turnbull, AO, Ms Lucy Hughes Turnbull, AC, and Ms Christine Hughes and Mr Tom Hughes. I also welcome family in the President's Gallery today, and on behalf of all senators, I pass on our condolences and I call Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Tom Hughes.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I thank the Senate. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on 28 November 2024 of the Honourable Tom Eyre Forrest Hughes, AOKC, former Attorney-General, Member for Parkes and Barara, places on record its gratitude for his services to the Parliament and the nation and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. President, I rise on behalf of the Government to acknowledge the death of the former Member of the House of Representatives and Minister, the Honourable Thomas Eyre Forrest Hughes, AOKC, at the age of 101. At the outset of my remarks, I convey the Government's condolences to the family and friends of Tom Hughes, and again join you and others in acknowledging who is joining us in the chamber today, Tom's wife Christine, his son Tom, his daughter Lucy Turnbull AO, and her husband, the Honourable Malcolm Turnbull AC, former Prime Minister of Australia. I also extend our acknowledgement to all friends and relatives here today. I extend my personal sympathies to you all, as I do to Mr Hughes' loved ones who are not here with us today. To be a centenarian puts one in rare air. And Tom Hughes was rare indeed. As the Prime Minister said earlier, it takes considerable effort to fill a century of life to capacity. Yet Tom Hughes managed it. In his 101 years, he gave us many remarkable chapters, each revealing another aspect of a man of wit, intellect, courage, conviction and curiosity. The narrative that coursed through those chapters was his family, a family flush with talent, a family grounded by civic duty, and a family bound by deep love and affection. Tom Hughes was born in November 1923 in Sydney. His father, a successful lawyer and wartime aviator, his grandfather and great-uncles, members of the New South Wales Parliament, his brother, the acclaimed historian and art critic Robert Hughes, once described in the New York Times as the most famous art critic in the world. Educated at Riverview, the intellectual discipline of the Jesuits, helping shape his character and work ethic. As with so many of his generation, World War II interceded and upended his trajectory into adult life. He followed his father's footsteps, enlisting in the RAAF in Australia in 1942. He was a celebrated pilot, and when his service concluded in 1946, he held the rank of Flight Lieutenant. For his contribution to the war in Europe, he would be recognised in 2005 by France with its highest award, the Legion of Honour. Despite his military achievements, Lucy Turnbull recalled that her father did not dwell on his war service. He never told her stories of his flying or military adventures. I think that says something of the character of the man, his respect for the suffering of war, and the sacred memory of those who didn't return. Returning to civilian life, Tom once again followed in his father's footsteps and completed studies in law at the University of Sydney, admitted in 1949 and took silk just over a decade later, I'm told on the same day as Gough Whitlam. Gough Whitlam and Tom always held each other in high esteem, despite their political differences. Tom Hughes had not been long Queen Counsel before another family call resonated. At the 1963 general election, won by Robert Menzies, he successfully contested the division of Parkes, then located in inner Western Sydney, defeating the Labor incumbent Les Halen. And his campaign manager was future Prime Minister John Howard. In 1969, Tom became the first member for Barara. After a couple of terms on the backbench, destiny prevailed when Prime Minister John Gorton appointed Tom Hughes to the ministry as his Attorney-General. They shared a background as wartime airmen and an enmity for Billy McMahon. The strength of the relationship between them is evidenced by Tom Hughes delivering the eulogy at John Gorton's funeral in 2002. Theirs was a government grappling with change. A restlessness percolating through the Australian public and politics was catching up, with the Prime Minister orientated towards action. Tom himself, as Lucy recalled, became a more liberal during his time in Parliament. He certainly was way ahead of his time and at the vanguard of pushing to abolish the crime of homosexuality. Tom didn't have much time as Attorney-General. only until John Gorton's demise in 1971. But he spent that short tenure at the forefront of legislative reform, applying himself with his typical focus, especially in areas not regarded as the purview of Commonwealth Government, pursuing divorce law reform in the ACT and trade practices legislation. In her eulogy, Mrs Turnbull said, "Dad, like all traditional Liberals, was always a big supporter of free and fair enterprise. The fair bit was very important to him. Dad was very opposed to restrictive trade practices, meaning monopolistic or anti-competitive behaviour, and in those days the legal system didn't have enough power to prohibit or sanction it." Tom balanced public expectations with justice in electing not to indiscriminately prosecute anti-draft protesters at the same time as he notoriously confronted anti-war demonstrators streaming down his driveway with a cricket bat. Alongside reform inside the Parliament, his talents as a barrister were not left idle, personally appearing for the Commonwealth on multiple occasions in the High Court during this time. It's a pretty good deal for the taxpayer, since a young Malcolm Turnbull later recorded in a profile for the Bulletin, Tom's daily rate at the bar was $1,000 a day in 1970s money. Perhaps most famously, he appeared for the Commonwealth in the Concrete Pipes case, which led to an expansive interpretation of the corporation's power in the Constitution. Former High Court Justice Michael McHugh reflected, "This granted the Commonwealth Government power to control and regulate most of the business and economic life and much of the social life in Australia." The ascent of William McMahon to the nation's highest political office brought about Tom Hughes' ministerial demise. The three airmen, John Gorton, Tom Hughes and their close friend, Minister for the Navy, Jim Killen, fell together, sacked by the new leader, whom he accurately described as a shocking little person. Tom Hughes left Parliament at the ensuing election and returned full-time to the New South Wales Bar, serving as president of the Bar Association from 73 to 75, and he built his reputation and became preeminent amongst those learned in the law. I've read various nicknames and various adjectives for this period in his life: formidable, dominant, theatrical, the nickname Frosty, but above all, unquestionably, he was exceptionally good. A leader at the bar, master of the courtroom, and he applied himself across a broad spectrum of the law. And he'd work his craft as a debt before the High Court, in which he appeared on nearly 100 occasions in a constitutional case, as he did before the Supreme Court on a defamation trial or criminal matter. His clients included Lionel Murphy, as well as the Packer family, and even, no doubt, to the delight of the current Prime Minister, the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Finally, he retired on the occasion of his 90th birthday. It's very impressive. Tom Hughes was a gifted Australian. He excelled in his chosen field, and he ensured he never treated it like an occupation. Whether in law or politics, it was a calling, and our nation is richer for his pursuit of it. Tom Hughes was, as the Prime Minister said, someone with a sharp wit and a gift for language and persuasion. More importantly, he held a determination to use his talents for the service of others for causes bigger than himself. And anyone who has had anything to do with the Hughes and Turnbull families would have observed how they treasured their loving patriarch. Lucy's eulogy reveals not just his family's sadness for his passing, but also their pride in his life. Tom returned to the shores of Sydney Harbour for his last days, so fitting when his brother had vividly described Sydney Harbour as the amniotic fluid of Tom's memory. That iconic part of Australia so nurtured Tom Hughes' emotional and spiritual life, and Tom and his family have just as devotedly sought to shape the modern soul of Australia. So on behalf of the government, I express again our condolences following his passing to his friends and family, especially to his wife Christine and his children Lucy, Tom and Michael.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President, and I rise on behalf of the opposition to pay tribute to Tom Hughes, AOKC. And in doing so, can I also please acknowledge the presence today here with us in the chamber of Lucy Turnbull and the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, of Christine Hughes, Tom Hughes, and in the gallery of the broader Hughes family. Quite simply, as so many have said, over so long a period, Tom Hughes was a great Australian. Born in a bygone era, living to 101. It has been said by his official biographer that he actually had 4 careers: farmer, RAF pilot, barrister and politician. And today in the Australian Senate, we acknowledge as appropriate a truly remarkable life. In fact, when you actually talk to people about Tom Hughes and his life story, it was amazing to actually hear people say his life story reads somewhat like a movie script. Thomas Eyre Forrest Hughes was born on November 26, 1923 in Rose Bay. His grandfather, Sir Thomas Hughes, was a solicitor who rose to become the Lord Mayor of Sydney. His father, whom Tom always said was the man he most admired and respected, was Geoffrey Forrest Hughes, a solicitor and decorated World War I flying ace. In fact, he was famously involved in a lengthy dogfight over France with the Red Baron. His mother, Margaret, was a vicar's daughter from Devon in England. As well as Tom, the couple had 1 daughter, Constance, and 2 more sons, Geoffrey and Robert. Robert Hughes, of course, would become the renowned art critic and author of A Fatal Shore. Tom himself was educated at St Ignatius College, Riverview, and the University of Sydney, where he studied law. That study, however, was interrupted by World War II. As a young man who already had a strong sense of service and love of his country, he joined the RAF as a pilot. He captained a Sunderland flying boat and a crew of 12, flying out of the United Kingdom over the Atlantic and parts of war-torn Europe at the young age of 21. His Sunderland and crew succeeded in unmasking enemy artillery nests in the southwest France, where it had been assumed the Germans had been expelled. The Sunderland flying boat participated in D-Day operations, escorting Allied convoys and sinking U-boats. Tom was later awarded the French Legion of Honour, France's highest award. Tom modestly described it as a relatively lucky and safe war. His time in Britain is also said to have inspired him to become a barrister. It had often been assumed that Tom would become a solicitor, like his father and grandfather. But during World War II in London, he attended the law courts and was inspired by the performance of the wigged and black-gowned barristers defending their clients. On return to Australia after the war, Tom resumed his legal studies. He was admitted to the bar in 1949, the same year Robert Menzies won office as head of a Liberal Country Party coalition government. The young barrister Tom had impeccable connections through his father, but his practice also grew because of talent and an insatiable appetite for hard work. Taking silk in 1962, Tom found a mentor and a friend in Chief Justice Owen Dixon, with both men bonding over political discussions. What was to become a distinguished career in politics began in 1963, when he was persuaded to stand as a Liberal candidate in the marginal Labor seat of Parkes in Sydney's inner west. His campaign manager was a young John Howard, who remained a close friend throughout his life. And in fact, former Prime Minister Howard reflected on that first campaign after Tom's death, saying this: "Quickly adapting from the formality of the courtroom to speaking from the back of a truck near Campsie railway station, he fought a vigorous campaign and claimed this highly marginal seat for the Menzies government." Tom was re-elected in Parkes in 1966, then won in the new seat of Berowra in 1969. In November 1969, Tom was appointed as John Gorton's Attorney-General, a position he held until March 1971. Responsible for administering the National Service Act and prosecuting those who resisted the draft for Vietnam, his time as Attorney-General was not without difficulties. He was targeted by anti-conscription and anti-war protesters, and in fact in 1970 some 40 protesters turned up on the doorstep of the Hughes family home in Belleville Hugh. Not a man to take a step backwards, though, Tom confronted them with a cricket bat. His son Michael, we are told, just 5 at the time, was said to have been, and I quote, delighted to see hippies in the garden. He retired from politics prior to the 1972 election, returning to what we all now know was his true love, the law. And while, as I said earlier, he had a distinguished career in politics, it was as a barrister that he truly excelled and became, quite frankly, legendary. Returning to the New South Wales Bar, Tom became president from 1973 to 1975. Tom had, without a doubt, and it is well known in legal circles, not just here in Australia, but also on the global stage. He had a commanding presence in Australian courtrooms for more than half a century, taking on and winning many high-profile cases. He was still practising as a barrister, well into his 80s, using his trademark mix of persuasion, intimidation and theatre. Some of Tom's cases included that of Elizabeth Evatt, Chief Judge of the Family Court, who sued when a newspaper article about the court accused her of overseeing the destruction of family lives. He represented disgraced former New South Wales Chief Stipendiary Magistrate Murray Farquhar in his criminal trial, and Jane Macomb, sister of course to the Duchess of York, who was found to be defamed when falsely accused of adultery. Tom appeared several times for his law school contemporary, Lionel Murphy, former Attorney-General in the Whitlam government and High Court judge. In a defamation case, he represented famous rugby league Andrew Ettinghausen, who sued when a newspaper published a naked photo of him in the shower after the game. The next statistic, quite frankly, is utterly remarkable. Tom Hughes appeared in the High Court 91 times between 1949 and 2010, and he only retired from practice in 2013, literally just over a decade ago. It was well known that Tom would travel to chambers by public transport before dawn, spending many hours meticulously preparing for his cases. The tributes from those within the legal world say a lot about Tom's standing as a barrister. New South Wales Chief Justice Andrew Bell was Hughes Junior Counsel at his second last High Court appearance in 2009. And Chief Justice Bell described Tom as one of the finest trial lawyers and advocates in our nation's history. Preparing and appearing with Tom was a privilege and a wonderful education for any junior barrister. Tom Hughes was a wonderful man of large spirit, great style and a true patriot. Law Society of New South Wales President Brett McGrath described Tom as one of the most formidable, talented and courteous lawyers to grace our justice system. Tom Hughes served his nation in times of war and peace with distinction. He served his clients with determination and his opponents with the utmost respect. High Court Judge Michael McHugh said, Tom was a legendary figure who embodied the public's perception of the great advocate, dashing, dominating and handsome. By any reckoning, he ranks as one of the greatest barristers the Australian legal profession has ever produced. There is no doubt that Tom Hughes lived an incredible life. The service he gave to our great country of Australia, combined with the mark he left on this nation's legal profession, carve out a unique place for Tom Hughes in our nation's history. And again, on behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Tom's wife Chrissy, to Tom's children Lucy, Tom and Michael, and the wider Hughes family. May Tom Hughes, without a doubt, a remarkable Australian, rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today on behalf of the National Party to honour the life and legacy of Thomas Air Forrest Hughes, AO KC, a man of towering intellect, unwavering integrity and an indelible contributor to Australian public life. Thomas Hughes was a legal giant, a King's Counsel of great renown whose mastery of the law was matched only by his passion for its fair application. His career spanned decades, during which he set benchmarks for legal advocacy that continues to inspire generations of barristers and solicitors today. It said he had 4 careers, and of which the Nats might just doff a cap and a kubra to the fact that he was known to be a farmer, an airman, a barrister and an MP. The mark he left on Australian jurisprudence is significant. His arguments sharp and persuasive, his presence in the courtroom formidable, and his dedication to the rule of law unwavering. This was demonstrated by the fact, and this just speaks volumes, that he only retired from practice in 2013, just shy of his 90th birthday. Beyond the legal profession, Mr Hughes was a dedicated servant of the Australian people. His military service was an extension of these principles, an affirmation of his willingness to stand in defence of our great country and contribute to the global struggle for peace and security. During World War II, he answered the call to serve his nation, enlisting in the Royal Australian Air Force, where he trained and served as a pilot. Tom enlisted and served in the No. 10 Squadron from 1942 to 1946. No. 10 Squadron was both the first RAAF squadron and the first British Commonwealth squadron to see active service in the Second World War. And it was also the only RAAF squadron to see continuous active service throughout the war. In 1943, Tom began a tour of operations and was part of the Normandy invasion. In 2005, he was awarded the French, and forgive my French, Legion d'Honneur for his contribution to Operation Overlord. His contributions to the war effort, alongside those of thousands of other Australians, were instrumental in safeguarding the freedoms that we all cherish today. As a parliamentarian, he represented the constituents of Parkes from 1963 in 1969 in the halcyon days, shall we say, of the Menzies-McEwen government. And in 1970, he purchased 800 hectares of good country down near Goulburn and went on to establish a Pole Dorset sheep stud and exhibited, I'm sure, a fancy fleece not only in the local shows but at the Sydney Royal, which is something he enjoyed. He was also the first member for the electorate of Berrua from 1969 to 72. Former Prime Minister John Howard was Hughes' campaign manager for the seat of Parkes in 1963 and became a lifelong friend. Serving with distinction as Australia's Attorney-General from 1969 to 1971, he demonstrated an unyielding commitment to justice, bringing about reforms that strengthened the legal foundations of our nation and reinforced the fundamental rights of its citizens. His service in public office was defined by his sharp legal mind, his deep understanding of constitutional matters and his ability to balance the weighty responsibilities of his role with an innate sense of fairness. He believed in the principle that the law was not merely a collection of rules, but a living institution that must serve the people it governs. But beyond his public service, many would attest that Thomas Hughes was a man of great personal warmth, wit and generosity. To those who knew him, he was a devoted family man, a mentor and a steadfast friend. And he was known for a rare trait in politics, for his humility. Despite his formidable achievements and impressive CV, his contributions extended well beyond the legal and political spheres. In 2001, he was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia in recognition for his service to the law and the broader Australian community. He gave freely of his time and expertise, fostering the next generation of legal minds and remaining a respected voice in national discussions on governance and legal affairs. The passing of Thomas Hughes is a reminder of the legacy that great Australians can and do leave behind, not only in the institutions they shape, but in the lives they touch. His influence is still felt in courtrooms across this country, in the pages of our legal textbooks, and in the hearts of those who had the privilege to work alongside him. I would like to acknowledge his daughter, Lucy Turnbull, who is in the chamber today, who inherited from her father and his families a commitment and dedication to public service. On behalf of the Nationals, I extend our deepest sympathies to his wife, Christine, his children, Lucy, Tom and Michael, and their families, and we honour his life and contributions and acknowledge him with gratitude. And again, put on the record and take this opportunity to thank him for his service to a grateful nation in all 4 of those careers. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. The Jesuits have a maxim that they teach their students, their seminarians, which is foundational to the way that they see the world. They call on each other to be men and women for others. It builds upon Ignatius' spiritual exercises that call for love to be expressed not just in words but in deeds. It should come as no surprise to any of us here that Tom Hughes was a product of this very Jesuit education at St Ignatius College, Riverview. Few others readily come to mind that exhibited this calling throughout a life of service more than Tom. An eminent life of service to his country, to this Parliament and to the law. Tom graduated in law from the University of Sydney and enlisted in the Royal Australian Air Force in 1942. After some training in Australia and the US, Tom volunteered for 10 Squadron RAAF in Plymouth, flying short Sunderlands, protecting Atlantic shipping, and in 1944, the English Channel, the Bay of Biscay during D-Day operations. For his work in the war, which he later described as a rather minimal contribution to the war, he was awarded the French Legion of Honour, amongst his Australian and Imperial awards. On the 3rd of March 1964, Tom delivered his maiden speech in the other place as the member for Parkes and later the member for Barara. In it, he discussed the most pressing matter of the time, particularly for those on his side of politics, the Cold War. Tom was resolute about the risks that Australia faced, the role of Australia, particularly in the light of a diminished empire, and the threat of communism to the free and open world, particularly in Asia. His words echo true today, the need to be vigilant in the face of threats to our way of life, this time at the hands of authoritarian regimes. Tom later recalled, regarding the development of his political ideology, "It's true that I was a fairly conservative politician when I first entered Parliament in 1963, but in time I think I learnt to temper that conservatism, and later I think I was regarded as a small L Liberal." And it was this shift that came to a head at the latter end of his parliamentary career. In May of 1970, when he was the Commonwealth Attorney-General, Tom gave an address to the 6th National Congress, a conference of the Australian Council of Social Services at the ANU. In it, the first law officer of the Commonwealth made what was at the time considered to be a remarkable statement. He said, "It is one thing to disapprove on moral grounds of homosexual connection in a private place between consenting adults. It is another thing to permit such disapproval to drive one to the conclusion that conduct of that description should be classified as criminal." This statement was remarkable at the time because homosexual acts were illegal. He was at that point, and for some time after, the only Liberal politician to express the desire to decriminalise homosexuality. He was saying then that the government did not belong in people's bedrooms. He was ahead of his time. Naturally, Tom's calls did not go unnoticed by elements of his own party, and shortly after ending up on the wrong side of a leadership spill and back on the backbench, Tom was the subject of a pre-selection challenge. On the 8th of October 1971, delegates of the New South Wales division of the Liberal Party gathered at its Ash Street headquarters in Sydney to select its candidate for Barara. Tom was being challenged by 4 candidates, including leading Conservative and State MP Jim Cameron. But as selectors entered the building, a remarkable thing was happening on the street. The Coalition Against Moral Persecution was staging a demonstration in support of Tom. The Australian newspaper had reported that morning of the meeting, Australia's homosexuals will hold their first public picket. It was the first ever public demonstration by that group, and it was done in support of the pre-selection of Tom Hughes. However, whilst Tom was victorious in the pre-selection, defeating his challengers in the first ballot, he would decide not to contest the next election and would return to the bar full-time. He was elected to the Council of the Australian National University and was elected President of the New South Wales Bar Association. As mentioned at the outset, Tom would carry the values he was taught at a young age whilst at the bar. He represented Robert Askin, Gough Whitlam, Vic Garland, Kerry Packer, Bill Waterhouse and Lionel Murphy throughout a career that will culminate in him being dubbed, as we've already heard today, a Lion of the Bar. He retired a month before his 90th birthday. In more recent years, I'm particularly proud to have worked on the Tom Hughes oration led by my friend, the member for Barara, now an annual fixture in the Barara Federal Electoral Conference, which I led for a number of years. It was a privilege to witness Tom's formidable intellect in person. Tom is survived by his wife, Christine, his children, Lucy, Tom Jr. and Michael, and of course Malcolm, all of whom, I might add, are exemplary services to this country, to the law and to the Liberal Party. I offer my condolences to Tom's family and friends. May he rest in peace. Ad maiorem Dei gloriam. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavassi. I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify their assent to the motion. The motion is carried. So we've done placing. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired, to postpone or rearrange the business? Moving on, I call the clerk. No, you've got nothing. Okay, I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. I'll begin with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Now, thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Askew, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be taken as formal. Any objection to that? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business. Down to you, Senator Shoebridge. General business notice of motion number 782, standing in your name.
Oh, thanks, President. That happened in a hurry. I ask that general business notice of motion number 782, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Senator Shoebridge.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, President. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech in relation to this Medivac bill incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you.
I'll now go back to a general business 777, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice motion number 778 be taken as a formal motion.
I've got 777 is what I called.
777, apologies. I ask that general business notice motion number 777 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge. Sorry. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to establish a scheme to promote and enhance transparency, integrity and honesty in dealings between lobbyists and government representatives and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
Mr. President, I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to establish a scheme to promote and enhance transparency, integrity and honesty in dealings between lobbyists and government representatives and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Pocock.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator
President.
Pocock. I now move to general business notice of motion number 779, standing in your name, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 779 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go back to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of, I'll start with 2 because you're here, Senator Lambie. Business of the Senate 2, standing in your name.
No. Okay. I move that business of the nation number Senate. What's the name? Where am I?
It's business of Senate number 2, standing in your name.
That the business number 2, standing in my name, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I now do business of the Senate number 3, Senator Lambie, standing in your name.
I move that the business notice of motion of the Senate motion number 3 in my name be moved.
Be taken as formal.
Be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go down to business of the Senate, general business 780, standing in the name of Senator Van.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 780 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Van.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 780, standing in the name of Senator Van, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 781, standing in the name of Senator Babet.
So motion number 781, proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
78. Yes, 78. Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Babet.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to alter the Constitution to expressly protect freedom of speech.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Babet, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Babet.
I present and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Babet, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to alter the Constitution to expressly protect freedom of speech.
Senator Babet.
Bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Babet.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks. Thank you, President.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Babet. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 783, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 783 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 783, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 784, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 784 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 784, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 786, standing in the name of Senator Hume. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Hume, I ask that general business notice of motion number 786 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business number 786 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go back to I'll now go back to 778, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 778 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
The question is that general business notice of motion number 778, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senator McKim, if you want to call a division, you need to be in your seat. Okay. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 778, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 17 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, I advise there may be further divisions. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 787, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew, is that you?
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 787 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 787, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I do advise senators they should not be using mobile phones in the chamber. Yeah, look, clock's still going. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 787, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise the chamber that any further divisions will there'll only be a 1-minute bell. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 788, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 788 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 788, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 788, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes.
Order. There being 31 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 788, standing in the name of, 789, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. I'll call Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 789 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
The question is that general business notice of motion number 789, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 789, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 790, standing in the name of Senator Lambie.
I ask that general business notice motion number 790 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
I move the motion.
So, Senator Ayres? Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Ayres.
The government will be opposing this motion. The government firmly rejects Senator Lambie's assertion that we have not complied with the previous order. The documents have been already provided to Senator Lambie with appropriate redactions in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. The government also subsequently provided the documents to the Senate with appropriate redactions under public interest immunity. The redactions were made in order to appropriately protect the commercially sensitive data and personal information of various stakeholders.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 790, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Senator Lambie, are you happy if Senator Askew does the count? Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 790 standing in the name of Senator Lambie be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Erkin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 42 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 791, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 791 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Ayres?
I seek leave to move amendments to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Ayres.
I move that the motion be amended in the terms circulated in the chamber.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Ayres be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Thorpe?
Amendment is. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's been circulated in the chamber, Senator Thorpe. Senator Ayres, if you just give you 2 seconds to explain.
Please.
Read it if it assists. It has been circulated. At paragraph B, omit at the conclusion of motions to take note of answers and substitute at the conclusion of question time.
So I'm going to put it again. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Ayres be agreed to. Those of that opinion say, Senator McGrath.
Would we please vote separately on paragraphs A and B
of the
amended motion?
I think once it's amended.
Yeah, we're just dealing with the amendment. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put the amendment as moved by Senator Ayres, which was circulated in the chamber. So the question is that the amendment to Senator Thorpe's motion as moved by Senator Ayres be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it.
Now, I understand in putting that amended motion that the opposition wishes it to be split, A and B. So I'll put paragraph A first. So the question is that general notice, yes, Senator Ayres?
To make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Ayres.
The Leader of the Government in the Senate has responded to the order for production of documents, and answers to all questions on notice requested will be tabled at ministerial statements in the usual way today.
Thank you. So the question is that the amended motion number 791, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, paragraph A, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now put part B of that amended motion. So the question is that general business notice motion number 791 is amended, part B, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I've called it that way. Third. Are we doing the deferred motion now? We have a deferred motion. I believe it suits the Senate to deal with that now. I remind senators that yesterday after 6:30 p.m. a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Roberts proposing a reference to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate to do that deferred vote now. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. I'll ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I know. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that the deferred motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I understand Senator Urquhart is seeking the call, or Senator Chisholm is seeking the call. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, President. I'd ask for a new division to be held for a new vote to be held for Part B of Motion 791. For that to be recommitted, please.
Yeah. Okay, so Senator McGrath.
Can we find out why the
Certainly.
government
Yes.
wants us to recommit?
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, President. My understanding was that the vote was called and it didn't reflect the will of the Senate and a division wasn't called.
Thank you. So the question is that Part B, Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I couldn't quite hear Senator Chisholm's explanation. It's the usual practice of the Senate, if you want a vote to be put again, that you be very clear. Suggesting that the vote didn't reflect the will of the Senate is not a satisfactory explanation to have a vote recommitted.
Senator McKim, it is a clear indication of Senator Chisholm's position, so he has put it in that way. We put the vote again and it's really up to senators. So the question is, order, order, order. Senator Lambie, Senator Chisholm has indicated in his view it does not reflect the view of the chamber. I'm going to put it. So the question is that the Senator Lambie, number one, I haven't called you. You've just stood there and yelled out at me. Senator Lambie.
That is not a reason. We want to know why. It does not reflect the Senate's wishes. Why is that?
Senator Lambie.
If you are embarrassed, then too bad. But
Senator
why?
Lambie, thank you. That is the exact question Senator McKim asked. I've given an explanation. I'm going to put the motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 791 as amended, and it's part B, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 791, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe as amended, part B, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes. If that's okay with Senator Thorpe, and Senator Askew as teller for the note. Order. There being 14 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That does conclude formal motions, Senators, including the deferred vote. I believe Minister Gallagher is seeking the call. Minister.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of legislation.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Minister Gallagher.
Notice I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to the consideration of legislation to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the question be put as moved by Senator Gallagher. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. So lock the doors. So the question is that the question be now put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. If further divisions are required during the suspension, I'll be ringing the bells for 1 minute. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the Minister.
Thank you very much, President. I thank the Senate. I move that a motion relating to the consideration of legislation may be moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the question be now put on the procedural motion moved by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be now put on the procedural motion moved by Senator Gallagher. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the procedural motion moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. There's it. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the procedural motion moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I move the motion as circulated.
Senators, the procedural motion just agreed to requires that the substantive motion be put without amendment or debate, so I'll now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order there being 23 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Are you seeking you're in this debate? I don't have a list. Thanks, Senator Lambie.
Do you want me to just wait for the clock, Madam President? I'm sorry, because I had about 12 and a half minutes left.
No, it'll start once you start speaking.
Thank you. This amendment includes safeguards to stop the clock, just to account for reasonable delays like medical advice if the Commission does not determine the claim by the end of the consideration period. The Commission is taken to have accepted the claim. Veterans who have to take their matters to the Veterans Review Board can't be represented by a lawyer. This is hugely unfair for some of them, and it flips all the power to the DVA staff, which are expert lawyers. They're expert lawyers. The known enemy, as we like to call them, who do have access to legal representation before the hearing. My amendment attempts to level the playing field so veterans can get legal representation themselves when they go before the Veterans Review Board to plead their case. It's a no-brainer. I reckon it gives the veterans a fair go. It also removes section 353L, which allows the Veterans Review Board to imprison a veteran for up to 6 months if they insult a person, interrupt proceedings, create a disturbance or cause contempt as part of their proceedings. We need to know as much as possible about the ongoing health and wellbeing of our veterans. That means research and data gathering. The amendment responds to recommendations 114, 115 and 117 of the Royal Commission. It establishes an expert committee on veteran research made up of people with real skills and real experience. The amendment also requires the department to establish work plans to outline the immediate research priorities of the department in relation to health and wellbeing, long-term research goals and detailed actions to address gaps in the legislation. My amendments are not perfect, but they will go a hell of a long way to fixing the injustice that we've put up with for so too long that is within the system, has resulted in so many of your mates taking their lives. I ask everyone in this place to vote for my amendments. Veterans put their lives on the line for this country. The least that we can do is make sure that they are looked after during and beyond their service. I would also like to put on record the shocking and slow response the Coalition displayed over 9 years. They did everything they could to resist a Royal Commission. They aided it and abetted by the National RSL. They kept telling me and the veterans nothing to see here. The National President of the RSL even went after Julianne Finney, accusing her of campaigning for a Royal Commission to search guilt for a failed relationship with her son. You, Mr Melick, subsequently apologised, but I have to ask why on earth this man is still the head of the National RSL. It is certainly not the request and it is not the want of every digger who has served and previously serving. I would like to acknowledge the work of Minister Keogh and his willingness to work with me over the summer and over the past 2 years. I want to take some time here to make sure that the veterans know this. I cannot praise Minister Keogh enough. He has worked over the Christmas period with me. He's given up time with his family. It has been very enduring with him to go through this with me for the past 2 years. He has carried tears behind closed doors. I want you to know that. He has fed and can put everything he possibly can into this, knowing we needed to get as much possible as we possibly could through before an election. We have done everything that we possibly can over the last 8 weeks to get that National Commissioner up and to start ticking off on those Royal Commission recommendations. We cannot possibly have any hours left between the Minister and I to do anything else left. We have nothing left. I just wanted you to know that Minister Keogh, during that period, over the last 10 years I have been up there, the revolving door of ministers has been an absolute shocker for you people. This person, this Minister Keogh, has put his heart and his soul into this, and I will pay credit where credit is due. I know at times that we have sat behind closed doors and cried together, and we have tried to do everything possible in the last 8 weeks, and I cannot thank you enough. From the bottom of my heart, Minister Keogh, I want you to know that. And I want every veteran out there to know that, because nobody during the period of time I've been up here has ever done what you have done and stood beside me. I want to thank the Prime Minister for giving me the extra staff member over the last 2 years, and I want to thank you, Luke Brown. I don't think this will get you sacked. I want every veteran to know out there that the Assistant Commissioner, Luke Brown, has saved many lives in the last 2 years, because when this government come in, they gave me full access to Luke Brown. I'm not sure if he works for DVA or Jackie Lambie, but I cannot thank you enough, Luke. I cannot thank you enough. The pressure that you have taken off the people in my office has been absolutely remarkable. It has stopped being a revolving door for you veterans out there as well, and it's caused a hell of a lot less harm to my office and the people working there in their last 2 years. So, Luke, thank you. And just to let you know, I have another 6 people I will need to come and see you the next day, and I'm sorry I didn't ring you Monday. I'll be in touch with you tomorrow, mate, but thank you. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank all the organisations, the veterans, the mothers and the families who have fought for the Royal Commission. I know it has taken it out of you. I know it has taken it out of me, especially Julianne Finney and the mums who have worked so tirelessly, and the dads for many, many years to campaign for veterans and the recommendations of the Royal Commission. Julianne, I want you to know that your son would be so proud of you, I know the Royal Commissioners, you were shaken, and I know that you have been moved by the testimony from so many. I know that has been extremely harmful to you, and I want to thank you for going through that and doing everything you could for us. Nothing can compensate for the pain and the loss of losing your child, and that is the burden that many parents and many families will have to carry with them for the rest of their lives from their military service. The passage of this bill won't fix everything, but the speed of the government response is now down to you. So once again to you, Matt, thank you. I know that we have tried to rush this through, and I'm pretty sure we've got it right. We've got to be damn close. There is still a lot of work to be done. There's still over 120 recommendations to be put through as quickly as possible. We have worked hard over the last 8 years to do as much as we possibly can in my office to fix the DVA and defence. And like I said, it has taken the toll on my staff, and I've lost some of them along the way. I thank my staff once again for your commitment over the last 8 years to the veterans. I thank all of you. I am up for a re-election this year, and I'm hoping that Tasmanians will give me another 6 years. But if they don't, I want the veteran community to know I want you to stay vigilant. I will always stand beside you. I know you will need to keep holding Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and most importantly, the government to account. You must do that. And I say that because I want youth service organisations to listen to me. Listen very carefully. There is a lot of you out there are thousands. I want you to stop fighting with each other because it is not helpful. It is not helpful. And you are not just standing together as one, so you have no strength. You have a national RSL that is useless. We know that. But if you service organisations continue to fight with each other and bitter with each other, you will continue not to save lives. It makes my job up here very difficult to deal with you. And you are not being fair to your mates. If you are part of an organisation and you fall out with your mates, don't go and start another one. It has not been helpful. I know that many of you in these organisations are also physically and psychologically damaged. I know your patience only goes so far. And I know for many, many years you have been fighting a government who has destroyed you. I know that. But the biggest enemy I have right now, and that we have right now, the veterans out there, are you people. You people, because you won't come together as one. For God's sake, even our Vietnam veterans worked it out. They only split into 2 groups, not thousands. That has been extremely harmful to us. I want you to go away and think about that. I want to see you like a one group, one union. And that's where you should be. And that is what our national RSL should have been. And it has failed us. But it has taken great delight over the years in watching us chew each other up for breakfast. Oh, they've loved it. I beg of you, you will only become a force again if you come together as one. You must come together as one. You have to do that today. Then we will get what we want. But until you do that, you will make the fight harder. I want you to go away and have a good think about that. Surely one of you is big enough to say the rest of us are not doing the job, and we need to come together as one. I don't even care what you call us, but bring us together. Bring us together, because it gives us more power and it gives us more might, and then we can help our own. That is how it works. Sometimes I know it feels like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But whenever I have felt defeated, the resilience and the strength of you, even in the chaos you are in that service organisation community, has got me through. I want to make sure that you know that. I want to thank all of you for helping me along the way. And there are some who have decided, along the way that are throwing names at me and others out there, and it has been very unhelpful. But I think I've said enough about service organisations out there. All I'm asking you to do in my last minute is to go away and think about where you are. Because what you are doing in thousands of groups out there and how you've all separated is not helpful. It is not helpful to saving your mates. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation supports measures to simplify veterans' entitlements. At the moment, it seems to many veterans that they need to be a lawyer just to receive entitlements that should be easily accessible. In this government bill, the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, it's difficult to say whether the government's proposal will meet veterans' needs for clarity and ease. Until we see the legislation is put into action, when the guidance filters its way through to the service agents. As the saying goes, the proof will be in the pudding. So we're willing to give the government the benefit of the doubt when it comes to converting 3 acts, 2,000 pages of legislation, and more than 800 legislative instruments into 1 act. As other senators have mentioned, it's not rare for veterans to have claims under all 3 separate acts. This obviously needs desperate change. Throughout this process, we do not want to see any veterans worse off. One Nation notes with concern submissions that state some changes may have the intention of easier administration, not achieving the veterans' full entitlements. That's a deep concern. We'll be supporting the amendments codifying the Senate's intent that no veteran is left worse off after this bill's passage. In relation to the government's amendment on sheet ED 101, we've received concerns from the Family of Veterans Guild, as have many other senators, I'm sure. I'll read them out so that they're on the record for the impressively competent CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Family of Veterans Guild, on this government amendment to its own bill. Why is the government having so many amendments? Her letter is as follows, quote, "After being alerted to the amendment, I've read through the detail and have a number of concerns with it, which are as follows. 1. There has been no public announcement or public communication from the Department of Defence or Veterans Affairs about it. And as a result, there has been no consultation with the veteran community regarding its content. This amendment proposes a significant structural change to the defence and veteran system in Australia. It is arguably a bill in its own right and ought to be treated as such. Our view is that it ought to be introduced as an amendment to the Defence Act 1903 and debated accordingly. Instead, it is being added to the Vets Bill in order to be rushed through the Parliament. Here we go again, Labor rushing. She continues with number 2. The intent of the Vets Bill is to harmonise the legislative frameworks that govern the provision of veteran entitlements and supports. It is not to make fundamental structural changes to the veteran system. That's a separate issue, she says. She goes on to number 3. The object outlined in the amendment, improve suicide prevention, is extremely broad, unclear, and lacks any insight into tangible work that will be done to achieve the objective. I'll read what she says again. Lacks any insight into tangible work that will be done to achieve the objective. This objective requires significant work to be more specific, focusing on issues we know are challenges in the veteran community, like reducing the incidence and rate of suicide amongst the defence and veteran population, and improving the effectiveness of suicide prevention initiatives within this community. Number 4. The amendment outlines that the Commission only needs to provide 2 public reports on the status of the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations. This is not good enough, she says. The reason the concept of the independent body outlined in the amendment received initial support from the veteran community was because for too long recommendations from the veteran community recommendations from previous inquiries have been shelved. 700 plus recommendations, she says, which could have resulted in better health and wellbeing outcomes for veterans and their families, were left to collect dust. The amendment ought to compel the Commission to report annually to the Parliament, the veteran community and the Australian public on the status of the Royal Commission's recommendations until such time as they are implemented and their effectiveness evaluated. She goes on, number 5. The amendment provides the Minister with the power to direct the Commissioner to conduct an inquiry. However, before the Commissioner reports to the Minister, at which point the report is to be tabled, the Minister may vary or withdraw the request. Does this mean the inquiry results are never made public? This point must be clarified. Number 6, she says, the amendment outlines that the Commission can inquire into the entire defence ecosystem, but doesn't define what that is. With the amendment providing significant powers to the proposed Commission, this must be defined, understood and consulted. As it stands, the authority this Commission would have could affect more than 5,000 non-profit organisations in Australia who provide support to veterans. Number 7, veteran families once again are omitted from this amendment, other than a mention that they will be listened to, she says. The Royal Commission highlighted the important role of veteran families and the significant implications, including related to mental health, that service and suicide have on them. Yet they are excluded from the Commission's remit. Will it require a Royal Commission into the ill health, well-being and high suicide rates amongst veteran families before they're taken seriously by their government? It's a good question she asks. Our expectation, she says, while we support the establishment of an independent body to oversee the defence and veteran system and the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations, however, we fundamentally disagree with rushing an unconsulted amendment through Parliament, an unconsulted recommendation amendment through Parliament, which could have significant consequences for the system and the communities within it. She goes on, our expectations were set by the Minister in his media release on the appointment of his interim commissioner, where the Minister said, quote, Mr Manthorpe will head the interim organisation and work across government to deliver the establishment of a legislated oversight body by September 2025. As part of the Albanese government's response to the Royal Commission, we have committed $9.5 million of funding as part of MyEFO to support its implementation, including $5 million over 2 years to fund the appointment of the interim head of the Defence and Veterans Service Commission, and to establish a cross-agency task force to provide advice to government. End of the Minister's quote. She goes on, we expected DVA and Defence to therefore consult with those who could and would be impacted by this amendment. That hasn't happened. This is the first time we have even seen a document like this that would establish the Commission. We are especially shocked by this, considering the unwillingness of the Minister and Department of Veteran Affairs to support and implement amendments to the Vets Bill aimed at removing archaic and offensive language due to concerns it would hold up passage of the bill. Yet an amendment which does bring cost implications and hasn't been consulted is deemed acceptable. We'd like to see, this is the last paragraph, we'd like to see amendment to be withdrawn so that it can go through the proper process, including consultation, to ensure it is fit for purpose and reduces the risk of having unintended consequences on and within the defence and veteran community. End of quote. That quote was from the letter from Families of Veterans Guild, and that's where it ends. One Nation is greatly concerned that the government is operating this way and dropping significant changes on the Senate suddenly. We won't even get time to discuss the bills tonight. We will be voting against this amendment because of those concerns and the lack of consultation.
Minister.
In rising to speak today on this bill, I wish to first and foremost express my continued thanks and gratitude to Australians' veteran community for their service to our country. The Albanese government accepted and took swift action on the first recommendation of the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide to simplify and harmonise the legislation governing compensation, rehabilitation and other supports for veterans and families so that they can not only access the support that they need and deserve, but receive it in a timely manner. Under the current legislative model, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts. The Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, known as the MRCA, the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986, known as the VEA, and the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, known as the DIRCA. Which act or acts apply to a veteran depends on when they served and which period or periods of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. The Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024, known as the VETS Bill, modifies the current Tri-Act legislative framework by providing for all claims for compensation and rehabilitation received from 1 July 2026 to be determined under an enhanced MRCA. In essence, the changes in this bill will make it easier for veterans and families to know what they are entitled to, make it simpler for advocates to assist veterans and their families with those claims, and make it quicker for DVA to process claims so veterans and families get the benefits that they need and they deserve in a timely way. The government will also propose 3 amendments. Following the Senate Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee inquiry into this bill, the release of the final report of the Royal Commission, advocacy from the veteran community and consultation with the opposition, the Jackie Lambie Network and the Australian Greens. The first amendment provides for a Senate Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee to initiate a review of the enhanced MRCA to be conducted 12 months after the Act commences. The second allows for apportionment of payments to veterans with severe impairment in relation to their children under Section 80 of the MRCA. And the third amendment implements the government's response to Recommendation 122 of the Royal Commission's final report by establishing an independent body headed by a commissioner to provide advice and oversight on reducing deaths by suicide in the defence and veteran community. I'd also like to take this opportunity to offer additional information for senators following debate. The government notes the concerns expressed by the opposition regarding the Statement of Principle system, known as SOPS, and the role of the Repatriation Medical Authority. However, it should be underscored that the Royal Commission examined this matter and did not recommend a change to this feature of the military compensation system. I would also note that the VETS bill will actually add flexibility to the SOP arrangements by introducing 2 new liability tests that do not rely on the SOPs, namely the presumptive liability arrangements and temporal connection to being on duty, both of which were noted by senators earlier in the debate. Furthermore, the current flexibility under Section 340 of the MRCA will be retained, which permits the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission to determine its own SOPs outside the RMA process where warranted. But regardless of these improvements, I would note in this context that under the MERCA, using the SOP system, the acceptance rate for liability claims sits at 80% or higher on an annual basis. This system ensures that sound medical scientific evidence is applied consistently, fairly and equitably in the assessment of veterans' claims, with no need for further review of these beneficial arrangements. In respect of comments made that the bill results in modest improvements for veterans and minor bureaucratic improvements only, I would note that the passage of the bill would result in an additional $222 million being provided to veterans and their families in the form of increased compensation and healthcare in the first 2 years of operation alone, with ongoing support beyond this period. In addition to these increased levels of compensation and treatment, it was acknowledged that this legislation will make the veteran system easier for veterans and their families to navigate, ensuring they receive the care and the support they need more quickly. As mentioned, this bill implements the very first recommendation of the Royal Commission's interim report. Clearly, the Royal Commission, in prioritising this recommendation, viewed it as resulting in more than just minor bureaucratic improvements and saw harmonising and simplifying veterans legislation as intrinsically linked to the issues of suicide and veterans' wellbeing. The level of support expressed for this bill by ex-service organisations and the veteran community more broadly would indicate that they see these changes being of real and tangible benefit to them also. Finally, as this bill was still before the Parliament when the Government delivered its formal response to the final report of the Royal Commission on the 2nd of December 2024, and recognising the urgency that veterans attach to the recommendation number 122 to establish an ongoing independent body to provide advice and oversight on reducing deaths by suicide in the defence and veteran community, we have taken this opportunity to legislate to implement this recommendation as a priority, and I will speak further on the government amendments shortly, should time permit. The Albanese Labor government is committed to continuously improving and adapting to the needs of current and former serving Australian Defence Force personnel and families. I acknowledge Minister Keogh, who was here in the chamber just earlier. I know that he has worked hard on this historic reform, but I know too how much he has valued those who advocated for reform, and especially those who participated in and bravely shared their experiences with the Royal Commission. The government also acknowledges the partnership we have been able to form with Senator Lambie, and we thank her for her advocacy, her constructive approach and her dedication to veterans and their families. This is a historic reform. It will benefit veterans and their families for generations to come, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
The question is that the second reading amendment on sheet 3321, moved by Senator Davey, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Pez, on your way up to there.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment on sheet 3321, moved by Senator Davey, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Senator Blythe, you cannot move when a division is in place. Even worse, that you encouraged us, Senator Ruston. That's true. Hey? There being 40 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I think Senator Lambie has another amendment to move, and I advise senators if there are further divisions, I'll ring the bell for 1 minute. Senator Lambie, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Lambie, I ask to move her second reading amendment as foreshadowed in her second reading speech.
And that's the amendment on 3032.
Yes, thank you very much, President. 3032.
So the question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Lambie on sheet 3032, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill as amended be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
There's a committee stage.
That's right, I'm back.
Virtual, lovely.
For 5 minutes.
It's very good of you.
The Deputy President might actually... if you might just say something to him.
Did you want?
You?
There we go. Me? I'm here for 5.
Thanks, Senator.
That's okay.
I've had about 10 conversations, so I'm not. We'll do this. Honourable Senators, is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Before we get started, I'm going to deliver a statement of reasons, Minister, and then I'm happy to give the call. With the concurrence of the Senate, the statements of reasons accompanying the request circulated for this bill will be incorporated in Hansard immediately after the request to which they relate. There being no objection, it is so ordered. No, Minister, I have a statement, so I'm just incorporating my statement. No, this is somewhat unusual, so it could be a learning experience for some. According to the statement of reasons for the government amendments on sheet ZA257, Amendment 3 is covered by Section 53 of the Constitution because it changes the destination of money appropriated by Section 423 of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004. This reflects the advice to the government from the Parliamentary Council, but the clerk's view is that this does not accord with the precedents of the Senate. The third paragraph of Section 53 provides that the Senate may not amend any proposed law so as to increase any proposed change or burden on the people. This has relevantly been taken to mean that the Senate may not amend a bill to increase the proposed expenditure under a standing appropriation. However, the amendment in question does not have that effect. Quick and Garron, in their commentaries on the Constitution, say that the Senate is only forbidden to amend bills imposing taxation and the annual appropriation bill. It may amend two kinds of expenditure bills, those for permanent and extraordinary appropriations. The Senate may amend such money bills so as to reduce the total amount of expenditure or to change the method, object and destination of the expenditure, but not to increase the total expenditure originated in the House of Representatives. This position is set out at page 671. The advice of the clerk, which is set out on the amendment sheet, is that the amendment deals only with the apportionment of expenditure and does not change the total proposed expenditure under the standing appropriation in section 423 of the Act. This is highlighted by the note to proposed subsection 80A2, which makes it clear that the sum of amounts paid to persons cannot exceed the amount the Commonwealth is liable to pay in respect of an eligible person, which is itself a capped amount. I have considered the views of the Parliamentary Council and the Clerk and consider that the Clerk's view is consistent with the precedents of the Senate. I therefore rule that the amendment should be framed as an amendment, not a request. So it's purely of a technical nature, but we won't be making requests to the other House. We will be amending as we see fit. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I table two supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments and request for an amendment to be moved to this bill. I also seek leave to move sheet ZA257 items 1 and 3 together and items 1 to 3 on sheet 3322 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I will provide a brief explanation of each of these. The government does seek to bring forward 3 additional amendments, as I indicated in my second reading contribution. And the decision to do so follows the Senate inquiry into this bill, the release of the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, the advocacy from the veteran community and consultation with the opposition, the Jackie Lambie Network and the Australian Greens. The government moves an amendment on sheet ZA257 where a new provision is to be inserted to provide for a Senate Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee to initiate a review on the VETS bill changes to be conducted 12 months after the Act commences. There will be broad scope to review all aspects of the reform, specifically how well the changes to the legislation framework have been implemented in the evolution of the Veterans Compensation and Support System. And the intent is to provide an assurance mechanism that the objectives are being achieved and the processes and functions are performing in line with community expectations. We consider that having the review scheduled in advance through legislation demonstrates the government's commitment to transparency, to accountability and to responsiveness. The second government amendment, which is on the same sheet, ZA257, relates to one of the changes originally proposed in the bill relating to lump sum payments to veterans with severe impairment in relation to their children under Section 80 of the MERCA Act. This compensation is for the additional financial strain of raising children impacted by the service of their veteran parent. The lump sum is currently paid to the veteran regardless of which parent has actual parental responsibilities for the child or children. The Vets Bill initially set out changes to allow the lump sum to be paid to the primary carer of the child, which may be the veteran or another person. Feedback on the bill highlighted that the original drafting limited payment to only one parent, rather than allowing for apportionment based on actual caring and family arrangements. In response to this feedback, the government proposes that the Vets Bill be amended to account for all combinations of caring arrangements in veterans' families and provide for the lump sum to be apportioned where necessary. An instrument-making power will be inserted for the Repatriation Commission to prescribe the criteria and requirements for determining the payees, as well as their share of the compensation amount, in a manner similar to other government payments, such as family tax benefit and DVA education allowance payments under the MERCA. The revised approach, to be reflected in Section 80 of the MERCA, recognises there are varying caring arrangements that may apply in the community and ensures there is appropriate flexibility to provide support to separated families. The final government amendment on sheet ED 101 is proposed in response to recommendation 122 of the final report from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. As this bill was still before the Parliament when the government delivered its formal response to the final report on the 2nd of December 2024, and recognising the urgency veterans attach this recommendation, we're taking this opportunity to legislate to implement this recommendation as a priority. I spoke a little about this in my second reading contribution, but I note also that the government has recently announced the appointment of Mr Michael Manthorpe, PSM, as the Interim Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner to commence work on getting the Commission up and running. The Interim Commissioner will also be able to advise Government before the statutory role commences in September 2025, as recommended by the Royal Commission, on any improvements to this legislation that may be required. As senators would be aware, the government has already established a task force in the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet which will draw on expertise from across government as well as external experts to consider matters of detailed implementation of the government's response to the final report, including further work regarding recommendations that were noted. The independence of the Commissioner is assured by the ability to always conduct an inquiry of their own volition, regardless of any direction of the Minister. The remit of the Commissioner follows that which was set by the Royal Commission, including the use of the term ecosystem, which is deliberately broad and not confined by further definition, but would include non-government organisations such as ex-service organisations and service providers, as well as defence and veteran families, in the context of the overall purpose and functions of the Commission, with a systems view of defence and veteran suicide prevention and wellbeing. Implementing the government's response to the Royal Commission will result in the most comprehensive reform ever undertaken to the culture, systems and processes across the Department of Defence, the Australian Defence Force and the Department of Veterans Affairs to prevent suicide and improve mental health and wellbeing of serving personnel and of veterans. I thank all of those who have worked productively with the government on this bill, the opposition, the Jackie Lambie Network, the Australian Greens and their staff, and I thank you also for recognising the significance of this bill. The transformative reforms in this bill are only possible because of the support and the engagement that has been received from all sides of politics. And again, I acknowledge the significance of supporting our service personnel, our veterans and our families. I thank those veterans, veteran families, ex-service organisations and experts who have contributed to the development of this legislation. It will benefit the veteran community for generations to come, and I commend these amendments to the Senate.
Senator Perrin, sorry.
I seek leave to move amendments to the government amendment on sheet 3322.
Leave granted. Leave granted.
Thank you. While we support the government's amendments, we are moving this amendment to include a review of the new, or to be, should it pass, Veterans Commissioner. The reason why we believe this review must take place is because the amendment, which would add Schedule 9 to the bill, has come about at the last minute. There has been a lack of consultation. The veterans community was taken by surprise when they read about this amendment. The veterans community has been engaged from the outset of developing this bill. They've participated in good faith. They participated in the recent Senate inquiry into the substantive bill, at which time this Commissioner was not foreshadowed. At that point in time, the veterans community understood that an interim Commissioner had been appointed who would work on developing a framework for a legislated commission to be in place by September this year. This amendment fast-tracks that process and puts the cart before the horse, so to speak. And veterans have not been consulted, and veterans are gravely concerned about what it means and how it will be rolled out. So, briefly, we are moving this amendment to ensure that the Senate can undertake the due diligence and scrutiny that should have happened with an amendment of this scale. So I commend our amendments to the amendment to the chamber.
Sorry, Minister.
For clarity, I simply wanted to indicate that, as I understand it, we are presently debating the amendments on ZA 257, sheet 3322 and also ED 101, and I just wanted to confirm that that is a shared understanding across the chamber. Yes. Thank you.
Great. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Should I move my amendments now and withdraw mine? Is that what you want to move on this?
We're dealing with exactly what the Minister said, but we've also got the opposition amendment as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll go through that first, and then we'll come to yours.
Yep.
You haven't got any on there. Yours are further down. Is that right? So I'll just clear that. Senator Lambie, yours is 1 to 3 on sheet 3051. That's yours?
She's got several sheets.
Yeah, you haven't got it. So we'll do the first two.
Yeah, thank you.
And the opposition one as well. Two government ones. So the question is... Oh, sorry, Senator Sheebridge.
Yes.
When you get there, that will be...
Yeah, cheers.
You're welcome.
Do I understand... I wasn't quite sure what numbers the Minister read out, but the sheet that I have from the clerk says that we're considering the government amendments 1 to 3 on sheet ZA 257, and then I think leave was sought to move some amendments together by the opposition. I didn't hear them being moved, but perhaps you've got better ears than me, Acting Deputy President.
They were.
And I thought they were on sheet 3322, according
You're
to
correct.
the sheet that we have.
Senator Sheebridge, I'll just clear it up for you once again. The Minister did say that the Minister moved, as you said, the first one, 1 to 3 on 7 ZA 257, but the Minister also moved Amendment 1 and 2 request on sheet ED 101 as well when she first started speaking. And then the opposition did move that 1 to 3 on sheet 3322, and we're in committee now on those.
Well, I'll speak to all of those, that bevy of amendments. To be clear, that the Greens are grateful for the Minister's consultation in terms of the review. We think that it's important that the review be undertaken almost in real time as these amendments are being rolled out. The original proposition was to have a review which would happen significantly after the commencement. This amendment moved by the government will see the review begin as soon as practical in a period no more than 12 months after the Act commences. It is almost certain with legislation this complex that there'll be unintended consequences. Picking them up as early as possible, we think, is critically important. And we note that the breadth of the proposed review by the Senate Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and again, we're grateful for the government engaging with us and with veterans, listening, and we think this review will be both timely and essential. When it comes to the opposition amendments, part of the we will end up supporting them on balance, but part of the difficulty we've confronted is there will then be multiple reviews running, potentially parallel. Because remember, separate to this, we also have the process being engaged by Mr Manthorpe, who's been engaged by the government to review, to consider what the form of the commission should look like to implement recommendation 122 of the Royal Commission. Since the engagement of Mr Manthorpe, we've now had the government's amendments that are forming Schedule 9, which institute the commission. So we'll have these amendments which we will end up supporting to institute a commission to oversight in accordance with recommendation 122. We'll have Mr Manthorpe engaging in the process of what that commission should look like. And we'll have the review by the Senate Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee into what the commission should look like and how recommendation 122 should be implemented. And then we'll also have the Senate Standing Committee doing the broader review some 12 months after the operation of the bill. What I think will be desperately needed in the new Parliament is cooperation between the different parties to ensure that, and the government, to ensure these aren't tripping over each other and to ensure we're not putting veterans through multiple different parallel processes. Each of the reviews of the committee's review of the commission, I think, is essential. How that works with Mr Manthorpe's review, I think, is going to have to be a work in progress, and we'll have to make that happen. The broader review of the Act, of the amending bill itself, is also essential. But I just want to say clearly to those veterans who are somewhat confused about the multiple hounds running off at the same time as a result of these different reviews, I accept their confusion and I understand why they're confused, and I do think we all have that obligation to make sure they're not tripping over each other and, as best as possible, ensure that common submissions can be considered, and if possible the two reviews run by the Standing Committee, that they don't replicate the work, they're focused, and they don't put veterans through unnecessary process.
Minister? No? Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll put the question. The first question is that the opposition amendments on sheet 3322 to Government Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet ZA257 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Now the next question is that the government amendments on sheet ZA257 and the amendment and request for an amendment on sheet ED101 be agreed to. Does that make sense? Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I'll now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments and requests for amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. So, Senator, yes, we are. The clock's running down, so Senator Shoebridge,
I'd seek leave to withdraw the amendments on sheet 3149.
Yes, sorry, Senator. There's a request. Could you please repeat the number?
3149.
Right, Minister. Okay.
Is
leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Lambie.
Am I right now?
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy President. I withdraw 305929112 amendments.
Did you say withdraw?
So I withdraw amendments 305929112.
Right. We're just going to check that. 3059 and 2912. And you just need to seek leave. Seeking leave?
Yeah, thank you.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Lambie.
I seek leave to rise to move my Committee of the Whole amendments standing in my name, numbers 2910, 3051, 2913 and 3049.
Leave granted? Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Lambie. Just bear with us while we're getting through the proceeding. Did you want to speak to them? You don't. Thank you, Senator Lambie. We'll just catch up. Right, thank you very much. Now I'll put the question that section 353, Senator Shoebridge.
I would ask that the amendment on sheet 2910 be put separately.
Okay, thank you.
We'll put Senator Shoebridge's one separately.
Separately, yes.
And then come back to the rest.
Thank you very much. So the first question I'll put is that section 353L in item 10 of schedule 3 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. And I'll put the second question, 2910, is it? I'll now put the question that Senator Lambie's amendments on sheets 2. Sorry, we're just jumping around. We're just trying to get the. We've sort of skipped a couple of paragraphs. All these.
Let's just
do this one first. All right. Okay. All right. We've got it. We've got it in hand here. The question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheets 2910 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no? The noes have it. Noes have it. Okay, thank you.
Main amendments for Jackie Lambie's.
So I'm going to 29. Yep. Okay, now the next question is that Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheets 2913 and 3051 and amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3049 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no? No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Close the doors. Senators, the question is that the Jackie Lambie Network amendments on sheets 2913 and 3051 and amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3049 be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie to tell it for the ayes. And Senator Askew to tell it for the noes. Oh, absolutely, all the way. I shall appoint Senator David Pocock to tell it for the ayes. I've lost it. It's gone. Order. There being 17 ayes, 22 noes. The vote is decided in the negative. I'll just let senators know that the time for debate has expired. Senator Pocock. I'm sorry, Senator Pocock. Minister.
Okay. I'll cede to Senator Pocock, and then I'll just want to make a short statement.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. We've hit the guillotine?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent further consideration of the bill without limitation of time. And I know it's a pain when the crossbench does this, but I think Australians probably need to know what's happening here, where we have record numbers of Australians being scammed, and we're having scam legislation just rush through this place. Crossbenchers haven't even had time to get amendments drafted. Is that what we want our democracy to be? I find this extraordinary. And the coalition need to have a good, hard look at themselves, because someone like Dean Smith, Senator Dean Smith from the great state of Western Australia, engages in the Senate inquiry in good faith. Anyone watching would have seen the probing questions he asked, and the coalition put in a very good set of comments and recommendations, and then it seems his party says, great work, Dean, but you know what? We don't care. We don't care what the evidence says, what was tendered to the committee, what you're recommending, because we're just going to roll over. We're going to do a deal on electoral reform, and we're just going to ram through scams legislation. That is so undercooked. So undercooked. Anyone paying attention in the Senate committee process would have heard experts, consumer groups say This is legislation that is stacked in the interests of the banks. And I find it astounding that for such a big issue, we have a lack of evidence-based policy, and we're told, well, we've got to get this legislation through. Doesn't matter if it's not going to be effective. Doesn't matter if the codes won't come into effect for ages. It's urgent. And again, the coalition, after your additional comments, this is disgraceful that you're just happy to put it through unamended. And I think it's a real disrespect to Australians. And so many people I've met who have lost hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some have lost millions of dollars. And you guys are happy to just give them the middle finger and say, well, here's some scams legislation. It's better than nothing. The Telecommunications Ombudsman has called the bill in its current form unworkable. The crossbench had briefings with the peak consumer groups, and they said in its current form, this does not work for Australians and should not pass. They engaged in good faith. The crossbench has tried to engage in good faith, and you put us in a position where we can't even get our amendments drafted. And the crossbench has raised concerns about drafting resources in this place many times. It doesn't seem to have improved. The poor drafters in there, working their arse off, and you won't give them extra resources. I hope Australians see this for what it is. Disrespecting our democracy, not allowing elected representatives to at least engage in a debate, no second reading speeches, no time for committee process, no time to even get amendments drafted for this. And why? The codes that hold everything in this legislation haven't even been drafted. We're told that it'll take a very long time to develop them. I wasn't that surprised when Minister Jones put forward legislation that looked like it had been drafted by Anna Bligh and the Australian Banking Association. I honestly wasn't surprised. What I was surprised by is the coalition, after engaging in good faith, and as I said, Senator Dean Smith does excellent work in this Senate and at estimates and in committees. But you don't care. At the end of the day, self-interest, vested interests, Australians deserve better. I don't understand why you're doing this.
Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. We will not be supporting the suspension motion, and we have allowed for time for consideration of those bills but in the motion today, but it was obviously senators were keen to debate veterans' entitlements legislation, which I acknowledge a huge amount of work has gone into, and we are in the middle of that right now. And can I just also add that the comments from Senator Pocock about the scam legislation are offensive, and there is no one in this country who has done more to protect people from scams than Minister Jones. He has spent years on this, years and years, attending forums, consulting with people, working with stakeholders, and then for you to diminish that and say that he's done this in the pursuit of self-interest is absolutely offensive. From time to time, we need to get things done in this Senate. That was how the Senate resolved on this procedural motion today, and I move that the question be put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Pocock on a point of order.
Insinuating motives. That was not why I said that.
Okay.
So the question now.
The question now is
that the motion to suspend
that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. Sorry. No, we're voting. Senator McKim, you understand the question before the chair?
Put it again.
Okay.
So the question is that the motion to suspend standing.
The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Yes, that was a rather odd outcome. Chamber. Lock the doors. The question is that standing orders be suspended. I appoint Senator Pocock, teller for the ayes, and Senator O'Sullivan, teller for the noes. Order. Order. No interjections across the chamber during the division. The result of the division is ayes 18, noes 25. Therefore, we move pursuant to order back into dealing with questions in the committee. The question before the chair and the chamber now is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3285 and requests for amendments on sheets 3021 and 3023 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell. For 1 minute.
I think it's only relevant to the next one anyway.
Okay, lock the doors. The question is that the Greens amendments on sheets 3285 and requests for amendments on 3021 and 3023 be agreed to. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator O'Sullivan, teller for the noes.
Senator O'Sullivan?
Sorry. Teller McKim.
Still John. Schubert. Urquhart. Cyril.
Hayman.
Watt.
Lambie.
Walsh.
Thorpe. Roberts. Babbitt.
Gallagher.
Pocock Barbara. Hodgins May.
McCarthy.
Allman Payne.
Powell.
Wish Wilson.
Sterl.
Waters. And
McAllister. Stewart. Grogan. Polly. Cash. Green. Mariel Smith. Darmanin. Sheldon. Chisholm. Ciccone. Dave Pocock.
Is that ready? Right. Yeah. Results of the division Ayes 16, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, I shall now report the bill. Senator Pocock.
Please can I just note my support for 3285 in that.
Is leave granted? Leave is. Leave is.
I don't need leave.
Yeah.
I don't need leave. I'm just.
Well, it is, Senator Pocock. It is recorded because the vote is recorded in the journals of the Senate. Is that what?
There were a number of amendments in that division, Chair, and I voted against all of them as a block to save time.
Okay.
But I'm noting my support.
Now, I understand another point you're making, Senator Pocock, and is leave granted to note Senator Pocock's support for which was the
3285.
Okay, you don't need leave, and so that is therefore noted. You do? Okay. Leave is granted to note that position, and so pursuant to order, I now report the bill. Okay. You. It was a different bill. The committee's considered the Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill of 2024 and agreed to it without amendments and a request for amendment. The question therefore now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to subject to a request. Senators, because the bill has been agreed to subject to a request, it will not be read a third time. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to subject to the request, and the reporting of that will take place after. Thank you. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Therefore, because the bill's been agreed to subject to a request, it will not be read a third time now. A message will be sent to the House requesting that the House make the amendment. I will. Can I call you? Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I just seek leave to make a short statement about amendments.
Is leave granted?
For the benefit of the chamber, I'd just like to indicate that the government will be granting leave for any amendments moved after the 2-hour deadline for the purposes of the bills that we are currently considering. This is to recognise that the motion agreed earlier was done so after the 2-hour deadline that is being applied. We will not, however, have the same approach to the bill that's being considered later tonight, as the deadline for amendments to be circulated has not yet passed.
Thank you, Senator Gallagher. I will now deal with the Scams Prevention Framework Bill of 2025, starting with the second reading amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. One of these amendments was not circulated within the time frame and can only be considered by leave. Is Senator Gallagher, is leave granted based on the previous statement that you made? Okay, are you seeking leave to move it? So that's, yeah, okay. Senator McKim has sought leave and Senator Gallagher has granted that leave, and I call on the senator to move the amendment. Senator McKim, is that you? The question is that that Australian Greens amendment on sheets 3324. Are you? Senator McKim?
I am seeking leave to move the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3294 and 3324.
Thank you for actually doing that. I was trying to put words in your mouth, but we've got there. So thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheets 3294 and 3324 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. I think the noes have it. Division required, ring the bells. Okay. Thanks.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3294 and 3324 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. As this amendment was not circulated within the required timeframe, it can only be considered by leave. Senator Hanson, are you seeking leave to move the amendment?
I am seeking leave for 3325.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Yes. Leave is granted, Senator Hanson. So the question is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 3325 be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 3325 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts, who should not be on his phone in the Senate, as teller for the ayes, and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by the government. I understand the Minister has a document to table. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Scam Prevention Framework Bill 2025.
The question is that the government amendments on sheet FR 102 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Senator McKim.
President, I'm asking that you put this question separately, please. If you could, we'd be obliged if you would put 1 and 2 separately to 3 and 4, and I can indicate that's because the Australian Greens will be voting differently on those matters.
Okay, so you're asking with 1 and 2 together and then 3 and 4 together. Okay, so the question is that government amendments on sheet FR 102, 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that a government amendments on sheet FR 102, 1 and 2 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that government amendments on sheet FR 1023 3 and 4 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Social Security Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
What have I got? Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
The question is that the bill be now read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
I shall now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. As this amendment was not circulated within the required time frame, it can only be considered by leave. Is a senator seeking leave to move the amendment? Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I do seek leave.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3301 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3301 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill now be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
To amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
I have received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence. Appropriation Bill number 3, 202425. Appropriation Bill number 4, 202425. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 202425. Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that these bills be now read a first time.
The question is that these bills be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 3, 2024-25. Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-25. And Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 24-25.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 3, 2024-25. Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-25. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2024-2025.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments to Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-2025, circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. As this amendment was not circulated within the required timeframe, it can only be considered by leave. Senator Roberts, are you seeking leave to move the amendment?
I am, President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The question is that Pauline Hanson's One Nation amendment on sheet 3311 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 3, 2024-2025. Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-2025. Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2024-2025.
I will now deal with the health legislation amendment modernising my health records sharing by default bill of 2024. I understand the Minister has a document to table. Minister.
President, I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the bill. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
I will first deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. As this amendment was not circulated within the required timeframe, it can only be considered by leave. Senator Thorpe. That one will lapse. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion, Senator Roberts.
And the second reading amendment.
I haven't got to you yet. I think. Okay. 10 points for paying attention, Senator Roberts. Very well done. So the question is that the amendment as circulated by Senator Roberts, he needs leave and you seek leave.
Seek leave.
Thank you.
Yes, I seek leave.
Leave is granted? Yes, leave is granted. So the question is that the second reading amendment as circulated by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Thank you. Senator Thorpe, are you... I already called you, you weren't here, but I'm happy to go back. Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Thorpe. So the question is that the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that Senator Thorpe's amendment on sheet 3258 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator Thorpe, are you happy for Senator McKim to count? I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Act to amend the law relating to electronic health records and Medicare benefits and for other purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment and the request for an amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. As these amendments were not circulated within the required time frame, they can only be considered by leave. Senator Thorpe, are you seeking to move them?
I seek leave to move those amendments.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. In accordance with the usual... Is leave granted? Yes, it is. In accordance with the usual practice, the statement accompanying the request will be incorporated in Hansard. So the question is that Senator Thorpe's amendments and request for amendments on sheet 3250 and 3268 be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that Senator Thorpe's amendment and request for amendment on sheets 3250 and 3268 be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the law relating to electronic health records and Medicare benefits and for other purposes.
I will now deal with the Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bills 2024. I understand the Minister has a document to table. Minister.
I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum relating to the Oversight Legislation Amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024. The addendum responds to matters raised by the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee.
Thank you, Minister. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3252 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3252 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to amend legislation related to certain oversight bodies and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to amend legislation related to certain oversight bodies and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes considerations of bills. I call the clerk.
Government business, order for day number 5, electoral legislation amendment, electoral reform bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Hume.
On the electoral legislation amendment, electoral reform bill of 2024. This bill responds to this Parliament's inquiry into the 2022 election conducted by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. An inquiry into our electoral laws is conducted after every election, which is right and proper. These inquiries consider both the performance of the electoral system and its legislation following an electoral event, and whether any further changes are required to keep our electoral regulations consistent with the current behaviours and practices. These inquiries are always conducted by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and are some of the most in-depth and detailed work of the Parliament. And I want to thank my colleague, Senator McGrath, a veteran of this committee over several parliaments, for his work in contributing to the committee's deliberations. The bill that was introduced by the government last year seeks to implement recommendations from that committee's work, which the Assistant Minister referred to as being multi-partisan, but not multi-partisan in the agreement of the recommendations that that committee and its inquiry. Coalition members of that committee reflected our positions when they provided a dissenting report to that committee's work on several occasions. As coalition members stated, the coalition believes that any proposed electoral changes should support our system of fair, open and transparent elections, which treat all political participants equally. Our system must encourage political participation that protects freedoms of speech, belief, association and thought. No participant should have fear of retribution for their belief or their support. The Coalition believes that those who join or actively support political parties, like those who support civil society movements or not-for-profit organisations, do so on the basis of sincerely held beliefs and a genuine desire to participate in their democratic society. Members of established political parties are not less worthy than those who support other forms of political campaigning movements or civil society causes. Changes to regulations at federal and state levels of government have increased the regulatory burden on political parties, making it harder for grassroots participation. Now, this is not a good outcome for democratic participation in Australia. Financially stable political parties with active membership representing the broad political spectrum are important foundations for a healthy democracy. The governing legislative and regulatory framework for political parties should ultimately encourage grassroots participation, not make it harder. This bill looks to implement recommendations 1 to 10 of the Joint Standing Committee's interim report that was tabled in June 2023. Recommendation 1 proposed to lower the disclosure threshold of donations to $1,000. As the Coalition stated in the response to the committee's report, we are concerned that there must be a balance between privacy and transparency. We've seen the political intimidation by some in the community recently, and often on the offices of parliamentarians. Any threshold should not be a discouragement to participation in the electoral system where there is any fear of intimidation or retribution from the publication of the support of political parties or particular candidates. The Grattan Institute argued for a higher threshold of $5,000, noting this important balance, and they stated that this would protect the privacy of small donors and keep administrative costs manageable, while ensuring that all donations that are big enough to matter are on the public record. The opposition notes that the government has taken on board many concerns of the proposed changes, including that of the Grattan Institute, and will move to amend the bill to raise the threshold to $5,000. The opposition supports this change, noting that it is a sensible compromise and acknowledging that the Prime Minister himself has advocated for a threshold of $1,000 for some time. Recommendations 4, 5 and 6 of the interim report are also reflected in the bill's schedules. Now, these propose to introduce donations, or in this bill known in legislation as gifts, and expenditure caps to the electoral system. The bill originally proposed to introduce a donation cap of $20,000 each year, indexed annually, which will apply to an individual donor whether they are a person or an entity. On expenditure, the bill proposes to introduce a cap of $90 million for each political party, and a cap of $800,000 will apply to expenditure by any party or candidate in an individual electorate. A Senate cap will apply for a state or territory that will be valued at the number of electorates in that jurisdiction. The key concern for Coalition members through the process of the committee's inquiry on this matter was that caps be applied fairly and equitably. The ability to set caps of donations for the Commonwealth system that has never had this limitation is new ground and may well require review. The opposition notes that the government is intending to move amendments that will lift this cap to $50,000, and we will support this change. Other important aspects of the government's legislation is that it will capture political entities outside parties and candidates. As Professor George Williams stated on the potential loopholes with caps when he appeared before the Joint Standing Committee, unless we actually have a holistic regime, people will set up the equals, whether they be charities, third parties or the like. We need to make sure that they are equally covered with appropriate caps, disclosures and the like. Otherwise, we'll just end up with the electoral fundraising and the fight moving from parties to third parties. We welcome the view of the government that these caps should also apply to significant third parties, to associated entities and to third parties who will be subject to expenditure caps of $11.25 million annually, with other limits at an electorate, state and territory level. Recommendations 2, 3 and 7 of JSCEM's inquiry are being implemented through measures to implement faster disclosure timeframes, also alter the definition of a gift under the electoral law, and to establish a system of common accounting for Commonwealth campaign accounts. Now, these recommendations were all supported in principle by the Coalition members, and we see merit in these as improvements to the current system's integrity. The opposition notes that these changes will not take effect until after the upcoming election. This may enable further issues to be considered by the next Parliament. The government has worked with all parties and members to improve this legislation, including the opposition. And while this is not the electoral reform that we would have brought forward, and some parts do remain of concern, we note and appreciate that the amendments that have been brought forward address the concerns around the potential impacts of the proposed laws. Our electoral system and our electoral legislation is complex. It's intricate. Changes should rightly be made with care, and the devil is always in the detail. I want to thank the Minister and his staff for working constructively to remove as many of those devils as could be found. In particular, I want to thank the Minister's Chief of Staff, Ben Rillo, and to the Department for working through dense and complex drafting. And if you will indulge me, I'd also like to thank opposition staff who have worked on this legislation, particularly those out of my own office and that of Senator McGrath, particularly Houston Pyle and John Harris. And I'd also particularly like to thank those staff from the Leader's Office who have put in long hours to check and recheck the implications of this bill, and in particular Michelle Hutchinson and Mike Horner. This legislation represents some very significant changes to the electoral system in Australia. And like all changes, they're being made in good faith and with a bipartisanship approach to ensure that our electoral system remains, to the extent that it ever can be, above politics.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Waters.
Well, finally, the jig is up. We see the two big parties, after many, many months of negotiations that they each denied having, has culminated in a very cosy little arrangement that suits both of them quite nicely. And one of the ironies of this appallingly bad process that didn't see an inquiry happen into this incredibly detailed 400-page bill, but I think the greatest irony is that the stitch-up that was just finally landed by Mr Albanese and Mr Dutton, who are BFFs on this matter, we still have not seen the detail of that deal. It is 7:33 and we are to vote on this in 1.5 hours, actually 2.5 hours, and we still have not seen the amendments. This is absolute insanity. I've seen some pretty shabby process in my time here since 2011, but I reckon this one takes the cake. We are debating a bill where there has been a stitch-up and they still won't tell us what the stitch-up is. They still haven't even circulated the amendments that they've been working these long hours, as Senator Hume describes them as. Meanwhile, the minister spent more time telling journalists that he's consulting with Greens and the crossbench than he has actually consulting with the Greens and the crossbench. And Senator Hume's just belled the cat. It's because they've been having these long, detailed conversations between themselves for quite some time. Now, the vote for the two big parties at the last election was the lowest that it had ever been. What's the lesson that any ordinary person would take from that? Well, maybe I need to fix my policies. Perhaps what I'm offering the public isn't that attractive. But no, rather than actually having a good long hard look at themselves and maybe taking action on the climate crisis or taking real action on the cost of living crisis or building some actual affordable housing, oh no, rather than doing that, they're just chatting to each other about how they can cancel their competitors. They're just chatting to each other to change the rules, to make it harder for anyone that's not already elected, and harder in particular for anyone that's not in the Labor, Liberal or National parties. This bill is going to make it harder for the Parliament to represent the community. This bill is going to lock in the shape of the Parliament for years to come in a cosy little stitch-up that suits the two-party system that has been crumbling, and their only response is, let's rig the rules to try to keep us both in power. I mean, nothing unites this lot like self-interest, and it's on fine display tonight. So you would have thought, with the most momentous reforms, as has been described by the previous speaker, to our democratic system, that has such a momentous outcome that will dictate what sort of decisions the country takes on the big issues that really make a difference in people's lives, you would have thought that the normal process would apply and that we'd have a Senate inquiry. But oh, no, no, no. No, we don't want to tell you anything about what's in this cosy little deal. And so last week, once again, when I moved for an inquiry, the two big parties voted together, as they're going to do later tonight, and they didn't want the scrutiny. They don't want the expert analysis of what this bill will really do. And I think it's because if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, then it's a duck. This is a deal designed to shore up their own flailing power, and it's designed to cancel the competition. Well, there are other ways of improving your vote in the polls, and I suggest that you actually improve your policies rather than rigging the rules. Now, we have repeatedly said to the government, in what scarce discussions we have had in the last 18 months about this topic. We have repeatedly said that the Greens stand ready to pass the transparency measures that were originally in this bill, the $1,000 disclosure threshold, lowering that down from $16,900. We have repeatedly said that truth in political advertising needs to pass. Now, there's a bill to do that, but do you think that's what's being rushed through tonight? Oh, no. No, they've introduced that bit, but then they said we're not going to do that bit. And that bit's not being guillotined and rammed through the chamber tonight. In fact, that part will probably never see the light of day, because that's the part that the opposition didn't want to see happen. And frankly, it's the part that Labor was only ever half committed to, and we're just doing it for the look of it. And so we have a situation where the Greens said to the government, you have a pathway to pass reforms through this parliament. We will pass these transparency measures, we will pass truth in advertising, we will pass funding reforms, but we want a Senate inquiry into your particular type of funding reforms because they look pretty suspicious to us. And, well, we were right. They were suspicious, an inquiry was denied, and now at the 11th hour we see a gag guillotine motion to ram this cosy deal through, and we still haven't seen the damn amendments. I mean, this is remarkable. It is absolutely remarkable. Democracy is a sham, folks. When the two big parties reach an agreement, none of this here actually matters. The deal was done in a back room, probably between Mr Albanese and Mr Dutton personally, probably last night after he tried to wine and dine the Teals while kneecapping them at the same time. And here we go. The parliament is now meant to just rubber stamp this stuff. Well, I'm grateful that the Greens and the crossbench won't ever just rubber stamp stuff, particularly not very large reforms with very consequential outcomes. And yeah, I can't wait to see these amendments because we thought the bill was a bit dodgy, but what we're now reading through the newspapers, not through the actual amendments, is that there are changes which make it even less effective. The disclosure threshold, which was going to be $1,000, now that's going to be increased at the behest of Mr Dutton and the opposition to $5,000. So more secrecy, not more transparency, but more secrecy than was originally planned by this bill. And the donations cap, originally planned to be $20,000, oh no, now that's going to be $50,000, again at the behest of Mr Dutton and the Liberals. So more money sloshing around in the system. And in a particularly egregious change, which we haven't yet seen the detail of because we still haven't seen those amendments, we read from the media and not from the minister that the draft bill, which would have capped the amount that peak bodies could donate and could receive rather from their member bodies, folk like the Business Council, the Minerals Council, they would have capped membership fees at $20,000 that could then be spent on electoral matters. Oh no, no now, and I will confirm this if I get the opportunity in committee stage, but on my reading of this, now each of those big mining companies will be able to give $250,000 in membership fees to the Minerals Council, who will then be able to spend that money on electoral campaigning to the tune of $11.5 million. Doesn't seem like it's getting big money out of the system to me. I mean, call me a purist, but that still seems like an awful lot of dough that the big vested interests will spend on campaigns to try to get policies and politicians that will act to boost their own private profits. We're all meant to be here to be fixing the problems that people are facing and trying to fix the planet. But no, this deal has got these additional loopholes designed and built into it to facilitate the likes of the Minerals Council, the Business Council, and all sorts of other political players who are very cashed up and whose profit bottom lines very much depend on the access and influence that they peddle with politicians here. Now there's special favours for those. So this is precisely why we needed an inquiry process, and frankly it's precisely why we need to see these amendments. It's 8:15 and we still have not seen the detail of this deal. Now, I mentioned before that we didn't have an inquiry into this bill, and indeed that doesn't bother just me. It bothers quite a lot of learned academics and professionals in this field. The Centre for Public Integrity, which has been really active in this space in the last few years, they had a lot to do with the design of what then became the NAC, the Anti-Corruption Commission. They've had a lot to say about how we should better structure our democratic decision-making. They've put out a statement today saying the Centre for Public Integrity has long advocated for reform of our political donation laws. We have fought for greater transparency via a reduced disclosure threshold and real-time disclosure, as well as a broader definition of what constitutes a donation. We have fought for solutions to the problem of undue influence in the form of donations and expenditure caps. We've also fought for fairness, because the advantages of a major party membership and incumbency are significant and need to be compensated for in any system capping donations and spending. It is an affront to our democratic process that the electoral legislation amendment, significant, complex legislation which concerns the very foundations of our democracy, is proceeding without proper parliamentary process and scrutiny. The government's guillotining of debate and proceeding in the absence of a parliamentary inquiry or the advice of an independent expert panel is of profound concern. Now, that was a statement from the Honourable Anthony Wheely, KC, the Honourable Michael Barker, KC, the Honourable Margaret White, AO, Professor Alan Fells, AO, and he would know all about anti-competitive conduct, I might add, Professor Gabrielle Appleby, Professor Juchi Tam, and Geoffrey Watson at SC. Now, this is the debasing of our democratic process, and it's just such a choice example of it. They're just scratching each other's back, and meanwhile the community is going to be hung out to dry, because actually the community wanted a more diverse parliament, and they wanted decision makers who were not for sale to corporate donors and to these business councils and minerals councils and other conglomerates that have now had this special little pathway given to them where their big money can keep sloshing about and trying to influence democracy. You should be embarrassed by this, and I think you've got the audacity to be proud that you've pulled it off. Well, everyone else is going to be appalled. And this is not the fix for your falling popularity that you might think it is. Now, I'm going to be moving a second reading amendment that's been circulated, in fact, last November, so hopefully the excellent chamber attendants will be able to circulate that for your convenience. But we have, in that second reading amendment, noted that reforms have to strengthen democracy and not just the electoral fortunes of the two big parties. We are concerned that the proposed reforms entrench incumbency and stack outcomes in favour of the two-party system, and we will continue to advocate, as we have for decades, to get big money out of politics, to ban donations from fossil fuel companies and other social harm industries, and there's a whole list of those, folk that are used to buying influence in this joint, the gambling industry, the pokies, the alcohol industry, big property developers, weapons manufacturers, the big banks, big pharma. There's a list of vested interests that should not be allowed to donate. And do you think this bill does that? No way, Jose. No way. It rolls out the red carpet for them with these dodgy little backdoor provisions. So we will keep advocating that those dirty industries and social harm industries not be allowed to make political donations to anyone. They've got enough influence over our system. They should not be buying further influence. We will keep pushing to implement truth in political advertising, because people deserve to make decisions based on the actual policies of a party, not some bullshit that they've been promulgated, not some lies, my apologies, that they've been promulgated and put on the nightly news and on every damn billboard that you see as you drive down any road. We will keep pushing for the lobbying code of conduct to be strengthened, because it is a joke. It is an actual joke. Lobbyists run this place, and ministers who formerly meant to have regulated an industry are leaving this parliament and are going off to work for that same very industry in 5 seconds flat. And it doesn't breach anything, and that is a complete joke. We need a 5-year cooling off period for ministers, because otherwise these industries just have their claws into our democracy, and it is not right. So my second reading amendment calls on the government to split the transparency measures and the truth in political advertising measures off and to pass those ones pronto. They are good disclosure provisions and they are good protections for the public against lies. You can't lie to a consumer about what's in the tin of some grocery they're buying, but you're allowed to lie to them about what's on what your policy platform is or what your opponent's policy platform is. It's pathetic. And we call again for an inquiry into the funding elements of this bill to allow proper scrutiny. This is the dodgiest deal that I've seen done between these two big parties in my 14 year, 15 year, whatever, however long I've been here. This is it, folks. And when they're going down in the polls, this is all they've got. They don't have policies to help you, they've got policies to help each other.
Senator Waters, your time has expired. Senator McGrath. Sorry, just a moment, Senator McGrath. Senator Waters, could you just move that amendment?
I move the amendment. Thank you.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, President. I rise to speak on the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024. Elections matter. None of us will be here without an election. So I speak as the former chair and current deputy chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. I speak as someone who volunteered on my first campaign as a 15-year-old when at school in Toowoomba. I speak as someone who has spent most of their working life fighting the left, campaigning for a civil, civic, considered conservatism. I was raised on the belief that politics, voting and elections are part of our civic duty. I also speak as someone who's probably forgotten more about elections and election law than some in this chamber claim to actually know. We are blessed to live in one of the world's oldest and most successful democracies. I know that because I've worked in some of the world's newest democracies. Our country works because over the years a lot of people, paid and unpaid, have worked to make it so. Countless Australians have made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our democracy and our inherent freedoms that shield us from the dark. The Coalition therefore holds that any electoral changes that will impact upon this very special country ought to be assessed on the following four core principles: fair, open and transparent elections, equal treatment of all political participants, freedom of political communication and participation without fear of retribution, and recognising freedom of thought, belief, association and speech as fundamental to free elections. Australia's success as a liberal democracy is reliant on the effectiveness of the Australian Electoral Commission and the federal government and political participants more broadly to satisfy and uphold these four principles. Ensuring that Australians have continued faith in the electoral system is paramount to Australia's faith in its institutions of government and indeed to the very notion of Australia. As such, when assessing legislative proposals, the Coalition will always do so through the lens of upholding its four principles to promote a free and fair liberal democracy. We will look at the amendments moved by the government on this legislation to see if it addresses some of the concerns that we had with the original bill. The bill will introduce a lower disclosure threshold for Commonwealth elections, real-time disclosure of donations, and caps on gifts to political parties and caps on expenditure for political parties. The electoral reforms have a planned commencement date from 2026, which means the laws would not apply for a 2025 general election. That is important. It is very important that we provide political actors with the time required for these laws. We do not support rushed attempts to force these provisions to come into effect in the heat of an election campaign. We should be vigilant in remembering that the Liberal National Party, my party, like other political parties, is not run by faceless ghouls, but by volunteers. Men and women who see their involvement in a political party as a civil duty akin to their service in other community groups. a strong desire to leave their community, their state and their country in a better place than was bequeathed to them. So while the Queensland voters are my boss, it is the volunteer branch members of my party who give their all so I can stand up for their values. The Commonwealth Electoral Act is extremely complex, and with significant reform, we must give all political participants, like my volunteer branch members, time to adjust before the reforms come into effect. We do not want unintended consequences of these changes that could hinder Australians joining political parties or acting as a handbrake on party political participation. I have long spoken in this chamber about the inconsistent approach of the intelligentsia, who regard members of mainstream political parties as less worthy than those who support the Greens or the Teals or other Climate 200 groups. I would suggest all political participants should be treated equally when it comes to their motivation for joining a party or a cause. Sadly, the Teals and the Greens and their vested, conflicted donors do not share such views. In the last federal election, the Teal candidates spent ridiculous amounts of money to win their seats. Monique Ryan spent $2.1 million, Allegra Spender $2.1 million, Zoe Daniel $1.5 million, Kylie Tink $1.3 million and Sophie Scamps $1.2 million. This bill would establish an $800,000 cap on spending per seat. So perhaps I can understand why the Teals are so upset. It is the Teals who are using big money from vested donors to buy elections. The cap for expenditure is a very reasonable upper limit, but still the Teals say they cannot support it. The Teals have argued that $800,000 sounds good, but only for major parties. But if you're a minor party or a so-called independent, remembering the Teals are not independent, they're a part of the Teal political movement, that they should be able to spend more than that. Well, that is not about how Australia's democracy operates. All political participants should be treated equally. Otherwise, you would have a teal-coloured gerrymander being brought into Australia. And as a former campaign director, I can say to the Teals, if they can't get their message out in a seat with $800,000, then they need to look at their message, or they need to look at what they are spending that money on. This bill takes power away from vested interests by putting limitations on the likes of Simon Holmes à Court by implementing a donation cap. As such, the Coalition will consider the amendments, but notes that the contents of this bill are not inconsistent with our four core principles. In my 2020 introduction into the JSCAM report into the 2019 election, I noted that we sleep safely in our beds, protected from the claws of banality of evil because voters decide who governs. We should never forget that we owe it to the voters to have a fit-for-purpose democracy. The Coalition supports this bill on that basis.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. Well, what hypocrisy here today we're hearing here. We have all the government amendments coming in to a bill that we're about to vote on. Yeah, good one, Labor. Shame on you again. What I'm about to say echoes the concerns of other independents and minor parties, namely that these so-called electoral reforms are a massive stitch-up by the major parties to cement their power and influence. We've got to keep the two old white guys running up against each other every election.
Senator Thorpe, withdraw.
Why?
Senator Thorpe.
Can't I say white guys?
Senator Thorpe, you are not in a debate with me. Just withdraw
What am I
comment.
withdrawing though? Can you explain what I've said wrong? Am I not allowed to say two old white guys?
Senator Thorpe, withdraw the comment, please.
But can you explain what is wrong with saying two old white guys?
It is unparliamentary.
It's not unparliamentary.
Senator Thorpe, you are not in a debate with me. If you don't withdraw, I will be left with a choice to withdraw the call from you. I don't want to do that. You have a right to be heard. But you must...
I withdraw from the colony.
Thank you.
What I'm about to say...
Senator Thorpe, I've asked you to withdraw.
I withdraw to you, President of the colony.
No, Senator
I
Thorpe.
withdraw.
Thank you.
Labor went to the last election. Your Labor Party, President, went to the last election promising electoral reforms, giving voters the impression that the days of corporate influence over our political system would be over. You lied. That the battlers and everyday people would be better represented. You lied.
Senator Thorpe.
That was all a lie.
Senator Thorpe.
The bill before...
Senator Thorpe, I'm asking you to withdraw once again.
What have I done now?
Senator Thorpe, the use of the word lie is unparliamentary. It is well tested.
Okay.
You are to withdraw.
That was all dishonest. Very dishonest of Labor. Very, very dishonest. Dishonest to the voters out there who think that the two major parties are the way to go when they are rorting the system every day here and siding with each other to scrape the bottom of the barrel and try and pass legislation tonight because you stitched up, you got in bed together to disallow independents, people of colour, the battlers out there to be represented in this place by your masters of the colony, one for the Labor Party and one for the Liberal Party. They're masters of the colony. You want to maintain the white supremacy of the colony.
Senator
the
Thorpe.
bill before
Senator
us...
Thorpe, withdraw.
Which part now?
I'm not going to repeat what
white
you
supremacy?
have said. Senator Thorpe, withdraw. I think you've been a senator long enough now to know what is acceptable in this chamber and what is not. I've asked you to withdraw.
I wasn't asked to withdraw white supremacy the other day.
Well,
Why
I'm
is
the
it...
President and I'm asking you to withdraw it, and if you don't withdraw it, I will withdraw the call, and I don't want to do that. You're entitled to have a say.
Okay, I'll be a good little black fella like the ones in your party. The bill
Senator
before
Thorpe,
us does offer...
Senator Thorpe, one, you've made a further comment, a derogatory comment against...
Well, I'm not a good little black fella.
Senator Thorpe, I will withdraw the call. I've asked you to withdraw the first comment you've made, and now I'm asking you to withdraw...
But you're not even explaining.
Senator Thorpe,
you're not even explaining, President. Every other person that sits in that chair
Senator
explains
Thorpe,
the situation.
I will withdraw the call and ask that you no longer be heard. You're not in a debate with me. I'm the President of this chamber. I've asked you on 2 occasions to withdraw. Simply withdraw. Thank you. For the first offence and the derogatory comment you made towards Labor senators needs to be, and there's a second withdrawal. Senator Thorpe, I've said to you a number of times I do not intend to repeat your offensive words. I've asked you to withdraw them. Thank you. And before you continue... Senator, withdraw that comment. Senator Thorpe, withdraw that. Senator Thorpe, withdraw that comment. I would hope that that is the role of your staff. Please withdraw the comment. I want you to withdraw before you go on. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, just a moment. I don't think broadcasting is on, so I would ask, is that what you were? Yes. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So we'll make sure it's broadcast. Thank you, Senator.
Well, where do I begin? I mean, the microphone's been turned off because I said white supremacy, I said gammon, and I got shut down.
Senator Thorpe,
And I've never been told
Senator
that—
Thorpe, you are repeating offences I've asked you withdraw. I draw your attention now to Standing Order 203, particularly those parts about senators refusing to conform to the standing orders and disregarding my authority. Do not repeat those offences, and I'm again asking you to withdraw.
I withdraw to the President of this place, which is on stolen land. I'm going to start again. So, what I'm about to say echoes the concerns of other independents and minor parties, namely that these so-called electoral reforms are a massive stitch-up by the major parties to cement their power and influence in the colony. Labor went to the last election promising electoral reforms, giving voters the impression that the days of corporate influence over our political system would be over, that the battlers and everyday people would be better represented. That was dishonest, says the President. The bill before us does offer some small positive changes to give these pretend Labor and Liberal politicians some talking points to distract and gaslight the public into thinking this is a good bill. But that is not the truth. The bill goes some way to limit influence from major donors with donation caps and more transparency around political donations by lowering the disclosure threshold. But it also brings in a suite of measures to make the whole system more undemocratic and less representative of the people in this country. Look at this place. When you walk outside, this place does not represent the people out there. Look how white this place is.
Senator Thorpe, I ask you to withdraw once again. Please don't refer to senators in the way
I
you just
didn't
did.
refer to senators. I just said this place.
Yes, and I'm asking you to withdraw.
The white part?
Senator Thorpe.
I withdraw.
And I have asked you on about 4 occasions not to repeat the offence.
This spits in the face of voters and is not in their best interests. The government is even refusing to put this bill through an inquiry process, which is a standard parliamentary procedure. This should be an absolute necessity for a bill which will dramatically change electoral and policy outcomes for everyone in this country. This bill gives more public funding to parties and incumbents we're in a cost of living crisis. You're all paying each other. It makes it much harder for a new and independent candidates to run election campaigns, and you know that, and in particular those that cannot front up large sums to run election campaigns, and you know that too. We don't have mates like Gina. Who do you think those people will be? Gina's mates. The ones who are grassroots from the community, those people coming from more diverse socio-economic and cultural backgrounds. Forget it, not with Gina's mates here. The ones that would actually be more representative of a large share of this country's population. It locks out candidates who would actually fight for country, people, equality and justice, who understand that while the politicians play games and hoard more power and wealth, people on the ground are starving. Starving. And yous are all like in your little money pits with all your donors and your mates. President, attention. I'm being heckled here from a well-known convicted racist.
Senator Thorpe, once again withdraw.
She's attacking me from there and you weren't watching.
Senator Thorpe, once again withdraw.
I withdraw. Can you please pull up this person?
And I remind Senator Hanson, I didn't hear the interjections. They are hard to hear up here.
Of course they are. Thank you.
So, Senator Thorpe, I haven't finished yet and I haven't yet given you back the call.
Okay, thanks.
Senator Hanson, I would ask you, every senator in here has been heard in silence. I would ask that Senator Thorpe have that same opportunity. Please continue, Senator Thorpe.
It locks out candidates who would actually fight for country, people, equality and justice, who understand that while the politicians play games and hoard more power and wealth, People on the ground are starving, having trouble accessing medications, housing, education and many other basics which you people wouldn't understand. Why is it, after over 200 years of the so-called civilisation of colonisation, this gammon government can't even figure...
Senator, Thorpe, withdraw.
This government... I withdraw gammon. This government
Senator
can't...
Thorpe,
I withdraw.
Senator Thorpe, you are persistently and willfully refusing to conform to the standing orders and disregarding the authority of me as the President. I ask you again to come to order and to not repeat offences which you know are offensive. I am a long way down the standing order of 203, Senator Thorpe, and I would not want you to miss the opportunity to make a contribution. But I am warning you, this is not a game. Every senator in here is expected to conform to the standing orders. That includes you.
Okay, thank you. Can I move on?
Yes.
Thanks. So, why is it after over 200 years of the so-called civilisation of colonisation, this G government, blip, bip, bip, can't even figure out how to make sure children are fed? How is that not the #1 priority? That shows you exactly the values of a government that is more interested in its own survival than that of the people. In addition to spending caps, which will disadvantage independent candidates who don't have the broader advertising and campaign infrastructure that political parties have, the expenditure cap would still allow countrywide political parties to spend up to $90 million on broad political advertisements. How can an independent keep up with that? Especially someone from a non-wealthy background who hasn't stolen any land. For many, running for office means putting their career and livelihood on hold, a stark reminder that the opportunity to serve is not a universal right, but a privilege afforded only to those with big cash and powerful mates. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights pointed out that the measures in this bill may increase the relative monetary power of incumbents and bigger parties and disproportionately impact people with particular protected attributes who are already underrepresented by major political parties, such as women or ethnic minority groups. The committee pointed out that this might limit the right to equality and non-discrimination in this country. The Scrutiny of Bills report also pointed out that this bill may impact representative government by negatively affecting the diversity of opinions, arguments and other political matters that can be in electoral communications. This would be a further violation of our basic rights in a country where we already only have limited right to take part in public affairs. This right is supposed to include a guarantee of the right of citizens to stand for public office, to vote in elections and to have access to positions in public service. However, Section 44 of the Colonial Constitution prohibits those with dual citizenship to stand for federal political office, thereby possibly excluding up to half of the population unless they renounce ties with the other country. This is in a country which apparently prides itself with multiculturalism. Any further hurdles put in the way of diverse representation like those proposed by this bill need to be avoided by all means. This bill basically means that many of us don't fit into the middle class, white Australian picture, will be less likely to have real representation in this place. Have a look at it. Says it all. So many of us already don't feel represented by the major parties and their assimilation practices. We want our representatives to be able to speak freely and vote along their conscience. People in the community want parliamentarians to stand up for them, not just a tired old backbencher twiddling their thumbs, taking orders and asking how high when they are told to jump. The disappointment with the political status quo is exactly why the independent and minor party vote has grown over the last decade. And that's what the major parties are scared of. They are scared of the crossbench because we demand transparency and accountability. But these are basic and essential democratic measures, and we owe this to the voters. This term alone has shown so many times that the crossbench contributes to better policy outcomes through bringing a diverse lens to negotiations, listening to communities and stakeholders that fall on deaf ears with the major parties and ensuring that they are being heard. That is the very heart of representative democracy. This bill is a done deal between the major parties and is being rushed through Parliament explicitly because they know it is so flawed and they're so ashamed of it themselves and in breach of basic democratic rights. I just want to make clear to everyone here and all voters out there that this bill represents an erosion of democratic principles, participation and representation. This is why I'm proposing to rename it to Sham Democracy Bill, because at least that would tell people the truth about what they're up for. For the record, I would like to see the majority of the politicians in this place to recognise how out of touch they really are and give their seats to someone who deserves it and who will actually use it for good. The younger generation know the way. Give it to them. There's too many people that have been here for way too long, crusty and all the rest of it. Don't want to get in trouble again. So after all that, I foreshadow my second reading amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, and I think we'll also get you to move it. No, it's okay. Sorry, my bad. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. Well, clearly, after the government said to the crossbench that they were interested in consulting over the summer, they've used that as leverage with the Libs and managed to convince them that this is in both of their interests to pass in a guillotine with no scrutiny. The government claims that this bill will get big money out of politics. And I'm all for doing that. Politics should be a contest of values, of ideas, of support in our communities, not who can raise the most money or wage the dirtiest campaign. And there's been a lot of talk about what myself and other first-time independent candidates spent last election to crack the two-party stranglehold in a handful of seats for the first time ever, to have someone who wasn't from the major parties or in some cases from a single party. But there hasn't been much talk about what the major parties spent and what they spent in seats that have never gone to anyone else. What you say would be totally safe seats. And we had the Special Minister of State months ago in question time having a go at me about how much I spent in my election campaign. ACT Labor spent $1.24 million. ACT Liberals $1.43 million. In a territory where they have never, ever lost a seat in the safest,
Order.
in the safest
Minister.
of seats.
Senator Gallagher, order. Senator Gallagher, interrupting is disorderly. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Both parties also had more than $1 million in receipts. And as I said, I'm all for getting big money out of politics, but this bill doesn't get big money out of politics. It will result in more than $80 million worth of additional taxpayer money being spent on the major parties. And that's every single electoral cycle. So it's not actually about less money, it's about Australian taxpayers picking up the bill. More than that, it's about the major parties reducing competition in a desperate attempt to plug the leaking of votes to Australians who see that there are better options. There are other options in the political landscape now. It's a last gasp attempt to hold back a rising tide of independents and minor parties. Rather than stepping up and meeting this challenge, reconnecting with the people that you should be representing, you're seeking to skew our electoral system even further in your advantage. My hope is that communities will see through this. They'll see through this attempt to suppress community voices, and it will fail. There are so many loopholes built into this bill. They're clearly designed to stifle competition. Senator McGrath made a contribution earlier, and I fear that he misunderstands the issues that independents have with this bill. He talked about how there are spending caps of $800,000 per electorate, $200,000 per state or territory in the Senate election. But if you actually look at the details, that is the individual spending cap. And so if you stack up some of these contests around the country where you have an first-time independent, no-name candidate spending $800,000, an incumbent major party candidate spending $800,000, this bill allows the party to then spend basically an unlimited amount of money up to their $90 million national cap to shore up support in that electorate. And so it could be $800,000 backing the Liberal or Labor candidate by name, and then it's $2 million backing Liberals or Labor. Just don't mention their name. And that's not a level playing field. I think it'd be a very different conversation if it was truly creating a level playing field. The second loophole is that the major parties can receive unlimited transfers from what are now being called nominated entities. Last election cycle, the Coalition accepted nearly $10 million from something called the Cormack Foundation, and the Labor Party accepted around $6 million from Labor Services and Holdings Proprietary Limited. The third loophole is something called administrative funding. Administrative funding can be used for all kinds of party expenditure, but it doesn't count a cent towards spending caps. It basically makes spending caps meaningless. In a briefing with the department asking about this, basically anyone who isn't directly campaigning isn't counted in your spending cap. We know the party infrastructure, people organising events and door knocking and all the other things, that's not counted. And so when the government says, well, you know, we've been spending 120 mil on elections and we're going down to 90, that's very disingenuous, because that 120 is actually all the in-kind hours that people are putting into it. Now, that's not counted. And so you've essentially said, well, what do we currently spend on elections? Let's get a lot more of that from the taxpayer, and let's ensure that independents who are trying to challenge us have a very hard time of doing it. The increase in taxpayer funding is huge. First, and this is one I'd take real exception to, is for administrative expenses, which doesn't account for economies of scale and greatly advantages the major parties. You can't tell me that $30,000 per MP, at some point you haven't covered your administrative expenses. Like that should not scale in a linear fashion. And for the Coalition, who keep telling us, you know, they're the party of business and all the rest, like you'd surely know that that is not the case. And we have South Australia, I think they cap it at 5, which is probably fair enough. After 5, that's enough money to do your administrative tasks. On top of that, others have talked about this, taxpayer funding from votes from $3 to $5 per vote. And finally, the definition of gift, which is really donation, has 3 pages of exceptions. So the major parties say, oh, we're now going to have to, you know, if the gambling industry takes us out for a birthday dinner, that will be a donation. But if the gambling industry has a subscription to the Labor Business Forum or whoever it might be, no, that's a subscription. And the fact that you may get a few dinners here and there, that's just one of the perks of having a subscription. As I said, 3 pages of exceptions, subscriptions, levies, dozens of other things. I just don't see how you can say with a straight face this is creating a level playing field. And particularly given how challenging so many Australians are finding it, the major parties want to give themselves millions of extra dollars and don't want to accept the responsibility of truth in political advertising. Very telling that Labor introduced 2 bills. One, they basically just shelved, a bill that they have the support of the crossbench to pass, and then they try and do a deal, well, they do a deal with the coalition that is clearly in their interests. A bill like this not going through a Senate committee process is, I think, tragic and reflects really badly on this Senate. We call it the House of Review, not for this bill. And in the words of Professor Anne Toomey, I'll quote her directly here, any suggestion that this bill has already been subject to proper scrutiny is completely disingenuous. Do the major parties want transparency or scrutiny? It seems like what they really want when it's in their interest is a stitch-up. And this is a sad day for our democracy. You're ramming through electoral reform that's going to reduce competition at a time when Australians want more competition. They want more competition in politics, more competition across our economy. And one of my observations is that there's a whole bunch of things that Australians want that the major parties team up to block, like getting more money for the gas that we export, like actually transitioning away from fossil fuels. The major parties vote together to expand the fossil fuel industry. Gambling reform, major parties will vote together on that. Scams legislation to actually protect Australians. You guys just totally squibbed it. We had an opportunity to protect Australians being scammed, and we've got half-baked legislation that's just passed. Mandatory minimum sentencing, things with absolutely no evidence behind them, protecting lobbyists, having more regulation around lobbyists. The list goes on and on.
Senator Pocock, pursuant to order, the time for debate on the second reading of this bill has expired. Senator Rennick, you're seeking the call.
Pursuant to the contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent further consideration of the second reading stage of the bill without limitation of time.
Senator Rennick.
Well, the fix is in, isn't it? We've got the 2 major parties in the dead of night trying to move a bill that is going to entrench their stale, putrid monopoly. And that's what you expect from a stale, putrid major parties who have no policy ideas of their own, and all they can do is manipulate the law, manipulate the rules to constantly protect themselves. And the public are awake to this, because if you looked at the combined primary vote of the 2 major parties, it is going one way, and that is down, because this chamber is nothing but a Punch and Judy show from members of parties who are party-bred and party-fed. You know, it's one of my former staffers used to call it union-bred, union-fed, but what we really have here is major party-bred, major party-fed. They're the same careerists who started off in the Young LNP and Young Labor. They've never had any real-life experience, and they don't know how to relate to the common man on the street. So the only way that they can continue to protect their little racket is to manipulate the rules of the game. And I mean, I'm a victim of that, because my own party manipulated the rules of the game. I took them to court, and you know what the judge said? We're not going to rule. Political parties aren't justiciable. So there you have it, people. The Supreme Court of Queensland ruled that the very political parties who make the law are above the law. What sort of a system, democratic system, is that? And yet we've had 3 years to debate this bill, but no. These guys, they cannot face scrutiny. Put any sunlight on these guys, it's like throwing water on a witch. They'll just fade away like the Wizard of Oz. I'm melting. because not only do they have any policy solutions to deal with the cost of living or anything like that, they just want to keep their protection racket going. And I am calling you guys out. I think it's a very low act to be guillotining this bill, and it's a very low act to be pushing it through on what looks to be the last sitting week of this term. And, you know, we've had this term dictated by nothing but there's been no solutions in this term. The first half of the term is dominated by Labor and The Voice, who wanted to split the country on race. The second half has been all about Israel and Palestine, because that's a nice deflection from the fact that none of you guys have any solutions to deal with cost of living, to deal with an immigration problem, to deal with a cost of a housing problem, to deal with an energy crisis, to deal with people who are struggling from government neglect, whether it's vaccine injuries, robo-debt, you name it. This place is stench. It is a dead, putrid carcass flapping in the breeze, and the people of Australia are awake to it. The people of Australia are awake to it. And we'll see again more and more people turn away from the major parties. So the only way they can protect themselves is by having dodgy rules, do anything, and the one, you know, that really grinds my gears is that parties that get less than 4%, and I'm moving an amendment on this in a minute, don't get any electoral funding whatsoever. So if you vote for a minor party, in the eyes of the major party, you're not as worth as much. Okay, you're not as worth as much. We're only going to actually reward you if you vote for one of us. I mean, that's straight out bribery. There ought to be laws against that. Everyone who votes should be worth $3.50 a vote, but of course no, because we don't want the minor parties. We wouldn't like the minor parties getting some money, because God forbid the minor parties actually have some solutions and aren't actually beholden to the big end of town. They're not beholden to the big end of town. And we've seen it, you know, just sitting here paying attention to all these amendments. What are we always asking for at this end of the chamber? Greater accountability, greater scrutiny, greater protection of the people. But do we get that? No. What we have is these two major parties protecting the big end of town, big government, the big bureaucracies, the big media, the big corporations and their mates in the big super funds. It's all about the establishment. On this side, you've got the command and control communists, and on this side, you've got the born-to-rule fascists. Doesn't matter what you do, the two major parties are only interested in controlling you, not serving you.
The Minister has precedence. Minister.
Thank you. I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Gallagher that the question be put, be agreed to. The ayes are passed to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Ciccone. Teller for the ayes, Senator McKim. Teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 19. The question now is the substantive motion that the standing orders be suspended. Those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question before the chamber is that the standing orders be suspended. The noes move to the left of the chair, the ayes to the right. Appoint Senator McKim. Teller for the ayes. Senator Cadell. Teller for the noes. Sorry, Ross. Order. The result of the division is ayes 19, noes 26. The matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, we are going to return to the Electoral Legislation Amendment Reform Bill 2024, and I will first deal with the Australian Greens Amendment moved by Senator Waters on sheet 3194. So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator Waters on sheet 3194 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator Waters on sheet 3194 be agreed to. The ayes are passed to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Cadell, teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 15, noes 26. The matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with Pauline Hanson's One Nation Amendment on sheet 3319. So the question is that the Pauline Hanson One Nation Amendment on sheet 3319 be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the Pauline Hanson's One Nation Amendment on sheet 3319 be agreed to. The ayes are passed to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts, teller for the ayes, Senator Cadell, teller for the noes.